Hello and welcome to Inspiring Workplaces and the People First Summit. And I am coming to you from Stockholm, Sweden, after a long version of exciting information from Asia and from Australia and New Zealand. They've been going all night, and I'm here to take over this. And basically, this is the People First Summit. And I'm super excited to be here with you today and basically share a lot of great local knowledge and to give you and the Inspiring Workplaces global community a lot of inspiration that's much needed and knowledge in terms of connections, and that basically we can all change the world and how we work basically, and create your own inspiring workplace wherever you are working in the world as well, from 2024 and beyond. So this is a 24-hour only in the world People First Summit, and it's very exciting. It's being hosted live, but then it's also being recorded, so you can watch it on demand later on as well. If you are watching live, please do interact with us in the comments. We'd love to hear from you, and if you have any questions, bring them up there as well. So back to where we are now here in Europe, and I'll be kicking off the first talk here. We've got a fantastic lineup of speakers, and I'm really excited to be here with you and to share with you some great knowledge. And before we get going with everything, I'm going to start my own talk, and I will be talking about having an AI-powered culture. So let's hope technology works here. I will get my slides up and be able to start sharing with you in terms of the presentation that I want to share with you as well. So AI and culture are two of the hottest topics right now. Culture is so important because it's all about people and how to create an incredible, inspiring workplace. But AI is taking the world by storm, and everybody's kind of struggling to figure out, how do we do this and what do we do with it? So I'm going to be talking about how we can transform businesses for the future and using both those two kind of levers to pull on. So as I mentioned, my name is Karen Volo. I am actually certified AI advisor and consultant, and I'm also known as a chief joybringer. I've enjoyed working with Inspiring Workplaces for almost a decade now. They'll be celebrating their 10 years next year, so I'm excited about that. And so let's get going with what I want to share with you here. There is a big promise that I want to give you, and basically, properly integrated AI is going to make you a more profitable, productive, and powerful company. And we often hear that people are afraid of losing their jobs or what's going to happen to them. But basically, anybody that can work with AI is going to be super powered. And any company that can really integrate AI in a really powerful way is going to be super powered. And there's a lot happening right now. So I will share with you as much as I can in the short time we have together. And I promise I will let you know how you can continue any conversations if you want to after this. So just to give you a little bit of my background and my bigger purpose, I have been coaching and training, mentoring leaders for over 25 years globally. I'm half American, half Swedish, and I've worked all over the world with culture and helping to support with leadership development. And I have a really strong belief that we can use business as a force for good. Most of the leaders that I end up working with also have that belief. And I think, that's why I love working with Inspiring Workplaces as well, because it's a community here, and it's a global community where we share that kind of belief and that we can have a people first type of environment. So the other thing is I'm always very curious about new trends and what's coming. And so just on a real short personal level, in 2023, I got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, unfortunately, and went through a very long ordeal with that, but got over it. I'm fine now and healthy, but I felt really behind when it came to AI. And I actually started studying AI about a year ago now, just because I thought I have to understand what this is all about. I don't get it. And I'm sure many of you might be in the same boat or remember being in that boat as well, because we all have been there. And I dove in and I realized this is a paradigm shift, a massive change in the world that's happening right now. And so I actually made the decision to become certified in this because I think it's going to have such an impact. And my area really where I love to focus is how is it going to impact the culture? What's going to happen? So I'm not a techie person, but I know that this is really something that is changing the world. And I sometimes call it an equalizer because we're all in the same boat, getting started and figuring out how to work with this. But ultimately, my main focus is helping people and organizations to reach their full potential and to basically have joy at work. Why can't we have joy at work, right? So let me start sharing with you what I have kind of found over the last year in terms of AI and having culture, and working with that. There's almost like this great divide happening right now. And I've seen this prior to kind of the AI taking the market by storm, also with purpose driven companies. So, a company that is purpose driven, that has a very clear purpose statement, are having a much easier time being able to recruit great talent and retain their top people in the company. And now we've kind of overlaid this, layer of AI on top of it. And so again, it's another thing that's dividing companies in a different way, actually. And those companies that are not adapting to this quickly are actually being left behind when it comes to AI. And one of the things that I'm seeing is that North America and Asia have actually been pretty early adopters, but for some reason, European countries are lagging behind on this. And AI is changing so quickly and everything is happening so fast that you really need to start to get on that boat and really start to integrate. I kind of look at 2023 as the year when it took the world by storm. Everybody started experimenting, and 2024, 2025 are going to be the years of implementation. And when you have really good workflows with AI and it's implemented into the company really well, what happens is that people are feeling less stressed and they're having more joy at work and they're laughing more and they're able to focus in on higher quality or higher skilled things that help them to feel better at work, basically. So there's, again, this thing that's a force that's making us divide in a certain way as well. So I have been saying there are 4 pillars to culture. The first, and this is the work I've been doing for over a decade. The first is all about engagement and basically having people who are very aligned to the company, the values, the purpose, and they really do want to make a difference. The company is making a difference externally to the market, to their customers, but also internally by creating a great and amazing culture. The second pillar is basically the purpose and the values. And companies really need to have this. It's a foundational piece. When you are guided by this bigger purpose, it's something that you're never actually going to get to the end result, get to that goal. It's just going to be something you continually work on. And the values, I often say, are living, breathing values inside of the company. They really are embraced by the people, and it's not just a plaque on the wall. And when you have those two things that can guide the people inside the company, it helps them in terms of making decisions and wanting to move forward with things as well. Over the years, as I've been working with purpose and culture and all of these things, I've been pulled into trust, because trust is almost that foundational piece inside of a company where if it's a high trust organization, there's lots of documentation out there that proves that high trust organizations outperform low trust organizations by 300%. And this is really the foundation, because when you do have high levels of trust, it takes a lot less to get things implemented. So things happen faster. And the other element with AI right now is that there is this level of trust in terms of, can we trust technology? Can we trust these AI companies? Can we trust AI? Can we trust all these different things? So there's interesting conversations happening right now across the globe. And I think we need to be very aware and conscious of how we are using AI and to use it so that it makes sure that it's for the good of humanity. And, when we're talking about people first companies, making sure that we use AI in a way that is beneficial for people as well. And then the fourth pillar for the culture is basically having leaders who care. And that is really basically authentic leaders who really want to connect deeply with their teams and their people, and to show that they care. Since 2020 and the global pandemic, this has been a major shift in terms of leadership skills that we need to have: compassion and empathy and understanding and listening skills, right? So all of those things show that you care, and that helps to anchor people into the company. People are attracted to a company for the purpose and the culture and all those things, but they actually leave the company because they might have a manager that isn't aligned with them. And so it's really important that we get managers and leaders up to speed and, caring genuinely about people. So what I'm finding over the last 6 months basically is there are 3 steps to your cultural evolution, and it's tied into using AI and technology, but also focusing in on the people. And I think we need to have a really good balance between those two, because if we just focus only on the tech and the AI, we're going to lose a lot of the human element. And so we need to balance that out and make sure that we have those deep connections with the people, right? So the first element is the people. Having good engagement at work, having people in the right people in the right jobs doing the right things. And that's really important in terms of creating an environment where everyone is moving forward. And as I mentioned, it's anchored in the purpose and the values as well. The second step here is really to focus in on productivity. And productivity is something that we've been talking about for decades. Gallup measures it on different KPIs. And now with AI, all of a sudden, you have a lever here that can really push the productivity and super boost the productivity in ways that we haven't seen before. So when you have AI weaved into workflows that free up people's time from mundane tasks, it actually increases the productivity tremendously. Something that used to take months or weeks or days can take literally minutes or max hours for doing things, and so it frees up a lot of time. So I'm going to focus in on that when we have continue on with the rest of what I'm going to share today. But I just want to share the last element, as I mentioned earlier, is this level of trust. And trust, again, is very foundational. I've been teaching trust with organizations for a number of years and going deep into the neuroscience of that. And basically, the overlay on this again with AI is, do we trust this technology? And we do have a lot of security issues and questions that are coming up as well. So it's a lot right now for everybody to take in. And well, we'll see as to why implementation is being so slow. And the core reason, or one of the main reasons, is basically because there's a lot of overwhelm for people. If you're just getting into it, or you're, first of all, initially people are afraid. They don't know what they don't know. And so there's a lot of fear, and there is actually a lot of fear mongering around AI, that it's, bad for the world and it's going to take over. When you start to look at it and you start to experiment with it and you start to see some of the possibilities, it actually gets your curiosity going and it makes you want to learn more. But it's very easy to be overwhelmed in that stage as well, because there's 15,500 new AI startups that are affecting or impacting about 14,500 different tasks. And that's actually impacting close to 5,000 different jobs. And so it's very easy to get overwhelmed with this. And one of the reasons I chose to get certified is because I have a team behind me that is full-time looking at all the new AIs, testing them, and they can recommend to the people in our group that are getting certified which ones to use. So that saves a lot of time and effort and energy to figure out what do we work with. The second reason it's being very slow to implement is also because people don't know what's possible. Like I said, what you don't know. And when you start to see it, it starts to open up and expand your mind and make you realize, wow, we could do all sorts of different things with this. And that really starts to drive the motor forward internally with people. People are also scared of the systemic impact that it's going to have. A lot of people don't like change, and they also, are resistant to change. And so we have to kind of show that this is a reward and not a threat in order to get people moving in the right direction. And again, resistant to reducing the human experience. And this is really vital, because we do not want to get rid of the human experience in any way, shape, or form. And oftentimes when we're working with workflows within a company, we often say, keep the human in the loop, right? And then also change can feel very effortful or expensive when that comes up as well. And it actually, when you do it right, it can save you a lot of money in implementing AI into an organization as well. So there are some considerations that I'd like to share with you in terms of AI from now going forward. One is that there needs to be integration of AI into all business functions. There are many different functions, and there's different ways to use AI in all those different functions. And it's a matter of learning to use the right AI in the right place at the right time. And right now, there's a huge demand for AI skills. A prompt engineer is one of the most in demand positions right now, and they're getting upwards of 300,000 per year just for that position. But once a prompt is written, if it's really well written, you can reuse it over and over and over again. So it's important to know that as you are working with prompts, you can create assets for the business as well. And if you work with, someone who knows what they're doing, they can actually give you really good prompts as well. I'm actually pretty excited about it because I have a spreadsheet with over 30,000 different prompts that we can use in all the different areas of the business. I mentioned this earlier, but keeping human in the loop, that's a term we use a lot. And it's making sure that we don't get rid of the human aspect for this. So AI is great. It's not 100%. It may be 80 or 90% of doing the job or the task, but you definitely want to have people, humans, us, making sure that it's doing the right things. And it continues to learn. So it's getting better and better. And today is like the worst AI is ever going to be. And that happens every single day. So it's only improving by leaps and bounds and exponentially. And then lastly is the ethical considerations and awareness. And this is something that I'm hearing a little bit of, but it's a conversation that we need to also be having. And it relates back to the trust, as I mentioned. What are the ethics around this? And just to have an awareness, especially with privacy and things like that. And I think part of the reason AI is a bit slower to get adapted in Europe right now is because we do have the GDPR and a lot more, I think, stringent privacy laws here than maybe other parts of the world. And so countries are trying to figure out what's the best way to manage this. There are some definite actions you can take here. You want to elevate leaders who care. That's really important. Again, focus in on that caring aspect, because as people are freeing up their time, they want to have better relationships. And that's one of the things that's really going to be focusing in to create that inspiring and amazing type of workplace and culture. Definitely want to invest in developing your people. I'm seeing a lot of companies that are reskilling employees that maybe their jobs are getting so impacted by AI that they're reskilling them in higher level or in higher thinking functions as well. So for example, IKEA had 8,500 people working inside of the company in customer care and customer service, and they started using chatbots. And so they took that group of people who knew the company well and invested in them and reskilled them, or are reskilling them to new tasks so that they are freed up to do better things and more high value things for the organization. Focus on culture. Let's not forget that. I always say culture is the glue to any organization and bringing it together. So that's really important. And then we can use AI to enhance our strengths and not to replace them. So how can we make ourselves better and more efficient and more productive so that we free up our own time to be even more creative and can do even better things? And then increase productivity through AI-assisted workflows. As I've mentioned, having AI in the right place at the right time is really key and instrumental as well. So let me just share with you a 6-step process for what we call AI-ifying a business. And this is how we work with, consulting in terms of shifting that cultural transformation and making an AI-powered culture. So the first step is basically about identifying the right area to come in and have that impact. So there's different areas of the business, and every business is very different. So we have to kind of look at that very closely but figure out what's the best entry point there to do the work that we do. Second step then would be to, once we've identified that, is to interview those team members and really find out what they're doing, how they're doing their workflows, and really kind of get a good idea of that so that we can come and basically come up with good ideas and solutions that will work for you. And oftentimes, when I'm working with this, I will suggest 2 or 3 different types of AIs in a process. And because of the knowledge that I'm gaining in the certification group, I actually can narrow it down from those 15,000 to say, okay, in this place, this would be the best place to do these. And sometimes it actually, we'll strategize with different ideas and come up so that you can get a good overview of what's the best way to move forward on your options there. Sometimes, stage 4, you'll need to have bespoke solutions as well, so we can develop those and work with that as well. So like I said, every company is very different, and finding the right solutions for the right time as well. And then from there, it's basically implementing and experimenting, testing them, and also training up the team so that they're working with it really well. There's a lot of training that's going on, a lot of mindset training initially also because of the, paradigm shift that we're experiencing right now. And then the last step, step 6, is basically to monitor and tweak if there's anything that needs to be adjusted or, basically to help have that be the most maximum potential for what you're doing with the AI. So those are the steps that I work with when I'm working in terms of companies. And you can do this on your own. You can do it with a consultant. You can do it in any way that you find possible. But this is really how we can start to be very concrete in bringing AI into an organization and being able to take that next step forward as well. And when it's systematized, and this is what I'm seeing right now, is that we really do need to systematize how we are working with AI. There's a lot to do, but if you break it down from management to the team to the individual level, it doesn't get as overwhelming. And that's really where the magic starts to happen, because you start to empower the individual, that then goes on to the team, and then it works its way back up to the whole organization as well. So that's kind of an overview. And basically, how do you get started with this? If this was something of interest, personally, this is how I work with companies. We do assessments. It takes anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. And we can do a future ready assessment where we go in and really look at what's your current tech situation? How are you capturing your data? And then how is your team in terms of adoption and their capabilities to be able to do that? And so we can get a full assessment, and that will help to identify which are the core areas where we could have the biggest impact. And then the other assessment that I also can work with is basically AI opportunity assessment. And that's basically, where can AI benefit you the most? And, which workflows can be AI-ified? And, what AI competencies do you have inside of the organization that already exist? And then how can we optimize those and make it, new AIs are coming all the time. So it's good to stay on top of it as well. So those are the two core areas in terms of, how I do work with companies. And one of the things that comes out from that as well is understanding how you can use AI, but then also looking at the automation of the organization. And so sometimes those are identified as well. So if this sounds like something of interest, I'm happy to talk to you about this. We can future-proof the company and the revenue together. I also have a free resource there that you can see. I love to give out reports to people. We have actually an AI and culture report that we wrote earlier this year. But I have reports on trust, the ROI of trust and culture and virtual activities, and how do you get engagement going. So that's a great resource for you. And if you do want to book a call with me, then you're welcome to do that as well. You can just click on that or take a picture of that as well. So I wanted to just give you an overview on how we can use AI in a very concrete way inside of a company and inside of an organization, because this is not going to go away. It's actually here to stay. And it's one of those things that the sooner we get on that boat and start moving it forward, the more powerful it will be for your company. And you don't want to wait too long. The reason being for this is that things are moving so fast that we need to basically get up to speed on that. And really, the companies that are adopting AI really well right now are shooting ahead, and it's going to be really hard to catch up with that. So that's one of my concerns, actually, why Europe is a little bit behind on this, because it's like we need to get up to speed on this, because we don't want to be left behind on this at all. But I think everybody does it in their own time in the right way. And I think, eventually it reminds me of when internet came out or when email came out. Now I'm dating myself, but you remember, basically it was, something new and people didn't want to use it. And then all of a sudden it's just how we do business and how we do our work, right? And it's the same thing now with AI, but we're on an accelerated exponential change right now. And like I said, it's a paradigm shift in how we think and how we look at the world and all of those different things. So I'm just going to check if there were any questions coming in or any comments. I would love to hear from you. We can actually take a look here if there are anything. And if not, then I can start to introduce the next speaker, which I'm super excited to share with you. Shall we get rid of the slides and just get the full screen up? So yeah, there we go. So I can see you again on the big screen. And, I've really been able to learn a lot over the last year with this, and I'm super excited to be able to share some of this, and it's going to be just something that's going to continue for all of us. So I'm not sure where I'm supposed to see the comments, actually, but I'm seeing some great comments here. Great. Okay, that's lovely. All right, well then, if there aren't any comments, let me go ahead and bring to you our next speaker. And I'm super excited about this because actually with one of the things that Inspiring Workplaces is doing is showcasing people who have actually won the Inspiring Workplaces Awards. And I think that's such a great platform to be able to see companies that are doing a great job out there and making a difference in the world, and to actually kind of get the insight under the, lift the hood under the car and look at what they're doing, because it's fun to see live case studies with this. So basically what I want to share with you now is introduce a case study from Press, and this is a PR and communications agency that's based in Italy, and it's one of our Inspiring Workplace winners in Europe this year. So I'm super excited about that, and we're going to hear from Diogo Bassi. And he is the founder and CEO of Press. And basically, he's going to be focusing in on how being purpose-driven keeps you human in the world. And this is a world that's being dominated by change and growth in terms of the impact with AI. So it kind of relates. I'm very curious to hear what he has to say here as well. And this is your opportunity, as I mentioned, to hear from somebody who won this award in 2024. And you're going to learn about how their workplace is working. It's an award-winning, and basically gain actionable insights on how to elevate your own workplace culture and get inspiration from there. And that's the purpose of this entire PeopleFirst Summit, is to get some good inspiration, which we desperately need right now. So with all that said, I would love to introduce Diego here and bring him on board, and we'll get going and start the next talk for you. Diego, are you there?
Hello.
Hello,
Hi, Karen.
Diego.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. And it was very interesting. Your presentation was very interesting. And also, it's a very good counterpart of mine, because I want to share with you all our case study. It's about ourselves and how we took a different path to introduce and incorporate AI from a different perspective. You said to keep the human factor in the loop. Yes, we are doing exactly that, and the human factor will be center stage of this presentation. So thank you very much. And
thank you. Let you have the stage. Go ahead, yes. And it's all yours, Diego. Take it away.
Okay, so welcome and good morning, everyone, to those following us live. It's 9:30 in Milan, Italy. It's a rainy day, and welcome to those who will be viewing or are viewing us afterwards. My name is Diego Biasi. I am the founder of Press, which is a PR and communications agency based in Milan, Italy, which I founded 34 years ago. When I was 29, now I'm 63. And how can I see the presentation? I would, fantastic, go straight to it and through it. And actually, this is me today, but I am afraid, thinking about my professional life, that everything has started quite a long time ago, because this is a picture I took from one album I found in my mother's drawers. It was taken at a kindergarten. The guy on the left is clearly writing press releases, and the guy on the right is calling journalists, and I am the little guy in the center, supervising and organizing the whole thing. And it's clearly an anticipation of my future life, and it's quite prophetic. So I like to share it with you this morning. Going back to us and today, I founded a business that became a successful startup. We started in 1990 with zero money, zero clients, and a lot of energy and ideas. And 34 years after, we are a top 15 PR agency based in Milan, with 43 people working with with a remote scheme we'll talk about later from our office in the city center. We serve 50 clients in several sectors and B2C, B2B, technology, corporate, lifestyle, food. And we offer them strategic consulting, PR strategies and execution, social media management, influencer marketing events, everything related to communications. And we work for people that are also a source of inspiration for many of us, because they're a company that sometimes rewrite the rules in their sectors, like Babbel, the app to learn languages, Bosch, Chiquita Bananas, Dyson, the home appliances, Illy Cafe, Skechers, the shoes, Violent heaters, Zalando, Google Cloud, Salesforce, and the Guggenheim Bilbao, which is we have the privilege to serve since a long time now. It is clearly a business where it is important to offer specific benefits to clients. What is the value we exchange with clients, and why customers choose us? Because we do very well three things. We offer communications solutions that help clients solving their business challenges. We successfully launch products, brands, people, and we connect brands with their communities in all sectors. This is all about us, commercially speaking, because I want to share this morning something which is really important. Running a communications agency is quite an experience, because it is a deep dive into the human factor, and in a very complex world we find ourselves in. I think it is now more complicated than ever to run an organization that has people at its heart and runs on the basis of being more human than less human. So we will talk about our human approach to the business. In fact, AI is great, and Karin showed before earlier very wise approach to AI and how to integrate it into the business. I think the risk we see from our perspective is to become aware of how AI can be integrated as a tool to help people be more productive. And to do that, our approach is not start with AI, but we think we should be starting with the human factor, by thinking about the humans and what does it take for people to feel happier and more productive at work. And so this is a real effort to put people first, and it's all about being human. This is a message I want to share with everybody this morning. And our team is appreciating it apparently a lot. Our turnover is very low. We have a very good average evaluation during our listening sessions. What does it mean being human? It means many things. I want to start with one example, which is our remote working program called Switch. Why we called it Switch? Because after pandemics, we returned to the office with a different attitude. We wanted to socialize again. We wanted to get together again. And also we wanted to recognize that the world has changed dramatically. The pandemic forced everybody to reassess how businesses wanted to operate, and our reassessment of that became an entirely new program that is a big change. It's the switch parallel is because the switch is the device for connecting and disconnecting. It's the little lever that turns on the light, on the human factor, and turns off the prejudices about working from home. We started exactly with this idea that working from home has a lot of benefits for everyone if it is seen as a strategic change, is a change of paradigm, an entire new way to work. In fact, in our vision, this is built on 7 pillars. I'm going to talk about them in a minute. The first one is flexibility. We gave our 40 plus people the ability to work from anywhere they like. They come to the office if they want. They remain at home and or work from their holiday home, their parents' home, their partner's home. And this creates a totally different perspective in terms of productivity and also balance, work-life balance, that it is absolutely important nowadays to everybody. The second pillar is parenting. Parenting is an important factor. People in Italy, as you probably know, along with Japan, we are suffering from a birth rate reduction, which is probably connected to the fact that it is very difficult to combine parents' life with a successful career at work. We want to eliminate this paradox, and we offer this ability for parents to work from home for how long they want, and take care of their kids and their homes in the best possible way. The third pillar is well-being. We started offering when we returned back from pandemic, we offered everybody a sum, 1,000 euro, to accommodate a home office environment in their homes, and our people used that money to buy a new desk, a new chair, and or lease a better internet line. And this in the light of offering people a practical way to approach the work environment at home in a positive way. Then training and career development, the two other pillars go together because one risk organizations incur when they they adopt remote programs is that training becomes more rare and more difficult, and the career development is slowing down for everybody. We focused with the senior team of the agency exactly to counteract this effect, and we invested in training people more with a lot of coaching and one-to-ones. And also, I guaranteed everyone career development exactly the same way as it used to be before going remote. Technology is the sixth pillar, which means giving everybody laptops and iPhones or cell phones in order for them to be productive at their best. And the seventh pillar is a big change for people's life at our agency. We gave everybody freedom to disconnect from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. No emails, no WhatsApp, no messages, no phone calls, nothing. just recharging batteries and getting ready for the next working day. And along with the flexibility, which is the ability to take 1 or 2 hours off every day without asking for a permission within the 8 hours, the 12 hours from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening. It's a benefit that many people appreciated a lot. So this is basically a complement of all I've said. We gave everybody a backpack. We called it the remote worker kit, composed of many items that people use and appreciate. It's available to every employee, and it's on top of the sum of 1,000 euro we gave to improve the home setup for everybody. This scheme was evaluated positively by many juries of the awards we enrolled it in, and we won 5 awards. We won 5 awards, and it is seen as very advanced project that allows the agency to maintain a strong bond with the people working for us. This was one example. I would like to share some more. Another example of putting the human factor at the center stage is a project called The Doctor Is In. We are conscious that the pandemic has created a lot of stress to everybody, and the stress it doesn't stop after the virus, and people are also suffering from, especially in the junior positions, of being not how can I say, taken care accurately by their managers and supervisors sometimes. So they have the opportunity to talk to psychologist or a psychotherapist. We hired a studio of therapists that are available to everybody anonymously, and the employees can write to an email address called The Doctor Is In to ask for a free consultation. And although this was used only a couple of times during the last 1 or 2 years, it's a benefit that it is taken in high consideration, especially by younger talents that are afraid to be not to be able to cope with the daily challenges. Third example is people engagement. We run a kickoff meeting twice a year with the whole team, which starts in the morning with a business session, as most of the companies do, and ends in the afternoon with a team building activity that it has a charity content all the time. This is a picture taken from last year kickoff. We painted little card box houses that eventually went to children in hospitals, and it was a great way for the staff to give back in terms of energy and personal commitment, even for an afternoon. Later this year, we had another kickoff meeting that ended up with a challenge that allowed the team to raise funds that have been donated to women's shelter, to an organization that fights violence against women, which is a huge concern here in Italy. And the good thing about this is that it came from a listening activity. We asked the staff what type of charity we want to choose together, and the women's shelter came out, and it was an activity that came out of the bottom of the company, and very appreciated also because of this involvement factor. Other engagement opportunities, you see here a training session with masterclass of students, visiting students from a business school that visit our agency and get the opportunity to talk about our profession, PR, how it works, and sometimes do participate into workshops for clients, and this is another opportunity of engagement, very, very appreciated. Last but not least, listening is part of our approach, and it's a systematic listening we carry out in 4 ways. One is we offer a survey every 6 months, twice a year, to collect the sentiment of the staff about how the agency is run. They all have anonymously the opportunity to express their feelings, give suggestions, and encourage the agency to change, to adopt specific actions, or to stop doing something. And all the comments are evaluated carefully by the senior leadership team in order to identify those who can be actionable immediately. For instance, after a flight of suggestions, we decided to accommodate one of the requests of changing the provider of the meal vouchers in order to have a better a better opportunity to spend the vouchers in the new area where the office was relocated in the meantime. And we increased the face value by 50%, which was a desire expressed by many of our employees. Listening can have a different other formats. One-to-one listening, very important. Every week or two, the team leaders get together their team and talk, because talking is exactly what people want to do with their leaders. We also carry out a 360 listening, which allows people to be evaluated by their peers, by the boss, by people working and reporting to them, by clients, and gives an overall evaluation form in terms of listening, very important as well. And then team-based listening during the team meetings and the kickoff meetings I talked about. What are the proofs of this approach? The benefit for us is that we have nearly zero turnover. For instance, in 2024, only one person left, and we hired 2 or 3 more. People feel empowered by the fact that we also choose not to work for some of the world's most powerful companies because we don't believe they share our purpose and our values. And this allows me to talk briefly about our purpose, which is we exist to improve the way people live, work, and enjoy life in Italy. And this is also a good way, being purpose-driven and purpose-conscious and purpose-driven, to select clients you want to work with, select and also sometimes resign from clients who are not aligned or are causing or people harm. So being human is again a very important factor, and the purpose, this type of purpose, allows to focus on that. We put it on the walls. We talk about it to the new clients and to the new talents we take on board, because we strongly believe that to improve the way we live, work, and enjoy life, it's important. And it's important also because it is a sort and a form of attempt to reach happiness. Happiness, to us, in our opinion, means more added value with less effort, more quality time to work better and to do more interesting things. And obviously, many successful companies are made of happy people. We are very conscious about that, and it's a journey. It takes time. It's a long journey because it is it's a form of long-term strategy that has a number of milestones: more value, less effort, best impact, more benefits for everyone, more time for ourselves. And so we tell everybody, it's a journey, let's go. And let's go together. And that's the message we give everyone. And I want to leave and to finish the presentation exactly with this. Grazie. So
thank you so much for sharing, Diego. That was really very interesting and fascinating, and great to see a live example, because I had mentioned earlier leaders that care, and it's clear that you definitely care. And I really enjoyed listening to your switch model as well. I have kind of a little bit of an unusual question here. When you talk about the parenting element, and because Italy, like Japan, has an aging workforce, how are you dealing with elderly parents? Is that something that is kind of on your radar as well? Because people in the workplace are the sandwich generation with the young kids and the elderly parents.
It's very true. And in fact, when you talk about parenting and caring, the attitude is to think about kids, but parents and elderly people are absolutely a concern. My concern, and people my age concern. So we offer the remote work and the flexibility schemes exactly to accommodate all needs. Also to care about your animals. We allow people to bring in their dogs, but if they want to stay at home and look after the dogs or enjoy the company of their animals, why not? We found out that happy people are much more productive and stay connected with their co-workers, even if they are working from remote. So it's I think it's a real prejudice that not watching people in the office, which is the typical attitude of many Italian entrepreneurs, to see the workforce sweating and busy. Well, this is over. The world has changed a lot.
So I love your example because Italy does have a reputation of maybe not being so like the culture you're creating. Do you find that there's a shift in the thinking of leaders in Italy now? Are they embracing this way of working?
I think, yes, it depends very much on where you are located, because Italy is the home of diversity, also in terms of attitudes toward work. But if you live in a big city like Milan or Rome or many others, I think what you're noticing is that the new generations are absolutely aware of the productivity factor. They are not reining back. They absolutely want to commit. It's a matter of creating the right context for them to express their desire and their focus. Yeah.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for sharing everything you've shared here. I think you guys are a stellar example and need to be showcased out there so that you inspire other leaders to kind of embrace this people first mentality and culture as well. Any last words of advice or wisdom for anybody listening here before we move on to our next speaker?
I think the advice is what you gave at the end of your presentation. AI is there to stay. I witnessed the birth of internet and 30 years after, obviously these type of changes have an impact on the society and on everyone. But exactly learning from how internet needs to be managed, also managed and integrated. I think the same is replicable with AI. Don't be afraid, include that, but don't push back the human factor, because the integration of the two parts is the key to success.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and sharing an example, and keep shining your bright light out there so you can continue to inspire others. Thank you so much, Diego.
Thank you, Karin.
All right. Well, I'm excited to bring on our next speaker. Very grateful we could listen to Diego as a case study. And here is another case study that has also won the Inspiring Workplace Award winners in Europe and globally this year. We have a case study from a company called BCD Travel. It's a corporate travel management company. And the person that we're going to be hearing from is Christian Dahl. He's the Executive Vice President of People and Culture there. And Christian defines and leads basically the company-wide employee experience initiatives, heads up the human resources groups worldwide. And in that role, he is in charge of the company's people strategy, employer branding, also looking at the learning and development, talent development programs, as well as the talent acquisition, so the full scope there. And Christian actually began his career in the travel industry in 1993 with a BCD travel company legacy company called Dan Transport, and is basically over all those years covering all sorts of different areas, from operations to marketing to learning and development, and finally has landed in HR right now. He's coming to us from Copenhagen, so we've gone from Milan to Copenhagen. And I'm excited to hear about his talk, because he's going to be talking about back to the office or not, and really unlocking the potential for remote work. And it'll be interesting to see, because he's going to be sharing a lot of interesting insights in terms of how they're working with virtual work options from and highlight what BCD is doing there, and share about their work from anywhere policy. So let's get into this talk with Christian and look at how it's enhancing the employee well-being and boosting engagement and all sorts of the positive impacts that it's having at their company. So Christian, let me bring you on board here and welcome you to the PeopleFirst Summit. And coming from Stockholm, and I'll pass the baton over to Copenhagen, and we'll look forward to hearing what you have to share with us now as well.
Lovely. Thank you very much for having me. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I know that we're live around the globe for this People First Summit. And it is my pleasure to share with you today what we have labeled as back to office or not. What I'm here to do is talk to you not as an expert, but as a practitioner in the field. I think it's very important, as we heard in the previous conversation as well. I want to convey what it is that we're doing at BCD Travel and what's working for us. I'm not an expert to say that everything we're doing will help you, but I'm here to provide some ideas and pointers based on our experience with what has worked for us in looking at, first of all, bringing people out of the office, and now the ongoing debate there is about, is that the right setup? Should people actually come back to office? And seeing some of the big conglomerate companies around the world who've made the decision to bring all their people back to office. And therefore, that is a discussion point with us as well, and part of my presentation for you today. So this guy flying high in the sky is probably a bit too much in saying that that's what we're offering, but we're certainly unlocking the potential on we work and work from anywhere. And what I'd like to start by doing is adding to the intro we just had about who are we at BCD Travel. We are a leading global travel management company. We do meeting and events. We do global consultancy services around the world. We want to be the world's most trusted, innovative, and sustainable travel management company. Travel management company used to be travel agency, right? Used to be corporate travel agency, but we're much, much more than that, as these pictures will hopefully show. Not only from a workforce standpoint, but the services that we offer to our clients is very diverse, and it's all about keeping the travelers safe for the corporates that we work from, and making them travel smart and achieve more. And in order to do that, we are 15,000 people around the world, and we service clients in more than 170 countries around the world. What is most important, though, here as part of what we're talking about, and what is important from a day-to-day perspective in BCD Travel, is that we are a people-first company. We are in the service industry. Whether we call it travel management or global consultancy services, it's driven by people, and therefore we are a human-centric organization, and we're tech-driven because we gotta be in our industry in order to stay appealing, stay effective, and help our clients stay effective, travel smart, and achieve more. The way that we achieve this from a people side is we're working with the 3 C's. We're saying connect, collaborate, and celebrate. That's what we're setting ourselves up for when we want our workforce engaged and effective on a day-to-day basis. And when we look at that from our BCD employee working location and how are we structured as an organization, especially those 2 C's I just talked about, the connect and the collaborate, is important when you have a 58% virtual workforce. And what's important with that number is, I know that there are companies that are higher, but if we look at our journey, we've doubled that number in the last 4 years, which of course was driven by COVID, which impacted our industry probably the most severe. For some people, COVID was a test now and again. For us, it was a complete deflation of our company existence. We went from positive income that one day in March to negative income the day after. That's how fast and how impactful it was. And we were suffering from it for about 2 years flat. We've built back the workforce, we've built back smarter, and that's why we're looking at these numbers. And generally, which you will see from my presentation as well, I am a believer in data. You gotta understand where your people are. You gotta understand the sentiment of your workforce, but you also gotta understand it in order to plan for the steps ahead. Not just look at the data at face value, but look at them in a 360 if you can, to actually understand what does the data show and what do they tell me. So back to 58 virtual, 37 office, and then you're probably wondering on the 5% on the right, what's an implant? An implant in the travel industry is the customers we have where we're sitting on site. We're part of their day-to-day It could be an implant on an offsite for a offshoring client where we want to be closer to them. It can be a big organization where they want us in-house because they travel so much that they want the flexibility of having us there. We have about 5% of our workforce sitting in organizations. I'll go into more detail about our retention factors and some of the well-being that we've measured, but I think it is important to note that we keep an engagement level and we focus on it very much, which allowed us to be a top 100 inspiring workplace in the past year, as said in the introduction, and we're very proud of that. We actually came in one at the enterprise level in the UK, and we've won Flex Jobs nominations 2 years in a row for the top 100 remote companies around the world, and as a company to watch. But accolades is only worth as much as you can actually back it up. And I will share another thing that I find important as part of this topic, and it is culture. Because every time we have an internal discussion about, oh, how virtual can you go before you actually lose the culture as a company? And I don't think that there's one right answer. Again, I'm no expert, but from our practitioner level, we have countries in our big portfolio where we have a virtual workforce in the 90s. And we're still showing high engagement and high retention numbers from that workforce. So we've talked about, I introduced 3 C's in the beginning. I think there's 3 F's that is important to consider when you talk about culture. Is your culture forced? Is your culture formed? Or is your culture forged? And I think that there is a big difference between the 3. And where I believe we stand from a company perspective is we are forged. We have gone through a lot of pain over the years. We're very, very business and environment sensitive business. If there's a financial crisis, it impacts us. 9/11 impacts us. COVID hit us really, really bad. But going from hot to cold, being beat with a hammer in a figure of matter of speech is all part of forging the culture that we now have at BCD Travel. Virtual, office, or implant. We will show in the next couple of slides that we believe that we've maintained that and some of the reasons why we've been able to maintain such a high level of engagement, people-centric, TEV-driven in a virtual environment. Life at BCD is what we call working for us here. We are very focused on having a global intranet. As a global organization, it's important that we represent and show up as being global, but at the same time show that we're regionally and locally anchored. And our global intranet, as what we call our digital front door to our BCD employee community, plays a vital role in that. And also from an onboarding perspective, we're now making our global intranet available to pre-joiners as well. And part of the reason for that is we want to start the engagement as early as we can with our workforce. I'll give you an example, and it may resonate with some of you. When you're going through a recruitment process, you love your candidates, right? You're talking to your candidates all the time. You're entertaining them. You're interviewing them. You're keeping them appraised of who you are as a company. And when you've decided who you want to work with and you made a mutual agreement, then there is a period of 2, 3, 4 months, depending on what country you're in, before these people actually join. And what we tend to see is that the love goes down in those periods. And from being highly focused on in the recruitment process to almost us going silent on them for a couple of months to only show our love again when they show up, we wanted to bridge that gap. So with our global intranet, we've opened that up as a bridge in the pre-boarding phase as well. Social communities, we allow for informal exchange on a variety of topics: well-being, travel discount, sustainability. We have Viva, that we've set up for people to have conversations as part of the global intranet to actually share and feel part of something bigger than themselves, which is super important when you're sitting virtual, so that you actually have not a community right in front of you, but you have it online at least, and you can share, you can go online with camera, and you can still engage. We have tailored trainings. And one very important part of the topic we're talking about here today is, of course, for managers to lead virtual teams and for employees to work remotely. It was a change that we all had to get used to during and as part of COVID. So we're helping the best way that we can. The next topic I find super important, and I find it very important as a practical example as well from the COVID times where we were all, not just in our industry, but we were all moved home. We couldn't move out. We couldn't meet in offices. We established town halls. It's a platform for two-way communication with leadership. I'm not saying that we're unique in that regard, but I'm saying the impact it had for us when we added the amount of time halls or increased the amount of time halls during COVID. We were all sitting out. We were anxious about what's going on in the world. We were not sure whether our employer was going to pull through of this. We had our CEO show up on a regular basis in front of all our people, being open to taking questions real time from the staff. And we are continuing those town halls from the top CEO down to the individual managing directors in every country. We heard on the previous conversation or previous presentation about employee engagement or surveying staff. We do that as well. We call that our active listening strategy. We provide real-time actionable data to managers. We use a tool that allows for managers to have their own individual dashboard that they can action. They can engage with feedback directly in either an app or in an online version of the tool. And we question, or we don't question, we ask our people on a monthly basis for their feedback about working here at BCD Travel. And we have open-ended questions where we encourage people to provide us feedback on what's on their mind right now. And I can't stress the importance enough for us of it being individual managers having a dashboard, because then you action the feedback as close to the giver as possible. Imagining as an example for us, North America for us is the US and Canada. We have about 4,000 people in the US and about 200 in Canada. If we looked at North America feedback as a region, I'm sure the Canadians would feel overlooked, right? Because 200 out of 4,000, their voice probably wouldn't be heard. But if we go to the MD of Canada and ask him or her to focus on that response, and the individual managers within the regions of Quebec, not Quebec, as Quebec as a region, to look at that in Canada, that's much more powerful, and the response and the active listening strategy is felt much more at an employee level. So we put high effort to that as well. And in our survey, we as well request feedback on health and well-being, because it helps us educate our actions that we need to take in order for our people to increase their health and well-being. We're also very focused on DE&I as a company. We have an SVP leading that sits in the People and Culture organization. So we're having senior executive focus on DE&I. And to steer that, we're asking questions on a regular basis in the survey. All of this to show, and what I find important with this is the what, right? Then the question becomes, so how are we doing? And there we come to some of those measurement and stats that I'd like to share with you. What I've done here is that I've looked at our ENPS, so Employee Net Promoter Score. I look at our belief, satisfaction, and well-being across our office employees, which is on the top of the page, and our virtual employees, which is at the bottom of the page. And the middle of the page is the midpoint, right? So the size of the bar on either side of the mid shows the difference, or actually here, the equality in the scores, virtual versus office employees. What we find here is that our engagement score in our virtual workforce is actually slightly lower than it is in our office employees. I'll tell you that has changed since the last couple of years and months. So the power of doing the regular check-in with our people shows us that there is a change. We can dig into the specific comments of the virtuals to educate what practices we need to change in order to increase that engagement level as well. We see that the belief is higher in the virtual people and the well-being is slightly lower in the virtual workforce than in office. From some of the feedback we're having is when I go to office, I at least get up, I at least get my social interactions, I at least get my feet moving, whereas the virtuals is, well, I could probably do better on my well-being, so that we know we need to target some of our well-being practices and encouragements more to the virtual workforce than to the office side. But as I said before, if we look at it only one-sided, we could potentially panic here. Not really, right? But if the difference was bigger in the ENPS, the engagement levels with Office and virtual, we would go, oh my God, what's going on in our virtual? There's something wrong. But if we look at the data from a different perspective as well, and let's look at the retention, the turnover, and the attrition across these. Just like anybody else, and we heard it in the previous presentation as well, retaining staff is key. Just like retaining customers in a commercial setting is easier than attracting and gaining new customers and new employees. Here it's clear that our virtual employees, we are better at retaining them than we are retaining our office employees. Our turnover rates are lower, our attrition rates are lower in the virtual setting. And that is an interesting dynamic if we think about the Amazon example, which is probably everybody's aware of them now announcing they're bringing all their people back to office. We could jump on that bandwagon as well, but what would we lose, right? And I think it is important to see if we choose to move people into offices from a virtual setting, what's the cost of that? And what are the considerations that we need to make sure that we take as part of such a decision? Another element from a data standpoint, and again, looking at it from different angles, is if we look at it from a flexibility standpoint, flexibility, management support, peer relationship, and environment. Those would be normally two that would skew the results dramatically between office and virtual. Because do you have the same level of flexibility when you work in office as you do virtually? Well, there is a sentiment that you do. The perception is there, even though it is a little higher in the virtual, which is what we want to make sure that people are feeling. The flexibility to do the work when they need to do the work, do the chores that they need to do at the same time as they do the work. The flexibility is a balance, right? Because we need to get the work done. We need to service the clients at the time that they need to be serviced, but we also need to take care of ourselves and that benefit of being virtual versus going to the office. Management support is there. So the trainings we were talking about earlier may seem to be having an effect, but let's not take that at face value and we can dig into those details further as well. Peer relationship is one that I'm really proud of actually, because the balance between our virtual and our office is very well here. It speaks to our town halls. It speaks to the way that our managers are managing their people in making sure that those that are virtual are included and feeling part of something bigger than themselves, feeling part of BCD Travel and the team that they're dedicated to work for. And then environment. Even if the environment seems to have a balanced approach as well. And it's especially flexibility and environment that you would see the vast differences coming out. But here they're very balanced between the virtual and the office employees, and therefore no scare about are we doing good enough for the virtuals, but also no need to bring them back to the office to cater to any of this because it's fine and it currently seems to be working. But my advice is constant measurement. Let's make sure that we continue to follow it. Just because they were happy, engaged, and felt flexible a month or two ago, let's continue to follow their sentiment so that we can set in with practices or changes as need be. As a further element, and I think it's evidenced, as I said in the beginning, I am a bit of a data geek because I do think it's important to understand your data. I do think it's important to look at your data and not be scared to see what the data tells you as long as you're using it in the right direction. Here we're taking a look at what is our ENPS for the virtual and the office-based people in age brackets, right? We see we have a very high office ENPS in general, and the virtual ENPS is filing a little bit behind, is not much. But if we look down at what is important as well as part of this is the office attrition and the virtual attrition across the age groups as well. We do seem to see that more of our office-based people are leaving us. So their engagement may be higher as we saw, but we're not as good as retaining those that sit in office. And if I spin it positive, we're great at retaining those that sit virtual, even though that is some of the hesitation I know companies have when they want their workforce to go global. Oh, they're probably not doing anything. We can't retain them because we're not in contact with them. Well, there are means and methods to do that. And I think what we're here to share today is not to say that what we're doing is what you should be doing, but it's an example of it can be done. if it's adapted and attuned to who you are as an organization and how you work with these things. If we look at it from a tenure perspective, and this is a very busy slide, but if we hone in on the orange line here, which is the office ENPS and the virtual ENPS, we're seeing that those that have the shortest tenure seems to have the highest level of engagement when they're in the office. I think that speaks to when you're new in your career, it's important for you to have a face-to-face relationship, especially in a learning environment. When you need to learn new, you need to know that you're not the only one learning new. So that peer-peer relationship is important. So this tells us that in the first part of people's career, we get the best level of engagement if we bring them into office. And you'll see as more and more they gain in the year, the virtual ENPS overtakes the office ENPS, only to be substituted when you have above 15 years of tenure. That's where it goes back to be, well, I'd rather be in an office than sitting at home. And there can be many social, economic, and individual family reasons for that, but knowing it will allowing you to take advantage of that and help to diversify in the workforce as well. Who is it good to offer it to? Who is it not? As a manager, who do I need to be more aware of in my workforce to make sure that I keep a high level of engagement combined with a low attrition? The last one I want to show on this from a statistic standpoint is if we look at it from a regional perspective. Remember, we're about 15,000 people around the world, so we are represented in all the regions of the world. APAC, we have a higher engagement level in the office, even though we still have a higher attrition in office as well. Part of the explanation for the higher ENPS in the offices and the higher turnover in offices is that a lot of our people in APAC are office-based. There are two reasons for that. In our world, going virtual in APAC is, we're not ready for that in all markets. Not ready from a management perspective, but also not ready from a service perspective, because we run big call centers out in that region. And from a call center perspective, there is a tradition to bring people together because the power of those dynamics benefits our customers. Nonetheless, we continue to offer it. We continue to see if there's an appetite to do it, but we know that we will probably see a higher office-based population out in APAC. And if we then look at it from a regional perspective, it's interesting how the flip is. When we elevate ourselves from what we looked at earlier, from brackets of tenure, brackets of age, and look at it regionally, the virtual ENPS is higher at a regional level. And therefore, don't take one set and one dimension of data at face value. See if we can look at the data from many different viewpoints in order to make sure that we're getting the best use of our data and making the best decisions and the best practice implementations on that. As an example of practice, I'm very proud to share with you our work from anywhere at BCD. We have decided to go above the virtual, which originally meant you sit at home. And if you're office, you sit in office. Now we're telling you, you can sit anywhere. We started that a couple of years ago, and we've doubled our applicant uptake year over year. Our people spend an average of 23 days as per application. So it's not months on end, which again was an education for us, right? Let's try this out. Let's see how much people will have to travel and how long they want to be gone before we stop it, because we had a fear in the beginning. Oh my God, we can't have people sitting 3 months in APAC if they work in Europe, and we have to force them to work night shift because they're still on European hours. Let's test it out. Let's see what the results is. 23 days, we can do that. Some of the examples, we've had Uwe from Germany go to Las Palmas in the Canary Islands. We've had Lacey travel from the UK to Australia, all with the purpose of, we are not necessarily interested in their motivation. We want to be a employer of choice that respects that we are people-centric as an organization. We are a family organization, and we want to show that care to our employees as well. So here, Lacey went all the way to Australia. We have another example here of Paolo, who went from Spain to Argentina to visit his grandmother while he was working for us as well. and Tassos, who went from UK to Japan and still kept his work going for him. A quick couple of pointers if you would consider implementing a work from anywhere policy. Our advice is you limit the days per destination to make sure that you stay within the tax and social security regulations. Make sure that there is an agreement between the employee and you that the conditions of the home country remains in place. Should we change the salary for somebody who goes to a lower cost country, or should we increase it? No, we're giving you this opportunity based on the package and work agreement that you're having with us now. Also, from a legal perspective, in order to protect your permanent establishment, you cannot represent the company at the destination. If it's a management or commercial activity, consider doing it a business trip instead. And then the famous word bleisure, right? It should be covered in your T&E policy. Do you allow for people to tack on vacation days on a business trip? I think you should, because it's highly engaging. If you're anyway in Atlanta, you can visit the Coca-Cola Museum or the old Olympic Stadium and tack on a few days, because you're coming back using your vacation from that, but coming back motivated and saying, that's part of the flexibility in my workforce. And the last is a little question that we won't answer today, but I'll leave you with that. Many of these points you would go, well, is digital nomad a valid consideration? Yes, it is. But there's a lot more conversation to be had. We personally have not embarked on that, because what we believe is that you will lose the connection to your people because they're no longer yours. They become contingent workers, and thereby the culture I talked about and the 3 F's will probably be gone, and you'll not have the ability to measure engagement and retention the way that we're currently doing. We're happy with our setup, and I'm happy to have shared with you this morning our experience. And currently, back to office or not, my vote is on not. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Christian, for sharing what you guys are doing. It's great to see a real live example. And I think as a travel company, you guys have the opportunity to showcase this work from anywhere type of business model more easily than maybe some other companies. It was really insightful. Thank you for sharing all of that here. Any last word of, advice for anybody that you want to share in the last minute here?
No, I think it's the advice I would say is what I've said throughout the presentation. Be careful at taking anything at face value, because there will be a pressure from employees who hear about, oh, I have a buddy who's a digital nomad, I want to do that as well. And the pitfall could be that you jump on that and say, of course, we want one of those too, right? But my advice would be take a step back, consider what it is that works for your organization, and don't necessarily be driven what's popular right now. That could be an advice to many people around the world in other aspects as well, but I'm not trying to be a professor or expert or anything, but that would be my advice. Be careful and make it your own, because if you don't own it, you can't make it part of your culture and forge it into your culture.
Well, great. Thank you so much for that. And I think you're, like I said, shining a great example in terms of how to work with all these different types of work models. And I would agree with you that you can't really force everybody back. People want the flexibility. So anyway, Thank you so much, Christian, for your time and contributing here today. And we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great conference. Thanks.
Thanks. Bye now. All right. Well, I hope you're getting some inspiration and insights from these wonderful speakers. It's been interesting to see from Italy and a CEO perspective. We've gone to, a large organization, global organization in Denmark. And now where we're going to go is basically to another case example or case study from the Inspiring Workplaces Awards, who has also won. And this is a company called Data Art, and it's a global software engineering firm, and basically won the Inspiring Workplaces Awards in Europe as well. And we're going to be hearing from Anna Velikovanikil. I'm really working on trying to pronounce that. She is the brand and communications director at the Data Art, and basically her talk is going to be about partners for progress. And what she's going to be sharing here is a journey on building a unique people-first culture, as they're doing at Data Art. And she's going to be emphasizing the importance of partnership, open communication, and flexibility. And we'll highlight how Data Art's flat organization structure, which is inspired from a Scandinavian leadership model, fosters collaboration, equality, also the employee satisfaction. And this talk is featuring the data arts approach to remote work. So it ties into what we've just heard from Christian, and also looking at professional growth opportunities, as well as basically creating a compelling employer value proposition to attract and retain top talent. And so it's going to be framed from a bit of a fresh perspective on how to create inspiring people-centric workplaces, drawing from the experience that she's brought in from the success with data art. So it is a pre-recorded talk. I will get this going here so we can get that started, and then I will return to wrap up my segment here after Anna's talk. So let's bring that forward and we'll take it from there.
Hello, fellow creators of the truly inspiring workplaces. It is an honor to speak today at the PeopleFirst Global Summit. What an impressive event that is happening all over the world, from Sydney to San Francisco. It is a great platform for knowledge sharing from top-tier employers from all over the world. This year, Data Art was recognized as a truly people-first organization by Inspiring Workplaces. We got the 16th rank in the list of the top 25 truly remarkable organizations in a gold standard for people-first culture. Congrats to us and to everyone else listed. I'd like to share the story of building our unique culture at Data Art today with you. Hopefully, it will provide some exciting perspective and inspire you to use some of our tips and tricks. Data Art is a global software engineering firm guided by the People First principle. Our world-class team designs and engineers data-driven cloud-native solutions that foster progress and deliver immediate and enduring business value. We are your partners for progress in building future-proof technology. In our 10 to 27 years of our history, Data Art has been making significant steps in our organizational and cultural development. The reasons behind the driving forces were different: external forces, headcount and business growth, and internal change. Because, well, 27 years is a long period of time. Anything can happen. Since the process has been happening in the background, it might have been in everybody's spotlight. Therefore, we cannot truly pinpoint a day or a moment when something has been changing. However, the focus on the partnership and overall humanistic principles have been guiding change for us through thick and thin. Applying for the Top Inspiring Workplaces Award encouraged us to do a full culture audit and reflect more and deeper on our approaches to culture and purpose, leadership, well-being, inclusion, employee voice, and employee experience. And today, I would like to highlight several aspects of our corporate culture that we are extremely proud of, and the ones that we would like to capture in our future culture development. The first one is direct communication. Data Art minimizes the number of intermediaries between its clients and developers, allowing colleagues to communicate directly with customers. We also place a strong emphasis on effective communication and listening to our employees. The company recognizes that open and responsive communication is essential for maintaining a positive work environment and a sense of equity. Apart from regular global and local town halls with company leadership, we conduct Ask Me Anything sessions with various inspiring colleagues, because we're talking about inspiration today, right? Conduct anonymous surveys to collect feedback and ideas, run internal communication campaign to motivate people actively utilize the opportunities Data Art is providing, such as L&D courses, mentorship programs, programs for speakers and writers, authors, and brand ambassadors. The second aspect that I would like to highlight today is our unique flag structure that is defined by our culture. Data Art has a distinctive culture characterized by the absence of a rigid hierarchy and unnecessary bureaucracy. Colleagues enjoy flexible working hours and the freedom to switch between projects, move to another development or sales center, and even change their specialization. Data Art's approach to leadership and organizational structure is distinct from traditional models and is fueled by our culture. The company follows a Scandinavian model, which emphasizes a collective and a committee-based decision-making process, rather than relying on a single leader to ensure that our commitment to build equity is met. We practice committee-based decision-making that fosters collaboration, shared responsibility, diverse perspectives, and unbiased judgment. Moreover, Data Art does not follow a traditional career ladder. Instead, it has a more informal system that reminds of an RPG game. Employees have the opportunity to enhance their skills and gradually advance to a more advanced role in their own way. The third aspect that I would like to highlight today as well is the employee experience. To retain our unique DNA, we're constantly checking in with our colleagues regarding their experience, which is crucial for fostering a positive workplace culture and enhancing job satisfaction and equity, of course. One of our superpowers of our employee experience is remote work. By allowing employees to work remotely from their first day promotes flexibility and acknowledges their diverse needs and preferences. This approach recognizes that individuals may have different circumstances and work more effectively from home or other remote locations. This feature also allows us to retain people and continue our partnership with them throughout different stages of their careers. Another perk of our employee experience is partnerships and certifications. Collaborating with partners and offering certification opportunities demonstrate the company's commitment to the professional growth of our employees. This not only enhances their skills, but also shows that the organization invests in their development. Another important part of the employee experience is tools and resources. By equipping our employees with the necessary tools and resources in order to work effectively is essential. Providing the right technologies and support enables them to perform their roles efficiently, whether they are in the office or working remotely. And the last missing piece of the employee experience that we would like to retain and continue heavily investing in is our community involvement. By encouraging participation in various communities and enabling colleagues to contribute as speakers, authors, or HR experts fosters a sense of belonging. This involvement not only strengthens the company culture, but also allows employees to share their expertise and build connection with their peers. Global competition for tech talent is fierce. Companies hire globally. The rise of AI is changing the landscape of skills, and top talent is hard to find, hire, and retain. Therefore, all our processes must be very quick. To hire and retain talent, employers need to create and present the experience aligned with the talent's expectations and preferences. Therefore, after the deep analysis of our corporate culture factors, we have defined the value proposition that is paramount for us, as the employer value proposition, or the EVP, defines the essence of our company as an employer, what makes us stand out, what sets us apart, and what we stand for. Given high levels of uncertainty on the customer software development market in recent years, DataArt required an updated and scalable EVP that would both reflect our current business needs and highlight our unique brand salience. We decided to put the core strength of our culture, the culture of partnership, into the center of the EVP and transform what it might mean for various job seekers with different motivations. On top of that, we understood that current uncertainty imposes fear on all of us. People who lose control and miss the feeling that they can manage their future well need something to lean on. Modern psychology says that fear is fought with action. Therefore, people need means for personal agency. We created the latest EVP that we built on 3 core messages that aim to empower people and help them get their agency back. Number 1, we are your partner for progress in the entire cycle of your career. The second claim, you can future-proof your career with continuous learning at DataArt. And number 3, join DataArt to learn the skills that will be needed in the future, regardless of which company you work for. On top of those 3 core claims, our EVP emphasizes the scale of our organization, our diversity, and the opportunities these factors bring to the people. It highlights how it can enrich your personal experience of working at DataArt. You can try different lifestyles, build your global network of people from other countries and cultures, learn from the best, and live a more satisfying work life. We have created a graphic version of our EVP to illustrate our side of the deal as an employer, an image that will capture your attention and keep you engaged, because you'll be looking at different details and thinking about various interpretations of the little pieces of the puzzle. It also looks like a house with 4 rooms and a docking station for an airship. Cool, right? The idea behind the 4 parts of this brand house is rooted in research. We have reviewed various researches conducted on career motivations by multiple research teams and picked 4 core archetypes, core motivations that appeal to the majority of job seekers. The airship docking station is the opportunity zone. Sometimes you need to hurry up to catch that airship that will transform your qualification, role, domain, and your overall working experience. The airship is almost there. Just a couple more leaps and you will be on board. By describing our value proposition as an employer in this structured way, we make it easier for people to navigate and find appealing features that will drive their interest in engaging with data art. Our approach might be a bit unconventional, but it sure is measurable. In our latest employee engagement survey, we got the following results. The first metric that we're tracking, employer recommendation rate. 94% of employees recommended data art as a good employer. This metric reflects a high level of satisfaction and endorsement among the workforce. The second metric is retention intent. 93% of employers are willing to spend at least 2 more years with the company. This indicates strong employee loyalty and commitment to long-term employment with data art. The third metric is job satisfaction. And noteworthy 90% of employees express satisfaction with their current job conditions. High job satisfaction is an essential factor in employee retention and productivity. And number 4 is the sense of belonging. 80% of employees report a sense of belonging within the company. A strong sense of belonging is often associated with higher morale, engagement, and team cohesion. We are already implementing this brand communications framework in various stages of our candidate and employee journey, as well as in company-wide programs like onboarding and offboarding, and our platforms like our careers website and social media. We are localizing it into different languages and implementing it into HRM processes in different locations. And we're also working on extending it to the early careers candidates pool. Data Art's future trajectory is marked by adaptivity, expansion, and commitment to maintaining its unique culture while catering to the changing demands of remote work, emerging markets, and a shift towards enterprise-level services. Our ability to successfully balance these aspects will determine our continued growth and success in the years to come. Hope that we managed to inspire you a little bit with our success story. The world needs more people-centric workplaces like Data Art, so be brave and be inspirational. Thank you.
Great to hear from Anna at Data Art and sharing the wisdom and experience that they have had. And it's been great to see these 3 different case studies coming to you from the Inspiring Workplaces Award winners. I think it's great to be able to showcase them. This is it for me, Karen Volo from Evolution in Stockholm, and we will take a short break before we start up at the top of the hour. You'll be seeing Marta Muir from Inspiring Workplaces, and she'll be hosting Ireland and the UK for you for the next segment. Hope you're getting a lot out of this. It's great to get some good inspiration and get some influence coming from lots of different examples of people and companies that are doing great work out there. So come back. We'll be back here shortly and continue on this People First Summit going around the world in 24 hours. All right, that's it for me. Take care. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Hello, and welcome to London as part of the PeopleFirst Global Summit, powered by H&H. I'm Marta Muir, Head of Content and Community at Inspiring Workplaces, your host for the next 6 hours, while we speak with our inspiring guests from across the UK and Ireland. So first, just a quick overview of what we can expect from the next couple of hours with us. We've got case studies from our Inspiring Workplaces Award winners, talks from industry leaders on topics such as retaining top talent, getting your internal comms right, inclusion and diversity, using music to amplify company culture and engage teams. Stay tuned for this session, as we will be having some live music. And obviously, many more topics we'll be talking about today. A bit about the event. Our 24-hour Global People First Summit is being hosted live, but it is also being recorded and will be made available on demand. Don't forget to ask questions and share your thoughts in the comments during the talks. So back to where we are now, and I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, joining us from Galway in Ireland. So a warm welcome to Rory Conroy. He's a Vice President of Sales Development and Galway Site Lead at Diligent, the global leader in modern governance. At Diligent, which is one of our top inspired workplaces this year, so congratulations. Rory oversees a team of 70 people driving growth across the EMEA, APAC, and Americas regions. With extensive experience across companies like SiteMinder and Google, Rory will share insights on how to align employees' personal aspirations and organizational goals in his presentation titled The Talent Compass, Guiding Your Team to their North Star. Learn how Diligent's personal development plan framework empowers employees to discover their why and creates a purpose-driven culture. Welcome, Rory.
Martha, thank you so much, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to be speaking at the People First Global Summit. Really, really excited for the session ahead.
Well, we're grateful to have you here, and over to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Martha, and a warm welcome to everyone online. I hope those who have been following the session so far have gotten plenty out of it, and it's a fantastic topic to be going 24/7 or 24 hours and going into many different aspects of it. As Martha mentioned, I am the VP of Global Sales Development and the site leader for the Irish office in Galway. For Diligent. I've been with the company coming up on 4 years now. And this topic around guiding your team and talent development is really, really close to my heart. So really delighted to have the opportunity to speak with you all today on it. And I think certainly Steve Jobs said it very well when he said the only way to do great work is to love what you do. And if you haven't found it yet, keep looking, don't settle. Before I kind of get into a few kind of principles that I lead by, at least when it comes to North Star and talent development, I'm just going to share a short story with you around my own journey and my own motivations for speaking on this topic. And I guess if I look back at my own career, I kind of fell into lots of different things. Coming out of secondary school or high school, I had a very influential teacher who told me I'd be great at engineering, so I did engineering. After a year of engineering, I figured out I hated coding, so I started gravitating towards more business subjects. And that took me into a postgrad in advertising with e-commerce and ultimately into the media business, working in radio for 6.5 years. I was certainly very timid and very, I guess, more task-oriented individual when I started out, and I very much wanted to impress. So I certainly had no idea of what I wanted to do myself, but I had a good idea of what people wanted me to do. So I did it, and I did it really well. And I progressed in radio and did quite well, leading a couple of radio stations in Dublin from a commercial side of things. And then I realized that I just didn't want the next step up, which would have been CEO of a couple of stations in Dublin. So I moved to, at the time in the mid noughties, a fairly lesser known company, at least, called Google. And I'd always grown and been successful in radio because I could teach, and my unique selling point was teaching. And then I went into Google, started leading teams that had experience in digital sales, and my unique selling point overnight was eradicated. And I spent the first 6 months in Google trying to leave Google, which seems like career craziness if you think of it now, but I just had totally lost my confidence. I didn't feel I could lead or add any value. And I was running up against a manager at the time that I just didn't jive with. I had a very different experience of being led by. And then after 6 months, I had a change of manager and a total different change of perspective when it came to adding value as a leader and in myself, where my manager started to identify my ability to tell stories and sell the invisible, which radio was at the time. Google had just acquired YouTube, and we were far from, at the time, number one in the video or the display space. So I had a whole different perspective on how I could add value and think about myself in terms of what motivated me and got me excited. And I really enjoyed that journey in Google, working across multiple different teams. And I found, I guess, that North Star in myself around working with people and learning from people that you really respect, that challenges you, but makes you think very deeply about what makes you happy. And that's when I started to form, I suppose, real clear ideas around what made me happy at work. And that was having an impact. So being in a situation where if you bring your A game, you make a big difference. If you don't, unfortunately, you make a big difference for the wrong reasons. And I had a really powerful piece of feedback that I got towards the end of my tenure in Google, which was the best piece of career advice that I've ever had, and that was very simple. And we have a habit of complicating career development and investing so much in resourcing around it. But the clear advice I was given was, are you happy and are you learning? And quite simply, if both of them are yes, you're in the right place. And you shouldn't question it just because you've seen something on Instagram of someone having a great time and making a million on a side hustle in a matter of months, or your LinkedIn profile is being overran with peers and that are going up in the world or seem to be going up in the world. It's very much an introspective look at, am I happy and am I learning? And if both of them are yes, you're in the right place. If one is a no, do something about it. If both are a no, do something about it urgently, because you're probably not in the right place. And I think upon reflection of that feedback, I actually left Google and I moved to a retargeting startup called AdRoll on the back of a few US Googlers moving there and going into high level positions in the US. And I set up the office in Ireland and in Dublin for their EMEA headquarters. And again, that was the North Star that was driving me into that operation. Was there's people I was going to work with that I really, really enjoyed working with and I could learn from. And it was a founder-led organization, and the passion that founders have when it comes to their values and why they do what they do was something I hadn't experienced to the same level in Google. And that North Star of wanting to be happy and wanting to learn took me away from the bright lights of the big brand of Google and into the startup or semi-startup space of land and expand, which I was responsible for. And ultimately, that has been a big North Star for me over the last couple of years. And I've made lots of mistakes, but it's taken me a long time to realize that it starts with you and it's very personal career. It's not, career ladders help and resources help and all of those things help significantly, but nothing beats and can have as big an impact as a really personal conversation with and guiding that conversation for folks to figure out what they actually want to do in terms of their North Star. And that is, for me, by far the most powerful weapon that we have from a engagement perspective and talent development and retention perspective, is to get behind the surface level of the staff that we have and have them really think hard about what makes them happy and what drives them, what success looks like. And this bleeds so much into the type of talent that you bring into frontline management. Because no matter what I do in my organization or Brian Stafford, our CEO, does, will never have the same impact on frontline staff as their direct manager will. They influence how people feel every day. And the more that they can be influenced in a way that is engaging, that is playing to their strengths, challenging areas of development, but in a very personalized and targeted way. There's not a cookie cutter approach to how career development should be experienced. It has to be personalized. And for me, this is the currency that we can deal in, because increasing salaries and countering salaries of staff moving, it's a symptom of something else. I'll guarantee that if people feel really engaged and they're having very, very developmental conversations about who they are and what they enjoy and where they want to go to in terms of their North Star in the future and how they're going to get there, that's worth a huge amount. And it's hard to put a dollar value or euro value or pound value against having that engagement and support within an organization. So certainly be very mindful of the talent you hire into an organization, but double click on the frontline management and management levels, because it's those conversations and how they make people feel that is by far the strongest element of employee retention and development that I've come across, at least. And I've, to a certain extent, realized that the long way, and it's taken a few gray hairs and maybe 20 years to where I am now. But over the last 10 years, I've definitely started to realize who I am a lot more. And I wish I'd had that help from the very beginning to realize that, because I might have still made lots of mistakes, but I would have been running towards something rather than running. It's the difference between seeing the finish line in front of you and running on a treadmill and going nowhere. And that's a really, really important element in my mind as to how we make people feel in the workplace, that can have dramatically positive effects in them both personally and professionally. And that's what I mean by it isn't a one size fits all. It is so important that it is personal and it is intimate. And I think these are areas that perhaps we've started to shy away from as we've moved into hybrid and remote environments, that maybe there's been a bit of a break in the circuit. And I think there certainly has in terms of personal relations and employee relationships with their managers and mentors. And if I think back to even a couple of weeks ago, we had a new employee that was doing their development plan with myself and their manager for the first time, and we went very deep in terms of what success looks like and what makes them happy, and taken a lot of time to stay at that space before going into putting a plan in place, because there's no point putting a plan in place if you don't clarify what that North Star is. What are you running towards? And it's one of probably those few situations from a HR perspective, and I know we've got a lot of HR leaders and on this call, I'm sure, where the employee got quite upset, but not from a bad perspective or a negative perspective. It was very much from a realization of what actually does drive them and make them happy and what they're passionate about, and probably for the first time really understanding why they're passionate about certain things. And in that instance, it was to counter their own experiences when they were younger growing up and other things that, were quite heavy discussions, but ultimately the realization of why they want to coach and help each other and help other people and really move into that space of helping people be successful and giving them that edge as a mentor and a coach was a big topic that came out of that discussion, because the individual in question didn't have that either from a childhood perspective or even early career perspective. And they found it now and they want to give that back to everyone they work around. And that was such a driving force within the individual that the person was moved to tears. And again, I think it's going there. That is the piece that I think a lot of folks put the handbrake up on and they don't go there. But to be able to connect the dots to that person, to be so clear as to what their North Star is of what they want to do and what makes them happy, that for me drives this flywheel effect, that if your day-to-day operations will soar and your whatever your job is will go to a whole different level if you know your why and where it's going to. And that's what development planning and personalized development planning is. It's identifying that North Star of anywhere between 2 to 5 years from where you are right now, and connecting what you do every day as a logical pathway to building the skills to get to where you want to get to in the future. And it's so important to ensure that, from my perspective at least, that staff know that conversation is just as important as your KPIs that you're working to every day. Because for me, it is the fuel that will drive high performance and consistently high performance environments. Um, and it is that running towards something that is exciting and aligns with your values and your motivations, that will have you turning up every Monday morning. In Ireland, at least, is often grey at this time of the year and rainy, but there's a bounce in your step and you know why you're doing what you're doing. So helping people identify that North Star or that why is the fuel that drives day to day, week to week, month to month, high performance, because it's working towards something you really want to achieve. So that's a little bit, I guess, about my own journey and how I found out the why for myself. It took me about 10 years, but I got there in the end, and I've used that as my North Star of decision making. And then from a more recent experience, to kind of highlight just how important those conversations are with staff to help them make sense of where they're going and make sense of what they do every day to drive high performance and engaged cultures. So next, I'm just going to take you guys through just a short kind of structure around the North Star, and how I frame and kind of hold those conversations with the folks that I work with. And I find this structure really, really helpful when it comes to the the understanding of the process and then connecting the dots between what you do on a short-term, medium-term, and long-term basis. So this is that first piece that I mentioned or referenced earlier in that kind of example with a staff member in recent weeks. It's that where you want to be in 2 to 3 years time, but it's separated from a binary role, because what I often find is if someone's a sales development representative and wants to become an account executive, that's a very narrow lens of what you want to achieve, and that peripheral vision of where you could develop and grow into starts to become blurred, and you're cutting out so many opportunities to learn and grow that you just can't see because you're so fixated on the end goal, which is in this example an AE or an account executive. So this is where I spend a lot of time, and it feels like it should be the quickest piece, because what I ask from folks here is, in 2 to 3 years time, in a sentence, how would you describe what you'd like to be experiencing? What would be that state that you'd be really, really happy with and really, really excited to achieve? And this is where every word matters, and it has to be succinct, and it has to be meaningful, and it has to be, more than anything else, really, really exciting and challenge you, but something you really desire to experience in that 2 to 3 year time frame. And this piece, for some people, I think when you really probe into it, lots of people have an idea off the top of their head, but then you break it down into experiences and really get into why, and push people hard to really sense check that their why is solid. And it's not because everyone else is doing it, it's because they're doing it. Again, are they going to be happy, and are they going to be learning? So this can take up to 6 weeks. And I kind of run 6 weekly cycles when it comes to check-ins on people's development planning. So nailing this first piece is what it's all about, because again, this is what you're running towards. This is what everything should lead towards, and this is your why. So shortchanging the North Star will result in putting plans in place that run fast, but with the lights off. You could end up anywhere. This is about putting the lights on and knowing where you're going. So taking the time to succinctly nail in a couple of sentences or a sentence or even a few words, what are the experiences that you want to be going through and core skills that you want to have in 2 to 3 years time, where you can say, I am really, really happy with where I am, and I'm really proud of being able to get there. So that's the first piece, is taking that and having that deep conversation around that North Star and that why. So once you have that, then you roll it back and you think about, okay, if that's where I want to be in 2 to 3 years time, my North Star, what are the key skills that I need to develop over the next 12 months that are going to be critical to me being on the right track and achieving that North Star? So again, take an account executive as an example, or being in a commercial position, the type of skills that you might want to develop there might be negotiation skills or closing skills, or storytelling. And when I work with employees then in those examples is, if they're the top skills that you're going to need to be really, really strong to be in a position to be able to develop into a commercial and into a commercial role and have the experiences you've identified in your North Star, where would you rank yourself today on those skills? And how do you move them up the ladder in terms of competency and confidence? So this is an area where you get into that kind of more medium term view of 12 months from now. Here are the specific skills in a stack rank that are most important to me, because I know if I nail and develop these skills, I'm going to be a lot closer to my North Star. And again, this is a line or two to identify the skill and describe what success in that skill looks like in 12 months' time. And again, this isn't pages and pages of documentation. It's very clear, succinct insight as to what good looks like and what you're aspiring to achieve. So what we have here then is your North Star, which is 2 to 3 years from now, something you're super pumped and excited to get to. And then you're rolling it back to the priority skills in 12 months' time, that if you're really, really improved at and developed, then you're on the right track to influence the outcome, which is your North Star that you want to achieve ultimately in the longer term. So then in order to get to that skill development and those priority skills that you want to work on, you then drop it back to more granular tactical actions that you're going to take in 1 to 3 month sprints that are going to develop those skills. So that's taking a skill, and in example we use there, an account executive type of commercial skill, which might be looking at negotiation skills, for example, getting granular on that might be breaking it down into 3 to 4 different actions that you're going to take that very much follows a SMART goals methodology of what is the developmental area, why is it important, how will you know that you've got there in terms of achieved it, whose help do you need to get there, and by when. So you're getting into this very focused approach then of what are the component parts of that skill that I'm going to perfect and develop in 1 to 3 month sprints over the next 12 months. Because if I do this granular effort and work, I know that I'm going to be able to influence my 12-month skill development priorities. And I know if I achieve that, I'm on track to achieve what great looks like in the next 2 to 3 years. And that is something that's really important, because this granular piece is that pathway. It's a very clear, this is what I will do, why I'm doing it, whose help I need, what outcome I expect, and by when. And the important thing to note about all this is and should be a fluid document, because people will learn as they go that the stuff they love doing, they want to do more of it, or the North Star might change, might be personal or professional reasons for that. And that's fine too. But so long as it becomes this fluid, personalized document that you're working with the individual on, it's always their North Star document of how they're going to get to where they want to get to. And it's by doing and trying that often you learn that you like or dislike, or find out other things that you haven't even experienced that you want to develop. And that this is the framework that really, really helps that happen. But that granular piece is so important, because you're getting into this, I said, I did, and we're holding ourselves accountable then in the final step, which is regular check-ins with your mentor and or manager, depending on whether they're the same person or not. That's facilitating this coaching experience. And this is where you hold each other accountable. And listen, like I said, life gets in the way, and things can happen that you miss a deadline, and that's fine. But we should hold ourselves accountable, and sometimes be a bit annoyed if we don't hit the markers that we said we're going to hit. Because what often happens is, this is a great exercise on paper. You start with great gusto the first couple of sessions, and then KPIs get hard and the business is tough and people just don't have time for this. This is, for me, as if not more important than your KPIs, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, because this is the why. And people will increase their effectiveness, I believe, fundamentally, and I've seen it multiple times, on a daily basis, weekly, monthly basis, if they're running towards something they're passionate about. At your peril would I neglect the precious time that is boxed off for these conversations, and ensuring that we understand why things have changed, we understand why we might have missed a deadline, but we're going to get back on track because this is important. And it's that type of flow that's really important. So again, to close off this section, is your North Star is that 2 to 3 year where you want to be in the future. Prioritizing developmental areas are the core skills that are going to get you there over the next 12 months in terms of priority areas you're going to develop in terms of skill set. Getting granular are the tactical things you're going to do to improve those skills over the next 12 months. And then checking in is keeping you honest and ensuring that your North Star is as you want it to be. And I'll leave you on these couple of points, which is takeaways for what they're worth, and I hope they're worth something. Is it's all about personalization, it's all bespoke, and for me it's all about meaningful conversations that go there. And you have to go there because they're the ones that matter, and people don't go there anymore with those type of personal conversations as much as maybe we might have in the past. But it's so important to help people, particularly early, any tenure, but particularly early stage staff, to understand and help them understand themselves, who they are, what makes them happy, and what they value most. And it should be their plans. So personalized development plans create that supportive environment. So when you're having those more targeted conversations, there needs to be a level of strong trust and understanding as to why we're going to have conversations like this, and making sure all parties are comfortable going there um, ahead of time as well, because it can be quite difficult for some people, managers included, to go there with those kind of conversations. But important that the environment is as supportive and clear as possible. Encourage employees to discover their North Stars. So it is on them. Your job, from my perspective at least, is to coach and facilitate, ask open-ended and probing questions, but you're not answering them. It's their document, it's their North Star, it's their development plan. And that's where the accountability and ownership thrives, is when it becomes an employee's North Star and their words and their commitments, and providing that continuous feedback and adjusting the plan as needed. I just touched on that, but it's so important to ensure that it tweaks and changes, it's fluid, but it's reflective of what's exciting the employee in the short, medium, and long term. And yeah, at the end of the day, be a mentor, not just a manager. Your role for me as a manager is to tap into the superpower that everyone has, and that's different. And that comes with a very guided and considered conversation that is very much about active listening and reading body language and really personalizing the conversation from tone to questioning and everything that goes with that to the person, and being very, very present and fully present. And there you go.
Rory, thank you so much. Listening to your presentation, I can really tell that you've taken this to the next level in terms of really making a personalized people first experience for your employees at Diligent, which is just great to hear. As we are kind of leaning towards the next presentation, just a closing remarks from you. From an employee perspective, for someone who's really struggling to discover what their North Star is, and I know you said that at the end of your presentation, it's on them. They need to kind of ask, what sort of questions would you ask them? A couple of questions quickly. What can they ask themselves to discover that if they're really struggling with this?
Yeah, great question, Martha. I think just a couple of quick questions would be, when was the last time you felt successful and why? And you can run that thread down. Why was that successful? What feeling did it give you? What was the validation? Was it you, or was it what someone gave you? And try to kind of move that conversation leaning towards areas that you can visibly see that they're excited about those topics when they talk about them. And genuinely ask them, are they happy and are they learning, and what makes them happy? And they're so hard questions to answer. Thankfully, I'm on the right one side of the table asking them, not being asked them. But it is those questions and being comfortable with silence to help people think through them and give people consolation that most people, you all think that everyone's got it. Most people don't got it. It's not just because, social media paints a picture of success doesn't mean that people are actually successful. Successful people are the happy people that are learning. And you can be that person if you choose to be, and I'm here to help you get there.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate you spending time with us today. And thank you. Thanks again.
Of course. Thanks to you, Martha. Thank you.
Bye. Well, thank you very much to Rory. That was a great presentation. And we're on to our next speaker, and that is Sophie Tomlinson. She's a client director at H&H with a vast experience in internal communications. Sophie will take us through her presentation titled Nailing the Narrative, How a Single Campaign Can Leave a Legacy. She'll demonstrate how H&H helps clients connect their narrative to business outcomes to inspire and engage their employees. So without further ado, let's welcome Sophie to the stage.
Good morning. Hi, Martha. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thank you. I'm going to leave the stage to you. So I'll bring your presentation now. Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Thank you. Oh, I think that's the old presentation, Martha. Perfect. Great. Thank you. Well, it's so lovely to hear about meaningful conversations this morning, and that's really set the scene beautifully for our next session of the day, which, as Martha said, is all about nailing that narrative. So let's get started, shall we? Did you know? It is scientifically proven that every single one of us will fall victim to bad, unclear, or downright confusing messaging at some point in our lives. Well, this is probably true, but it's as yet unproven. But in all seriousness, you might say, yeah, so what's the problem, Sophie? Yeah, bad comms exists. It can be a bit embarrassing, but, shrug it off and move on. But let me ask you, what if the stakes were a little bit higher? Let's step into the workplace, where more than 1 in 3 employees feel that their internal comms is not well organised or structured, and this leads to a sense of confusion and information overload. And what's worse, we know that when employees feel overwhelmed by internal comms, they are 30% less likely to feel motivated to contribute to their company's goals. So, what's the bottom line is that bad comms is actually bad for business. But what can we do about it? At H&H, we've worked with hundreds of clients, supporting them to deliver standout comms that help make the world of work better. Nailing that messaging to create comms that engage and inspire, so colleagues can feel better connected and be happier and more fulfilled, and crucially, more motivated. As Marta said, today I'll be sharing with you a recent example of a narrative to support an internal comms campaign and how it left a legacy beyond the initial activity. Then we'll dive into some top tips for your very own narrative success. So let's talk about narratives. As many of you know, the cornerstone of any communications challenge is asking ourselves, what do we want the receiver of our message to think, feel, and ultimately do? Because good comms doesn't just provide information or education. More often than not, it compels you to do something different. It's about changing attitudes and behaviours. For example, today you're listening to me talk to you about narratives. Ideally, after this session, I'd like you to think about what a narrative is and how it can be helpful in an internal comms context. I'd like you to feel energized and equipped with some tools and fresh perspectives to help shape the messaging of your next upcoming project. And ultimately, I'd love you to put some of these learnings into practice in your day-to-day work. So if we want to change attitudes and behaviours, having a narrative can help us achieve this. So what is a narrative, Sophie? Well, simply put, a narrative is just a story. And for internal comms, telling stories is incredibly useful. We humans find stories more memorable and relatable than simple facts and figures. And so a narrative can help bring to life your purpose and business strategy in a way that is easy for colleagues to understand and relate to, helping colleagues take an active role in thinking about their individual contribution to company success, shifting that mindset from what can my organisation do for me to what can I do for my organisation. So let's dive into what this can look like in action. Last year, JTC, a financial services company, were faced with a challenge. Shared ownership, where everyone who works there has the opportunity to own a financial stake in the business, is an integral part of who they are and what they believe in. And it really sets them apart in the industry. But after a period of rapid expansion and acquisition, the business had doubled in size, and they were faced with a new employee population, with over 60% never having experienced a share award previously, including 50% of all managers. With an upcoming share award on the horizon, there was a clear need for refreshed comms to help everybody get prepared and on board. In past years, JTC had built up a lot of goodwill and trust within the business and enjoyed an unspoken understanding and buy-in to what shared ownership was and the JTC culture as a whole. But now, with a new look workforce, the status quo had obviously shifted, and it would be unwise to assume that managers and individual teams would be equipped to help explain and set out the wider context of the share award to new joiners. Plus, not everyone has the same level of financial literacy, and so it's really important to set a baseline level of understanding. So the first requirement was clearly to address the immediate information gaps, so everybody can understand the more technical mechanics of the share award and feel prepared to take appropriate action. And it's vital that any messaging around this is kept clear and consistent, because the implications for getting it wrong would be really serious. Individuals might feel confused and miss important steps and maybe even be impacted financially. And this could result in losing trust in the business and might eventually lead to staff attrition. However, this was also a fantastic opportunity to reinforce the company's ethos, helping the new joiners and fresh faces Understand that having a shared ownership mindset is a fundamental pillar of JTC's Stronger Together culture and supports the business in achieving their purpose of maximising potential for clients and themselves. Because shared ownership is so much more than owning shares in a business. It's about everyone getting involved, taking an active role in work, and understanding what and how they can add to the culture. This was the perfect opportunity, therefore, to employ a narrative, breaking it down into what we want every colleague at JTC to think, feel, and do. And that's exactly how it went. The messaging was grouped around 3 pillars: think like owners, act like owners, so everybody can be rewarded as owners. Here I'm sharing an excerpt from the first piece of content that was created and launched to employees, which set the scene and introduced the leading message, we are all owners of the business, alongside the 3 narrative pillars. And this clear, concise messaging laid the foundations to deliver a campaign of impactful comms across the business, helping to ground the practical tools and guidance around receiving a share award in the bigger picture of what it means to be an owner of the business. So although it was created primarily for engagement comms around the share award, this messaging proved such a hit with senior leaders and colleagues alike that it had a reach far beyond its original purpose. Leaders began to use this messaging to help articulate and frame their team updates and divisional messaging to staff. And when it was time to refresh the business strategy for the next 5 years, thinking, acting, and being rewarded as owners was the perfect anchor. Here, you can see how the narrative sits comfortably alongside JTC's purpose, values, and strategic vision. Think, act, reward acts as the foundation on which the business goals will be achieved. They are shared goals, and it's a collective endeavour as everyone is an owner of the business. And so because the narrative is so aligned to the purpose, you can see how it really easily is dialed up to suit those big ticket strategy comms pieces. However, it can also be dialed down and be used in more business as usual updates. For example, when it was time to share the results of the latest People survey, the new narrative proved to be the perfect hook. Rather than a simple "you said we did" campaign, you can see how the results were framed as colleagues having their say as owners of the business. And this created a really powerful connection between employee voice and company culture. And by using this narrative across those company-wide communications, a clear and consistent message was established and embedded across the business. And 70% of colleagues responded to a survey saying that think, act, reward positioning really helped them better understand shared ownership as a whole. Once the share award campaign had run its course, you might think that think, act, reward would then be shelved, but no. Because its messaging was so impactful, it has left a legacy in the business. So much so that the learning team are creating an onboarding module based around it for new starters, as well as a learning module specifically designed for leadership training to help managers better understand and articulate what being an owner at JTC looks like, so they can in turn role model for their teams. So let's dive in now and break down why this narrative was so impactful. Well, first and foremost, it stayed simple with one singular focus: ownership. We're exposed to thousands of messages every day, at work, at home, on the commute, on our devices, which means that when you're trying to get your colleagues' attention, you now have to work harder than ever. Plus, in a post-COVID workplace, where the majority of us are communicating digitally, it's even more of a challenge to cut through the noise. You get a few seconds of someone's attention before the next team ping or email or Slack notification. And more often than not, people are multitasking too, responding to messages whilst on a Zoom call. So long attention spans are out. Short, bite-sized content is in. So a single focus to your messaging is absolutely key, keeping it short and sweet and aligned to your strategy. This makes it more memorable, but it also means, as we've just seen, that it's able to flex and adapt to suit changing needs. A long, complex, overly specific narrative might be perfectly suited to a singular purpose, but it would likely have a really short shelf life, and that's not very economical. So it's important to always have the eventual so what in mind. What is your message ultimately in service of? Remember, we're always thinking about what do we want people to do. Ultimately here, we want people to feel engaged and connected to the business purpose and motivated to play their part in achieving objectives. So having a narrative that connects back up to your purpose means that we can weave that golden thread between all the messaging, connecting everything together. And having an agreed narrative also ensures consistency of messaging across the business, which helps all leaders and managers able to sing from the same hymn sheet. And research suggests that a message must be received at least 7 times in different ways for it to be heard and registered properly. So consistency really is key here. And being able to share the same message across different channels in different ways only strengthens its meaning. This can include surfacing specific words or phrases in business as usual comms, like we saw with the engagement survey results. And by dialing your messaging up or down, but having it stay connected to the bigger picture, helps reaffirm understanding about how everyone's actions contribute to those larger business objectives. Plus, from a comms perspective, having that overarching narrative means that when things come into the team from left field, you can more often than not slot them into the narrative, helping the unplanned ticket items feel more planned and less overwhelming for colleagues who are already overloaded with messaging. For example, a new IT transformation project or a relaunch of your employer brand. Rather than having these separate campaigns and messaging, consider bringing them into your narrative, keeping everything integrated rather than siloed, helping colleagues to understand the role they play in the company and what they can do to help achieve business outcomes. And this reinforces that every project and initiative in the business is in service of the overall purpose. So even if you have multiple work streams to shout about, every voice is singing in harmony rather than a cacophony of clashing cymbals. And pro tip, if you do have a high level, single focus narrative that is aligned to your purpose and you are still finding it difficult to shoehorn a message into, you might want to rethink that message. Okay, so we want colleagues to feel engaged and inspired, positively driven to contribute to business objectives. It's helpful then to look at the factors that actively contribute to job satisfaction and indeed dissatisfaction. Herzberg, a 20th century psychologist, defined this as the 2-factor theory, stating that there are hygiene factors, such as pay and benefits, and motivating factors, such as recognition, a sense of purpose and involvement. And these factors independently work from each other. So improving one set of factors doesn't necessarily translate to the other. And both of these factors are really important to consider as part of a positive work environment, although comms is less able to impact the hygiene factors, as these tend to be more fixed policies. However, motivating factors have a greater impact on satisfaction than hygiene factors, appealing to our higher level needs. Because humans are hardwired to find motivation in things that give them joy, purpose, and meaning. And communications can have a huge impact on how these opportunities are positioned in the workplace, which is why think, act, and reward was so powerful. Rather than focusing on the financial payout, instead, the focus was placed on the autonomy and purpose colleagues have at JTC, reinforcing all the things they own together and reminding them why they come to work. So we've nailed the content, but how to present it? Well, we can employ some really simple rhetorical devices to lend our messaging some weight. Let's start with the rule of 3. 3 really is the magic number. It's a fact that odd numbers of things are more pleasing to the human brain and more likely to stick. Think of any famous phrase or story. Goldilocks and the 3 bears, 3 pigs and the big bad wolf, 3 blind mice, 3 musketeers. You get the picture. Even the latest pop earworm from Sabrina Carpenter's Please, Please, Please plays into this. And doesn't it just stick in your head? So consider harnessing this crowd-pleasing element to group your ideas together and give them some weight. Think act reward. Because a single statement can sometimes feel weak. 2 might be coincidence, but 3 always feels like a really considered choice. And it's not just the power of 3, whether it's repetition, alliteration, or sibilance. It's important to think of ways to make the words and phrases that you're using stand out. Devices like these can tickle the senses and make them more memorable and resonant. And this works in every case. Because, for example, get ready to get moving and grooving sounds so much better than prepare to dance, doesn't it? So let's finish with some ways you might want to set the scene for narrative success using a handy and very appropriate mnemonic, once upon a time. Because after all, we are telling a story. O stands for opportunity. Every narrative needs to have a sense of opportunity, a possibility for everyone involved to make something happen. A powerful story makes people want to get involved, so there has to be a sense that there is space there for them to do so. U stands for uplifting. A successful narrative is one that uplifts and inspires. This doesn't necessarily mean that it can't reference a challenge, especially if you're using a narrative to help support a big change program. But it needs to at least end on a note of optimism, leaving colleagues feel hopeful about the future. A is for adaptable. As we've seen, a great narrative can bend and flex. So make sure you can dial it up and down depending on your comms needs, be that relating to a company-wide strategy launch or a simple business as usual update. And finally, T stands for tangible, because the most powerful stories allow colleagues to put themselves at the center and see themselves as the hero. So it needs to be tangible and relatable. And we're not talking about a lofty tale of Marvic comic book powers, but relating back to what every individual, everyday hero can do to contribute to business objectives, understanding how they can make a difference in their role. So let's end with a little story. Your story. Once upon a time, you sat down to write the narrative for your next big project. Before you got your pen out, you made sure that your messaging was single-minded and linked to your strategy. You focused on how colleagues could find joy, purpose, and meaning in their work. And then you created a powerful piece of rhetoric. You filled it with opportunity, the possibility for everyone to get behind it and make amazing things happen. You used uplifting language, inspiring everyone to get on board. You were able to adapt it across different business areas and priorities, and you made it tangible so everyone could see how they could make a difference. This led to an engaged workforce with greater profitability, increased productivity, and a huge reduction in employee turnover. Now, wouldn't that be a great story to tell? Well, I hope that has sparked your imagination today and given you some ideas to take away into your everyday. And if you're looking for more inspiration, please go and take a look at our resources on our website.
Sophie, thank you so much for this great step-by-step presentation and process of just really singling out that single narrative. I mean, you as internal comms experts, you must have clients coming up to you and saying, well, we've got this great story, we've got this great purpose for the business, but often communications just find themselves stuck. It's like, how are we gonna, communicate that? So it kind of cascades throughout the whole organization, and even the the employees at the front office level, etc., depending on obviously different organizations, understand that level and can really live and through it. So what's your thoughts on that? What's your like piece of advice for clients coming to you to wanting to get that narrative right?
Yeah, I think it's always really easy when you're in the thick of it, when you're in the middle of a project, to make it. You want everyone to have all the information immediately, and you want them to know all the details because you yourself are so ingrained in it. But as we saw, it's really important to really strip it back, take it up as high as you possibly can, so that it's really clear, simple, single-minded. If you can really get that, it sounds sort of deceptive, but simple really is better because it's more memorable. And then if you can't strip back your messaging to some really clear principles, you might want to have to rethink it. It might not be as clear as you might have first thought. And actually, as we see, people are so busy, they haven't got time to engage with something that's really complicated and layered. So having that, something that you can use, then obviously if you want to have a bit more of a complex detail, we need detail. People need to know what's going on, but it's having that framework to put around that detail, which really makes it clear for everybody.
I think that's a really important piece of advice because myself, I'm a very detailed person. So sometimes just taking that step back and finding what's really important and what needs to be communicated can be really hard. So having a good structure to do that is really important. So that's really insightful. Thank you. Any closing remarks from you after the presentation? Anything?
Yeah, I would just invite everyone to have a bit of fun with it. I think, some people can get quite stuck in comms. It's very serious and detailed, but, just because it is relating to something business related, it doesn't have to be formal. People respond to informal, accessible language that they can kind of see themselves reflected in. And so I think it's always have your audience in mind. It doesn't matter really, you might be having a very different kind of relation to the work, but actually thinking about what are the people who are ultimately going to be receiving this message feeling, what do they need, and putting yourselves in their shoes and coming up with messaging that feels really authentic and easy to understand.
Right. Keeping it human in a world of change.
Human. I love that. Yes, let's keep it human, keep it fun. Remind yourselves who you're talking to. We're not robots, and we respond to really nice language.
That's really, really great advice. Well, thank you so much, Sophie. We're so grateful for your time and sharing all this great insight with us today. I'll let you go on with the rest of your day. Hopefully you'll stay and watch some of the other presentations with us as we move along.
Can't wait. Thanks so much, Martha. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you to you, and thank you to H&H, our sponsor. Thank you. All right. Bye. Well, that was a great presentation from Sophie there. We actually have 2 minutes to spare, so we're just going to put have a little break, go and grab a glass of water, and we'll be back with you in about approximately 2 minutes with our next speaker. So see you soon. Welcome back to the People First Global Summit. Now we welcome Naomi Orton, Director of Global Employee Engagement at Foundever, one of our top inspiring workplaces this year. Congratulations. Naomi has over 15 years of experience in HR and currently leads programs in employee voice, reward and recognition, as well as health and well-being at Foundever, a global company with 170,000 associates in 45 countries. She'll be presenting on a mission, co-creating the future of work experience with our people. This session will dive deep into how Foundever harnesses employee feedback for impactful change. Well, welcome to you, Naomi. Hello.
Hello.
I think our connection is a
Hello.
little bit... we can hear you, but you're kind of frozen on the screen, but hopefully we can hear you okay.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yep. I will upload your presentation slides and I'll let you take the stage. Thank you for joining us today.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. So, yes, I am here to talk a little bit about our Voice of the Employee program at Foundever. But before I take you on that journey, I first want to just talk you through a little bit about Foundever, provide you a little bit of context about who we are and what we do. So we are a customer experience provider. So we are working behind many of the world's biggest household brands. So what this means in practical terms is if you phone up a customer service line to chase up an online order that hasn't been delivered, if you are chatting with an agent on a website to get some more information, if you're emailing in a customer complaint, then chances are you're coming through to one of our agents. And we have 150,000 associates around the world in 45 countries, speaking 60 languages. And one of the numbers that always blows my mind is that we are delivering over 9 million customer experiences every single day. So that is 9 million opportunities to make or break somebody's day. And we've all been there and felt the joy and relief when our issue or concern is resolved really quickly and effectively. And we've all felt that frustration and anxiety and stress when things aren't getting resolved, and we feel like we're being passed from department to department. So we have a pretty awesome responsibility at Foundever to those customers, those 9 million interactions every single day, and of course to the 150,000 people around the world that we are employing. So our mantra is the associate experience is the customer experience. And I think that's something that we all hear a lot, and all organizations, or at least most organizations, will say their people are the most important part. The people are their greatest asset. And at Foundever, I think we feel a real sense of importance and urgency around this point, because we are not reaching our customers through a physical product. It's not through the latest smartphone, through clothes or cosmetics, but our product is in fact this moment of connection between two people, the customer that really needs our help and care and support, and the associate that is providing that support. So the question is, of course, how on earth do we begin to craft an experience for 150,000 people in 45 countries speaking multiple languages? And how do we stay agile and responsive to the changing needs and desires and wants of our people? And it really starts with our Voice of the Employee program. That is the very foundation of everything that we do and the way that we work at Foundever and the way that we want to work at Foundever. So our internal Voice of the Employee program, we call it MAX, so My Associate Experience. And it's very simple in that we listen and we act. Those are the two pillars of our program. And the listening part, we have a number of global listening tools that we use to gather feedback and insights and ideas from our people. But the challenge that we have, and I'm sure many of you experience as well, is with how we act on that feedback. That is the part that is the most difficult to execute and deliver on. And that's really the bit that I wanted to dig in a little bit deeper with you today and share some of what we're doing at Foundever. We haven't cracked the code. We're still learning and experimenting, but I'm really proud of some of the stuff that we're doing, and I hope that you will find some interesting ideas and inspiration within that. So the first or the biggest problem that we are trying to solve in our listening program when we're acting on employee feedback is me. And by me, I mean our individual leader and manager in the process. And I'm not here to talk down our leaders and our managers, who are all trying to do great things and with really good and great intentions. But maybe if I talk through my own experience to illustrate this point. So before I moved into the role that I'm in today, I was an HR manager for some of our locations in the UK. And there are so many projects and initiatives and rollouts that I was part of, led, responsible for, that never really achieved anything, that never moved the needle on anything. And there's a specific example that always comes to mind that I talk about often, where me and some of the leadership team at the time created a whole engagement framework in response to some feedback we had in an employee survey. And the feedback was about our associates not feeling valued, not feeling like a statistic, feeling like a number, not feeling like an individual in our business. So we spent months creating an entire engagement framework about how to do one-to-ones, team meetings, reward and recognition, how to celebrate milestones. And the impact of this engagement framework was absolutely zero. And after months and months of work, it disintegrated pretty quickly. And the problem was that at no point when we were putting together this framework did we speak to a single employee to understand what it is that they wanted. We had identified the problem in the survey feedback, but we didn't take any time to really understand, well, what is it that our people want? What would help them to feel valued and seen and motivated and part of the organization? And at no point did we validate any of the work that we were doing with our associates to say, this is what we think might help. What do you think? Is this solving the problem? Does this resonate? Does this work for you? And so that is really the problem that we are trying to solve with our Voice of the Employee program. And we are very lucky at Foundever that we have 150,000 experts that we can call on to solve these problems, to design new experiences, to create great products. And each one of our associates is an expert in their own experience, an expert in the interactions and transactions that they have every day. And so it's really about, how do we harness this collective intelligence? How can we crowdsource all of the ideas and innovation and co-create with our people to actually deliver impactful solutions when they tell us something isn't working? And that is where, in my opinion, things get really exciting. And this is where our mission process comes in. So it's part of Max, our Associate Experience Program, and it is something that we have been developing for the last 5 years. So it launched in 2019. And when we first launched this program, we launched it without any kind of technology, but with the desire to really co-create with our people, to make them part of the design of solutions and the implementation of solutions. And I think this is where things are different, certainly in how we operate internally, but I think different from many VOE programs, because we are going that step further. We're getting the feedback from our people, but instead of, as a leadership team, a management team, we're going off into a side room and spending weeks and months developing something and then launching it out completely fresh. We are taking our end user, our associates, on the journey and co-designing and co-creating the solution with them. So what does that actually look like? What do we mean by Max Missions? So we've now got to a point where we have a technical solution that helps to support this, which means we can scale it very quickly and effectively across our global organization. And it's basically a way to advertise opportunities for our associates to help co-create with us. So a classic example is redesigning the onboarding process. So we have feedback from associates that the onboarding perhaps isn't where it needs to be. Our data shows that people aren't reaching performance levels quick enough, that they don't feel as engaged in the early part of their employment. And so we want to redesign that onboarding experience. So our old approach would have been, okay, HR team, L&D team, we're off to spend a few months, maybe 6 months, 8 months, redesigning this whole process. Through Max Missions, we will put this out to our global workforce. We will say, you've told us you want us to improve the onboarding process. So now we're inviting you to come and help us to do that. And so our missions can be a range of activities, and they are built on design thinking and UX framework. So it could be participating in a more targeted survey. And surveys are an easy way to get a lot of people involved and get a lot of feedback very quickly. But it could also be participating in one-to-one interviews. It can be joining workshops to redesign a part of the experience. So we've got the feedback from surveys, from one-to-one interviews, from forums, and now we want to start to build the solution, and our associates can be part of building that solution with us. They can participate in user tests and prototype testing. So if, for example, through this onboarding initiative, we determine that we need an onboarding app, then our associates will help us to design that app along with our IT and software teams. And they'll also be part of testing that app. So before we go live with it, before it becomes part of our process, we're going to test it with associates, and they can explore the app, give feedback, tell us, does it have the right information, the right navigation? Can they find things easily? And we continue to iterate on that process. And so these missions can be global in scope or they can be local in scope. So we can push something out for every associate around the world to see. They can go to our mission page in the intranet. They can look through the missions that are open and choose to participate in the activities or the projects that they are personally excited about or they feel they can contribute to, and they can register to participate. And we can also do some audience targeting. So we can be very specific, because some of these missions will be specific to a country. They may be specific to a functional group, to a client that we support. And so we can target those mission adverts to particular groups as well. So not everyone sees everything, but only the missions that would be relevant to them. And they can register, participate, earn points. And it's a way for people to be actively involved in the whole process from start to finish. And some of these pictures that you're seeing on screen are pictures from our co-creation events, from our workshops. We do some in person, and there's nothing better than getting in a room full of people with lots of sticky notes and generating lots of ideas and voting and prioritizing on them. And we can also run these events virtually as well. And we use Miro, which is a virtual whiteboard where people can collaborate. And the brilliant thing about this is that we can collaborate with people from all over the world in all different countries. And we can bring together people that would never ordinarily meet. A frontline customer service agent working in India can be in a workshop with a customer service agent from North America, from the Philippines, from France, and also be working together with some of our IT team, our HR team, or other specialists that will be helping to facilitate that project. So it's that opportunity to connect and meet with people that you would never normally have the chance to, which is an exciting opportunity as well. And these missions are really designed to solve any problem. So of course, we are looking at opportunities in the employee experience. So taking feedback from our global survey, from our pulse surveys, from forums, and trying to solve those challenges and create better experiences for people. But we can also use this to solve problems in our customer journey as well. So are there things that our associates are identifying that could help our customer? Are there pain points in the customer journey? Are there pain points with some of the tools and the systems that our customers are using? And how can we use our collective intelligence to redesign and improve that for our customers as well? And so the benefits of this are multiple. Primarily, this approach means that we can do more impactful work and create better solutions. So going back to my original point of being involved in all of these projects and initiatives and rollouts that never really moved the needle or changed anything significantly. By using this approach and co-designing and co-creating with your end user removes a lot of risk from your process and removes a lot of that gamble as well. And I think we've all been there, and I've certainly been there, when you're launching something out and you're crossing your fingers and hoping, God, I hope everyone likes it. I hope they get it. I hope it works. But if you're co-creating with your end user, then that risk and that gamble goes away, because you've created something that you know will work for them because they've helped you to design it. You can work faster and deliver much faster. And this is always a challenge for us internally, and it still is in some respects, because the perception from some people is, God, this is just going to take us so much longer. If we're inviting other people to co-create with us, if we're inviting all these other people in to have their opinions and share their ideas, it's going to take us forever to design our final product. But it isn't actually the case, because when you go through a structured process and a structured set of workshops and activities, you get there much faster, because you remove a lot of debate and conversation, and you have structured activities where you prioritize and vote on a way forward. And I think we've all been in those meetings where you talk and debate around what to do with something, and then you leave the meeting an hour, 2 hours later, and you've not actually resolved anything. So it does help you to work faster and deliver faster. And also you remove a huge amount of wasted effort on projects and initiatives and solutions that actually just don't work. Of course, it helps with innovation and creativity, because you invite in a lot of diverse perspectives from people from different cultures, different backgrounds, experience, functions, skills. And a lot of our missions don't require any particular knowledge or skill set. We're just inviting people to provide their feedback and input and ideas. And it's not often that they need something specific to do that. It's a very open, very democratic process. And by putting these missions out for anyone to participate in, means that you get perspectives from people that you wouldn't normally. Because if we are thinking about designing something, quite often we'll go and knock on the door of the people that we know best, that we tend to work with and collaborate with most closely, and say, what do you think? What are your ideas? But if you open this up for anybody to register to and to participate in, then you're going to invite in a huge diversity of thought and perspective and ideas. It's very effective in change management, because we know that if people are involved in the change, then they are more likely to understand it and endorse it. And the people that write the change don't fight the change. And so really effective if you're introducing new procedures, processes, tools, to invite your people to help co-create that with you. And it helps with one of the biggest challenges with the feedback to action loop, which is this connection that our associates make between the actions that we take and the feedback that they gave. And that can be really difficult. And particularly in a big global organization, communicating to such a vast group of people is difficult. And if our associates are actually part of participating in creating that solution, then you remove that disconnect, that question mark over, well, are they actually acting on my feedback? Are they doing anything about it? And did this change over here, did that come from our feedback or my feedback? So you remove that. It creates a greater sense of belonging, and that's particularly important for us in a big global organization, and particularly because we are partnering with clients, and our associates are very aligned to the client brand and the way the client works. And so this is a way for them to also feel very deeply connected to Foundever by being part of creating solutions and experiences. And that in turn can help our associates to feel a greater sense of purpose and impact beyond their normal job role. And particularly, again, for our frontline associates in a role that can feel quite structured, quite controlled in a lot of ways, quite rigid, being able to participate in activities to really impact the work experience can really add to that sense of contribution. And so just to finish, does it work? What do we see in our data? Is this helping our employee experience? Well, if we just look at a couple of data points, we can see that the more our associates know about Max, the more familiar they are, the more involved they are in our employee listening program, in our mission process, the higher their engagement and their eNPS. And you can see in this graph, it's quite a significant difference in engagement levels, an over 70-point difference. So our people that are closer to it are much more engaged and satisfied. And we know the higher the engagement, the better the performance, and ultimately the customer experience. And we're also maintaining year-on-year high eNPS scores of over 45, which is a great result for eNPS, and particularly in our industry, to maintain those high levels of satisfaction. And we also see it in our individual products and processes and projects, our ability to deliver them faster and more effectively. And one example of this is the building of our own internal intranet, which we built ourselves. It's not a product that we bought off the shelf. And we were able to build that and get a first version out within 12 days in the pandemic to meet the needs of our people. And being able to co-create and design with people enables us to do those kind of things quickly and effectively and deliver results. And so I just wanted to end on that last quote from Ben Witter, that just about co-creation. Ben Witter is someone who I read a lot. He's written some great books and he talks a lot about co-creation, and it really just sums up our approach at Foundever. So thank you. That was everything that I wanted to share.
Hi, Naomi. Apologies for that. I think I've removed that a little bit too quickly. So hopefully people had the chance to read that. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. There's so many things you've shared. I think it's so great to see and hear that Foundever is working so hard to make sure that they harness the voice of the people. So many associates you've got involved. So I think that's really great. I love the use of the word missions. I think that just inspires action. It just kind of accentuates that, it's a bit daring. It's like, come and join us, not just a boring a task at work. So I think that's a really, really great there. And I think for so many organizations doing things at scale can be quite scary, can be challenging. But seeing, your last slides with the results that you're achieving, it must be really rewarding to see how the levels of participation and satisfaction are rising at Foundever. If you had one piece of advice for organizations that are, collecting employee voice, they're doing surveys, they're doing things, and they just feel a bit stuck on how to implement that further, how to take that next step and not to be afraid, what's your advice?
I think it would be just to start small and experiment. I mean, as I said, when we started out, we didn't have a technical solution. We didn't have this ability to push out these missions through an intranet. And so we were doing it, in an old school way. And I think my advice is just to start small, to take one piece of feedback, get a group of people that you know are always up for doing something different, that can be your kind of early adopters, and just work with them and do a little bit of co-creation. And it doesn't always go to plan. Sometimes we co-create and we design something and it doesn't work, but we find out quickly and we iterate and we change because we've got that input from associates in the moment, and they're part of it. So you find out very quickly that whether something is going to work or not. And so I think it's just to start small, not try to scale out something big in a big bang, but just take something and bring a load of people together in a room and see what comes out.
That's let's end there, because that's such a great piece of advice, I think, for everyone listening today. Start small and don't be afraid to test things, and you never know, you might just stop yourself from making the biggest mistake you could. So that's a really good advice there. Well, thank you so much for your time, Naomi, and we'll let you get with the rest of your day, and stay if you want to watch with us rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Well, thank you there to Naomi. As we probably just going to go straight to the next presentation. Our next presentation is with Bethany Mallet. She's a head of culture and engagement at Smart DCC, also one of our top inspired workplaces this year. It is a pre-recorded session, as unfortunately Bethany can't be here with us on the day, but she will share turning voices into value, how Smart DCC transforms employee feedback into real impact. Learn how Smart DCC transforms survey insights into strategic initiatives that align with their core values. So this is very much continuing from Naomi's presentation as well. Let's get started with Bethany's talk.
Hi everyone, my name's Beth and I'm so excited to be here today to share insights from my journey with you. Over the past decade, I've been immersed in the intriguing and inspiring world of powering organisational performance through people. And my specialty lies in organisational culture, employee engagement, experience, comms, etc. And today I want to talk to you about an incredibly important part of that puzzle, employee voice. I think it's the secret sauce for unlocking continual improvement in every organisation. For the past 18 months, I've been fortunate to work with an incredible team at Smart DCC, where belief, buy-in and investment in employee voice and turning insights into action is sort of inspiring. A bit more about Smart DCC. Our purpose is clear. We aim to make Britain more connected by enabling smarter, greener lives. We're digitising the UK's energy system. And over the past 2 years, DCC has undergone a significant cultural transformation. In the realm of employee engagement, we've shifted our approach from merely surveying employees to genuinely turning those insights into actionable strategies. And I'm proud that Smart DCC is currently ranked number 7 in the UK and Ireland Inspiring Workplace Awards. And in those awards, we also received a special commendation for employee voice. This recognition is a testament to the journey we've undertaken, and I hope to inspire you a little bit today with what we've learned along the way. Today, we'll explore why employee voice matters, how we approach employee voice at Smart DCC, and I'll share some of our lessons learned along the way that I hope will inspire and help you if you're looking at re-energising your engagement strategies. So, why does employee voice matter? Well, quite simply, and you know this, employees know the biggest challenges we face regarding our culture and our effectiveness and our overall performance. It's their sentiments about engagement and well-being and happiness and everything that influences those things that directly impacts our business outcomes. So why should we value the voice of our employees? And I encourage you to think, are you listening closely enough to what they have to say? Engaging with our employees allows us to improve the quality of our decision making, focus our resources on what truly matters, and by listening to them, we can influence not just our people strategy, but the entire business strategy as well. So let's dive into how we bring employee voice to life at Smart DCC. I'm going to share 3 big areas of our approach that I believe make the biggest positive difference. The first is our insight to action framework. This is the first crucial ingredient of our approach, and whilst we recognise the limitations of periodic surveys, they only provide a snapshot of a moment in time, and they are only part of our broader employee voice framework. I believe that investing in a really robust approach here creates powerful opportunities in between surveys too. So in our Insight to Action framework, we tailor our approach at different levels of the business. Firstly, at the all company level, we create unique insights packs to deep dive into areas of interest with the subject matter experts or owners in different areas of the business. So this could be something you anticipate in engagement, like learning and development or workplace experience. But a great example out of the ordinary at Smart DCC is how we've used employee sentiment from your voice to inform business-wide strategies like process improvement. This is something that's really important to our culture transformation. So we ask people about it, and we also get a lot of sentiment and qualitative insights about things like this in our surveys. And this demonstrates to our employees how decisions made when shaping a strategy like process improvement have taken employee voice into account, creating an approach for process improvement that's prioritised the employee as its customer and then won favour with the end user. At a functional level, every function in DCC has a collaborative team of senior leaders and engagement champions. This ensures diversity of thought in the action planning process, beyond the formal structures of listening, understanding and acting. And I think what's most important here is that these groups remain connected between survey cycles. What you've fostered there is an always connected network of leaders and influencers connected to the wider team who can share those everyday insights and provide opinions on changes. And that means that team can be so responsive and much more agile to challenges that arise. Last but by no means least, we get to the team level. At this level, the approach is different again. A central team can't facilitate insight to action at every team level, so we do that at company and functional. And we cascade tailored reports to teams of 5 or more and empower those team leaders with the information, tools and resources that they need to influence change within their circle of control. Given our size, this level of insight to action can't be centrally facilitated. So I think in your business, it's really vital to ensure a consistent, clear communications and user-friendly tools to those team leaders so that they feel able to take those tailored insights and make change at every level. Something for you to reflect on then. So how well does your organisation customise its engagement strategies for different levels of the business? Are you ensuring that every layer of the organisation has the insights it needs to take meaningful action? The second area of our employee voice approach that I'd like to share with you is our engagement champion network. In every organisation I've worked in, there has been some form of champion advocacy network, but none are as united, connected or empowered as the one at Smart DCC. And often when we talk to other organisations, it's our engagement champion network that is their envy or that they want advice on starting up. Now, a bit of a spoiler alert, this doesn't happen by accident. If you want highly effective engagement champions in your business, I really believe you need to invest in dedicating central resource to lead them. I have a fantastic colleague in my team, Hannah Maltby, who leads the Engagement Champion Network at DCC and plays a pivotal role in their growth, development and collaboration. Why are engagement champions so important? Well, at DCC, engagement champions foster connection in several ways. Firstly, they connect with senior leaders in their function. So this relationship is really crucial. We've touched on that in turning insight to action at a functional level. By working together, engagement champions and senior leaders create space for ongoing two-way dialogue, ensuring that champions can be the voice of their wider teams and that leaders remain well informed. But it doesn't stop there. Our DCC Engagement Champion Network is fully interconnected across the business. This provides so much opportunity for sharing and learning from each other. This network influences central decision making, it supports improved communication, and it provides a space for champions to share successes, approaches, lessons, tools and resources. Engagement champions working on similar areas of improvement, for example, like collaboration or process improvement, are connected. So they might be working on something slightly different in their function, but they're connected with other champions working on a similar focus area to share best practices. And that's driving a lot of consistency across the organisation. So I encourage you to think, do you have a champion network that fosters connection and collaboration? Are they connected across the business? And how are you leveraging those relationships to amplify employee voice? Thirdly, a crucial part of our award-winning employee voice approach is definitely empowerment. I've shared how collaboration drives meaningful change and continual improvement at DCC. This collaboration, blended with true empowerment of our leaders and champions, is what really delivers results. All senior leaders and engagement champs has full access to engagement survey insights, and this visibility and transparency really fosters a sense of accountability and ownership. The role of our central team is about empowerment too. We focus on facilitating, not fixing, and one of the ways we do this well is by emphasising the how and not just the what. When it's time to act on survey results, we enter creative solution mode. It's fun, it's exciting, brimming with energy. However, we must ensure our teams focus on how they will do it and how they will maintain momentum too. This includes facilitating them and encouraging them to think about their way of working as a team, how they're going to communicate, problem solve, support each other when actions don't go as planned. And this focus on the how is often overlooked, but it's imperative for sustainable momentum when turning insight into action. So I ask, are you empowering your teams to take ownership of their actions? And how do you ensure they understand the importance of maintaining momentum after the initial excitement of action planning? Everything I'm discussing today stems from an ongoing learning journey. Some of the lessons we've learned that got us here, that I've mentioned, that I think are worth recapping, are transparency. So empower your people with full access to insights. Don't sanitize or sense check or restrain anything. I'll give a caveat on survey comments. I think sometimes they are not worth more wider sharing. They can identify people, and unless everyone who's answering your surveys leaving comments, they don't represent the whole group. But on the quantitative data, share it widely. That full access helps fosters trust and accountability, and we encourage our teams to explore, understand, question, contextualise and utilise their insights in any way possible. And if we arm them with the information and the skills, they're going to do a much better job than we could of that, because they're the ones in that everyday environment. The second is about solution-only mode. So whilst the excitement of ideating solutions is high energy and should absolutely be harnessed, it won't yield the results you want if you don't focus on how the team works together to bring those solutions to life. Communication, collaboration, and contingency planning are imperative. Diversity of thought. So we've learned lessons about how the team owning the transformation of insight into action must reflect the audience they are serving to meaningfully contextualise the insights and create actions that will make a huge difference. I believe that continual improvement needs the blend of the experience and ultimately the authority of leaders, as well as the exposure and the connection, the insights and the passions of engagement champions. And then lastly, lessons learned, I think it's about continually improving the approach to continuous improvement. So our approach to continuous improvement will always need updating, adjusting and adapting. And I think it's so important to take a step back and evaluate how you're doing. What could have gone better last time? Are you asking the right questions? Are you providing the right tools? Are you analysing the data effectively to achieve the best results? In closing, I want to reiterate how transforming employee voice into action is pivotal for our ongoing journey at DCC. We absolutely have more to do, and we're always looking at adapting and maturing our approach. But this approach has shown some pretty impressive results. We asked people if they experienced positive changes as a result of the Your Voice survey and Insight to Action cycle, and favourability and scoring of this is up 16% in just the last year. So if you're considering refreshing how you approach employee voice and want to turn your insights into meaningful action, focus on empowering people with access to insights. Increased transparency leads to increased ownership. Fostering a culture of shared accountability and collaboration. Meaningful change needs the experience and authority of leaders combined with the exposure and insights of colleagues, and maybe those colleagues are represented by engagement champs. And utilising a robust insight to action framework that tailors its approach at different levels, company, function, team, or whatever levels our different archetypes or audience groups works for your business. So as I leave you today, remember every voice matters, and let's turn those voices into value and drive meaningful change together. Thank you so much, and thank you to the Inspiring Workplace Awards for this platform. And through the awards process, I think it's really helped us step back and celebrate ourselves. We can often be focusing on what we want to do better, and this has really helped us appreciate the progress we have made and celebrate our achievements. And if anyone would like to reach out, ask any questions, grab a coffee, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'd love to talk more about this. Thank you so much, and have a great rest of your People First Summit.
Well, thank you to Bethany for this insightful presentation and the kind words about what it means to you to win the Inspiring Workplaces Awards and helping provide that platform. So from the presentation, I can tell that they're really taking their employee voice strategy to the next level. So thank you for sharing all those great insights. And now is announcement time. I'm pleased to announce that we have been, very close, 15 minutes short of broadcasting live for 12 hours. Hope you've enjoyed all the sessions so far. But right now, it's time for a short networking or lunch break if you're joining us from the UK. We'll be back promptly at 12:30 p.m. British Standard Time with a great session backed by extensive research on employee burnout. Definitely one not to be missed. See you all then. Welcome back to the PeopleFirst Summit after our short break. If you've just joined us, we are currently in the UK as part of the PeopleFirst Global Summit powered by H&H. I'm Marta Muir, Head of Content and Community at Inspiring Workplaces, and your host for the next couple of hours. Bit of housekeeping, this 24-hour Global Summit is being hosted live, but it is also being recorded and will be made available on demand. Don't forget to ask questions and share your thoughts in the comments below during the talks. And so I'm excited to introduce our next speaker. It's Jack Evans, Managing Director of Client Operations at Ipsos Carrion and Box. Jack has worked in the employee experience space for 12 years, working with the likes of Lloyds Banking Group, Coca-Cola, and industry-leading thinker Professor Sir Gary Cooper. Today, Jack will discuss, is your employee wellbeing program really effective? Jack will share key findings from interviews with over 2,500 UK employees, exploring what's truly driving burnout and how leaders can better support wellbeing. Let's welcome Jack to the stage now. Hello.
Hello. Thank you.
No problem at all. I'm just going to bring a presentation and let you get started.
Perfect. Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Marta. And yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you are in the world. It's a pleasure to be here. As Marta said, my name's Jack, and I work at Ipsos Carrion and Box. And I'm here today to talk about well-being, in the sense that how can we really get well-being and do well-being in a way that works? So what matters, what doesn't, kind of what's the state of the nation, drawing on some of the research that we've done recently, and really how to have impact. And we'll kind of uncover that as we go through today. So before I get into that, a little bit of an introduction to who we are in terms of Ipsos Carrion and Box. So in a nutshell there, that's us, that's who we are, that's what we do. And we essentially work with businesses to help them understand how their people think, how they feel, how they act at work, and help them on the other side to then create positive change on the back of that, and listening to their people, listening to their workforce to understand what's on their mind, and putting things in place that really tries to improve things. We do that as part of a team of around 200 across the globe, sitting within Ipsos, who are one of the largest market research and kind of all-round research companies in the world. So in the UK, most famous for their political polling, which has obviously been quite well documented this year in the UK, given the political situation. And we do what we do in Ipsos Carrion and Box for big brands, complex organizations, some of which you can see there. And we survey around well over 3 million employees a year as part of us doing that. And today I want to talk about three key things, really. And as Marta mentioned in the introduction there, as I do that, I'll draw on some research we did towards the back end of the summer, late August, early September, where we spoke to over 2,500 people in the UK, so a representative sample of the UK workforce. And we were really interested in their views when it came to well-being, when it came to burnout. And the three things I'll touch on today are kind of the market. Where is the well-being market? What's happening with it? Are we making progress within it? Really delve into the data then in terms of what is that state of the nation? What is it telling us? And then finally finish off with you in your roles as HR practitioners, as people practitioners. You know, what does that really mean, and what should we be thinking about doing? So I said I would start with a little bit of the kind of the state of the market, and that's where we'll kind of begin. And I think there's probably one word to describe the wellbeing market, and that is thriving. You know, we've seen real steady growth over the last 10 to 15 years. I think that was expedited by COVID. I think that brought, if wellbeing wasn't already at the forefront of people's minds from a work point of view, then it certainly was through the pandemic. And that upward trajectory is continuing and is predicted to continue even further. And you can see there projected to reach spending just shy of $100 billion a year by not too far away, 2026, in a couple of years' time. And I think where the market is it's mostly past that initial stage we were at of a few years ago of kind of what's the business case, why should I be prioritizing well-being. I think we're well beyond that with some of the money that we're talking about there. So then the question in my head goes to, okay, so what are we spending that money on? Is it making a difference? Are we progressing? And 1,000,001 ways you can look at this, and we've got a wealth of data available to us in Ipsos, but also drawing on external sources as well. And I guess what I'm interested in is the macro level, the big picture data. So to start off with, we went to where most people used to go before ChatGPT existed, in Google. So what are people searching on Google? And we can see there that earlier this year, searches for burnout reached a 5-year peak earlier in 2024, which gives you a little bit of an insight, I guess, as to what's top of mind for the average employee. And then looking at some slightly more serious data sources. So this one here from the ONS in the UK, looking at the proportion of people kind of over a 10-15 year period reporting some kind of signs, some evidence of depression or anxiety. And you can see that that's kind of steadily risen in general over that period. Yes, there's been some bigger ups and downs, but the general trajectory is upwards. And just this week, actually, there was an article in the UK on BBC News, which was looking at this kind of conundrum of work sickness, and specifically focused on some data from the Institute of Fiscal Studies, which looked at the proportion of people and the cost to the UK government of people claiming health-related benefits. So people who are of working age, who basically aren't in work and are claiming some kind of benefit because of that. And you can see the numbers there are quite staggering. So over the last 4 years in the UK, they've seen a jump of over a third in terms of what the cost to the UK economy and the UK government is of people not being able to work due to ill health. And they predict a similar rise, to some fairly staggering numbers in the next 4 years, getting up to 63 billion that you can see there. I think what's interesting here is that when they compared the UK against other similar nations, so of a similar size and a similar kind of demographic makeup, the trend was actually the opposite way. So the general trend was going downwards, and the UK was in a negative way, kind of bucking that trend. And yes, there were a few countries, some of the Nordics, which is quite a surprise given they normally lead the way on this front, but some of the Nordics also experienced an increase over that period, but nowhere near, the same kind of figures that we're talking about. And I want to pull out two things within this that I'll come back to later, that two trends kind of within this data, one of which was the number of younger people claiming these health-related benefits had massively increased. I think it had doubled over the last 4 years. And related to that, the second point is the rise of mental health claims within this. So it's not just physical issues preventing people from working and therefore claiming this support, and it's the rise of mental health as well. And, there's a number of other metrics that we could have talked about as to set the scene here. Sickness levels, I think, were at a 10-year high at the end of last year. There's a number of other metrics that help to set the scene, I suppose. So what did our data show? What did our research show? I've talked already about a number of different ways that we can perhaps measure and think about well-being at more of a macro level. And I guess zooming in now onto the individual level, and also looking at it from two different ends of the spectrum. So on the left there, you've got the positive, preventative end of the well-being spectrum, if you will, with 60% of people feeling like their employer takes positive action when it comes to their well-being. Yet on the other end of the spectrum, in the more reactive space, you've got over a third and almost 2 in 5 who feel at or close to burnout. And that's, I don't know, how does that feel from your perspective? But it does feel as though, if you think about the people listening here today, applying that kind of proportion to this group, you apply that back to your own team, your own organization, and you can kind of start to see how the numbers quite quickly stack up and become quite stark. And I guess what's driving that, these were the top 3 things that came out in the research in terms of things that were driving that. And this broadly stacks up with years of academic research into well-being and the key drivers of that and the things that trigger people. So it's fairly consistent in that sense. Number one is the sheer amount of work is too much. Too much is being expected of me in terms of my workload, in terms of and perhaps the way I'm being asked to work. But secondly, that's backed up with a lack of support. So tangible support from my organisation in terms of, have I got the resources, have I got the tools, the systems, the processes, the equipment that I need to do my job and do my job well, but also some of the more intangible elements of support. So do I feel supported from my line manager? Do I feel supported from leaders in the organisation? And I'll come back to that leadership topic later. And the third element was kind of a catch-all piece, really, in terms of I just generally don't enjoy my job. And that's not to say that that's the way everyone feels, but that's one of the key drivers that we know is influencing how that significant proportion of people who do feel burnt out, and perhaps why they feel that way. And I mentioned leaders there, and that's one of the first key trends that I want to draw out here. And this really chimes with whenever we do this kind of research with our clients on a kind of one-to-one client basis, we see this pattern almost every single time. And the pattern is that burnout increases as with seniority. So the people in organizations who are most burnt out and with the poorest levels of well-being, more often than not, they're the ones at the top of the organization. You can see that kind of perfect trend emerging there, which again is a real worry, given that it's our leaders who need to lead from the front with this role model. They need to set the tone, set the culture, and create that positive work environment when perhaps they're the ones who maybe need that support the most and more often than anyone else. And it's that classic saying of making sure you're putting your own oxygen mask on first before thinking about helping others. And that's exactly what we see here with leaders. I mentioned from the BBC article the rising kind of prominence of younger people struggling with their mental health and struggling with not being able to get into work for health related reasons. That chimes true with the research that we've done here. So you can see that younger people, particularly that Gen Z generation who are talked about what seems to be kind of all the time, much more likely to be struggling with burnout, as you can see there. And perhaps some of that is coming from the fact that they're, again, more likely to feel that they can't disconnect from work and they can't kind of get that work-life boundary and that work-life separation, if you will. And thinking about the age profile of these people, thinking about the timeline of the last 5-6 years with COVID, perhaps a lot of these people weren't actually in the world of work pre-COVID, and they perhaps entered during those early days and those early stages of the pandemic. And as things settle back to some kind of new normal over the last few years, are these people of that age profile kind of struggling to adapt and struggling to come to terms with what work really is and perhaps what it means. And we couldn't get too far into any kind of presentation without entering the work from home debate. And you can see here that in the research we've done, where and how people work and how they spend their time at work, again, matters from a burnout perspective. So you can see there that generally the more time people spend at their employer's location, whether that be an office, a call center, whatever it may be, the higher their levels of burnout are. And again, a particular trend that we see when we do this kind of research with individual clients as well. So something that we see fairly consistently. Now, again, this feels a little bit of a worry, given that from other research we've done, we know that more people are spending more of their time in the office than not in the office. So you can see here research we've done towards the back end of last year on where people were spending the majority of their time. You can see the two big populations in the 40% there, either spending all of their time at their employer's location, or a chunk of people there at 45%. Working hybridly, and within that spending at least a couple of days a week at their employer's office. So I think it's around 2/3 spending at least 3 days a week in the office. So you go back to the point that the more time you spend in the office, the higher the levels of burnout are, coupled with the fact that more people are spending more time in the office than they're not. And also coupled with the fact that when we ask people, okay, if this is what you're currently doing, is that okay? Do you want to spend more time in the office? Do you want to spend less time in the office? Yes, you've got the majority of people there in the middle who are already working in a way that they're happy with and they prefer. So that the balance of time at home and in the office is good for them. But you've got that real significant chunk at the bottom there, that over 1/3 of people who actually want to spend less time in the office. Is that because they're feeling like they're struggling with their work-life balance? They're struggling with that sense of burnout? Perhaps, potentially. And then the smallest group there, just over 1 in 10, want to spend more time in the office. And if you think about the policies that are being enacted across a lot of big corporate organizations at the minute to bring more people back into the office more often, that's perhaps why it's coming up against a sense of resistance from those people. So, a lot of well documented, I think, stories with big organizations changing their policy on working from home, working from the office, and almost struggling to win that battle and win that fight with their employees. Any sports fans will know Man United struggled with this when they got taken over and changed their policy. But also it's big corporates. Amazon, I think, have changed their policy from next year. I think Tesco and another number of other retailers are changing their policy going into 2025. A lot of tech companies, and perhaps this is some of that resistance that we're maybe seeing there. So I guess bearing in mind all of that, what can you as people practitioners do with all of that? And back to where I started around the wellbeing market, what was, how much we're spending on it, how many more head of wellbeing type roles there are in businesses now, where should their time and effort be spent? And the first thing we did in this sense is ask people directly, okay, so what is it that you think your organization should be doing to help your wellbeing? And you can see there some of the things that people selected. And if you look at the things that are the most commonly selected ones there, it's not necessarily things that you would perhaps associate with good well-being. It's maybe things that you'd actually associate with general work experience, with general culture. Some of the things that we saw in that in the video show reel a few minutes ago around the different categories of the Inspiring Workplaces Awards. It's around a sense of inclusion, around a sense of listening. They're the real key things that people say, actually, that's where I want you to spend your time. That's where I want you to spend your efforts and your energies. And here we come to the real, I guess, crux of the issue, in that when we compare what people want with perhaps what we're spending our time, what we're spending our energy, and more importantly, what we're spending our money and our budgets trying to solve, there's a little bit of a mismatch. So yes, the things on the right-hand side there, which make up the majority of spend, are important. Of course they are. But I think what we're hearing from employees when we speak to them is that they're almost just becoming expectations. They're hygiene factors. They're things that I almost don't need you to tell me that you're doing, because I just expect that to be happening, and I expect that to be happening as a prerequisite. And you can see, yes, they are important to people still, but they're towards the bottom end of that, of those set of factors that people say are really important. And again, this rings true when we don't just ask people directly, okay, what is it that you want? It's when we do a little bit more sophisticated looks at the data and to more in-depth analytics to look at what's really driving how people feel and that sense of well-being. And we can see here that of that group of people who say, yes, I think my organization actually does take positive action on my health and well-being, and they do really care, these are the 3 key things that they also say are happening. So rather than asking them directly, it's an indirect measure as to what's going on. And again, similar, it's not necessarily things that you would associate with positive well-being, in that it's not the programmatic employee assistance programs or your steps challenges and the free fruit bowls and all of those kind of classic well-being initiatives that organizations spend a lot of time on. It's actually things that are connected more to good work experience, good culture, low attrition. So things like good change management. We see every single organization going through multiple cycles of change at the same time, and kind of employees moving through that classic change curve, and quite often having those change curves almost stacked on top of each other, and they're moving through them all at slightly different paces at different times. And people who feel like their organization really takes positive action on their health and well-being say that change is managed well. So I'm informed about what's happening, I'm consulted, I have a voice, I have a say in perhaps not necessarily whether the change is happening, but perhaps how that change happens, or in what order, or when that change may happen. So there's definitely a sense of involvement and voice when it comes to change. The second thing that really matters, and I've touched on this earlier, is around understanding leadership. So do I feel like the leaders really listen to my voice, but also not just listen, do they really hear what I'm saying? Are they listening with a sense of lip service, or are they really listening with a sense that I'm going to take that feedback on board and really do something on the back of it? So are leaders showing that sense of empathy? Are they showing that sense of respect, which we see here as really important? And the third and final thing we see is, I guess, this idea of role modeling. So our leaders really walk in the talk when it comes to well-being. And quite often we see clients have senior level role models and senior level sponsors, if you will, for their well-being program. And that's a really critical success factor, I think, for any well-being program to work and for it to work well, in that you need authentic leaders right at the top of the business who say, we do care about your well-being. These are the ways in which we are factoring it into the way we're running our business, the way that we're managing change, the way that we're innovating and improving the business, and that that their actions speak louder than their words, and they really lead that from the front, and demonstrate to employees how they're sticking true to their word in terms of caring for people's well-being. So whistle-stop tour, I think, in terms of what the data's saying, what the macro kind of economic picture is saying when it comes to well-being. And in terms of key takeaways, it's these, yes, we're doing more to improve well-being. We're spending more on well-being. There are more roles within people teams which are geared towards supporting and helping employee well-being. Those roles are becoming more senior. They're getting closer to HR directors, chief people officers. So yes, all of that is brilliant, but actually some of the macro level data doesn't necessarily show that we're making improvement. Now, of course, there's going to be pockets of improvement. There's organizations that have got well-documented stories of transforming their employees' well-being. And of course, there's people here today who've got real success stories from improving well-being. And the perspective I'm coming at this from is the kind of the macro level, almost government and society level view of are we really moving in the right direction? 2 in 5 for the UK workforce at or close to burnout. And in particular, leaders, as I mentioned, the younger employees, which we can validate that with other data sources we've got. And critically, most people who spend more time in the office also struggling as well, which is creating this dynamic of organizations trying to pull their employees back into the office, and perhaps employees almost pushing back on that, perhaps because of the burnout issue. And finally, it calls for a bit of bolder action. So yes, programs are important, initiatives are important, but what we do need is more strategic, more cultural, more general work experience lenses to be applied to our wellbeing programs to make sure we're tackling the things that people tell us really matter. And that final point there, quite often the things that drive wellbeing, the things that create good wellbeing outcomes, they're actually the things that create good cultures. They're the things that create good leaders. They're the things that keep your attrition levels healthy. They're the same things that keep your productivity levels healthy. So I think it's less about having a separate wellbeing program, but having that as a lens on your all-round people programs and making sure that we're not going too far into the wellbeing space and losing sight of the bigger picture. And if you want keen to hear more, a lot of the data that I've talked about today comes from our latest thought leadership report, Wellbeing That Works, and you can use the QR code there and download that on the website. Some of the other insights I presented came from the hybrid piece that we did at the back end of last year. Again, that's also available on the website. And please reach out with any questions, any thoughts, any challenges to the kind of the concept, I guess, that we're talking about. I'm really keen to continue the conversation and hear as many voices as possible.
Jack, thank you for this very insightful presentation, full of really important statistics and facts and our everyday life in a work these days. I mean, there's a staggering 37% of people are being close to burnout, which is a very high number. And I think with people, these days feeling a bit more comfortable talking about or asking for mental health support in those ways, I think, that conversation is not going away. I think we're going to have, we luckily now have a very supporting workplaces that, are open to those conversations happening and supporting their employees. So I think bringing that issue to the forefront of workplace is really important. I think one question for me is, from your research and all the key insights that you've shared, and there was lots of different, aspects of that, of what could be the reason for that. What's kind of key practical steps can HR practitioners take now to start, having that conversation in a workplace? Talk to their leadership about the changes that might need to take place. Is it the age? Is it the work mode? Hybrid versus office. Is it looking at as a whole? What's your take on this? Where should we start?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's the one we get asked the most is, okay, great. What do I do tomorrow? What can I do next week? And I think the starting point needs to be understanding your own workforce, understanding what your baseline is, what your starting point is, and what are your specific challenges in. And quite often, again, without laboring the point, the things that people will tell you are creating that sense of low well-being, that sense of high burnout. They're actually the things that just get in the way of them doing their job. It's processes that are difficult. It's systems that are difficult. It's not having access to equipment or access to the information at my fingertips to do my job. And I think that is the key step change for people to think about, is that well-being is an outcome that comes from a lot of other things not necessarily being right. And I think the easy option that a lot of organizations take is to jump straight into that solution mode, straight into what we call initiative itis, where we just need a program. We need 5 well-being programs. And actually, are they pointed at the right thing? Are they pointed at the right people? Are they trying to solve the actual root cause of the issue? So I think it's about that. It's about trying to understand for you, for your business, for your sector, what are the key drivers? What are the key things that are getting in the way, and using data to inform those decisions.
I think I agree with you 100%. I think there is a research somewhere recently, can't cite where exactly from, but it definitely said that all the things that well-being programs that are being implemented, giving passes, the gym passes or the things, like just kind of scratching the surface, and people are really looking for the real support and having a real conversations and employees understanding the issues that they're going through. And I think, coming from the pandemic, I'm a mum of 6, of 6-year-olds.
Wow.
So 6-year-olds, not 6 children. A 6-year-old, very high energy girl, and kind of doing work and doing parenting and doing all those things. It's hard, it's tough, and I think the fact that we can talk about it and bring that to the workplace is really important.
No, definitely, you're absolutely spot on. I think the risk in going down the programs and the initiative route is that it can create that sense amongst employees that you're paying lip service to it. So yes, you're talking the game around well-being, you're putting on a steps challenge, and you're giving me access to free gyms. Actually you're making half the business redundant, or you're introducing new ways of working that are really detrimental to people, or you're not involving me in the change that's happening. So it risks creating that that sense of that you're being disingenuous, essentially. So it's a real fine line.
Great. Well, I think the last thing that you said is just let's involve the people in the decision making of what's actually happening, how to find a solution to these issues and to these challenges. Well, thank you so much again. It was a pleasure having you over and for sharing your insights. So it's bye from us now, and we're gonna start with our next speaker on the hour. Thank you so much.
Great.
Jack.
Thanks, Marta. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Well, thank you. That was a great presentation. And next up, we have Matt Duncan, who is a managing director at Protiviti. It is a global business consulting firm. Matt brings over 20 years of experience advising C-suite clients on ways they can improve their employee experience, enhance working culture, and energize change and transformation initiatives. Matt will present how to improve experience in a workplace through a lens of intergenerational inclusion. He will share how organizations can enhance workplace culture by embracing diverse generational perspectives. Over to you, Matt, and welcome.
Super, thank you, Marta, and it's a pleasure to be here today. It's a really impressive event, the 24 hours of presentation. So well done to you and the team as well at Inspiring Workplaces.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to your presentation. So I'll leave you to it then.
Thank you. So great to meet you, everybody, and as I said, it's a pleasure to be here. I am Matt Duncan, as Marta said, and I'm part of our UK leadership team at Protiviti, leading all of our work that looks at change, transformation, improving employee experience, and working with our clients to really think about their workplace cultures. Today, I'm going to talk to you about a specific lens of improving workplace cultures, and that's intergenerational inclusion. So I'm going to talk about, I'll explain why that's the lens we're bringing as well in a second, but I hope it's something that you continue to enjoy. So quickly, who are Protiviti? We are what I'd call a medium-sized consultancy firm. We're 2 billion, to give a kind of sense of size and scale. In terms of annual revenues, we're across 25 different countries, and we operate in 90 offices, and we have 11,000 professionals that work for us. We are an organization that values the culture within our organization, but also the way we work with our clients highly, and it's a really integral part as to the way that we operate. As an example of this, we have a huge focus on our global diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. And throughout all of our work, we want to make sure that we are helping our clients strengthen diversity within their organizations, that we are helping them think about the teams and the nature of the culture and the equity that they have within their workplaces. And we want to, through our work, expand the positive impact that we can have and our clients can have. So you can see a number of the things that we do externally and how seriously we take the topic. And there's a few logos on the screen there. And we've won a number of awards and got some recognition for our work as well. And most recently, being included in the Sarah Mount Inclusion Index is something that we are particularly proud of. So that gives a sense of why D&I is really close and core to our purpose. But today's conversation is to talk to you about intergenerational inclusion. Now, this is something that is a less researched area and less looked at area of DE&I. And it doesn't mean that we've got all of the other areas right, but it's an area that's been looked into less. And so what we at Protiviti have done is sponsored a piece of work by the Inclusion Initiative at the London School of Economics. And the Inclusion Initiative are a very impressive part of the LSE. And they take a look at various aspects of inclusion and diversity and link it to productivity in workplaces, and seeing how proactive, positive interventions and programs to increase inclusion in the workplace can drive greater business outcomes. So the study that we are sponsoring is a 3-year study, and it's basically built upon 2 key premises. One is that age-diverse teams can enhance their organizational performance by thinking about the skills and the human capital skills that you have across the generations in the workplace, not just looking at the younger end of the spectrum. And the second is that organizations' ability to attract, retain the best talent is increasingly reliant upon the fact that you need to think about all of the generations that exist in your workforce. So don't just think about recruiting the youngest people, the newest people. Think about that across all of the age groups that you have within your organization. And so the study and the first of the 3 annual reports is due to launch next week. Will highlight what matters to workers across different levels of the organization, and from the people that have just joined and to up to the executive, and then take a look at the different generations within that and proactive steps that can be taken. And I would like to share some of those insights with you. So first of all, it's worth thinking about what are the generations that the workforce is made up of today. And actually, in today's workforce, there are now 5 generations that you will find in the workforce. And I'll put these up on the screen here. And you have, from left to right, Generation Z or Z, depending on which side of the Atlantic you're on, Gen Y or Millennials, Gen X, Baby Boomers, or Traditionalists, and sometimes they're called the silent generation. And Gen Z are people that are born from 1997 and after. Gen Y or Millennials are people that are born between 1980 and 1996. Gen X is 65 to 79, the baby boomers between 46 and 64, and the traditionalist or silent generation are people that were born before 1945. And because we have an aging workforce, people are staying in work longer. And it means that we as organizations and employers need to think more broadly about how we can keep people incentivized, how we can create inclusive workplaces for a broader breadth of people. So what do we need to consider when we think about the different generations in the workforce? Well, one thing is to think about, and just to confuse you, I've switched about the generation. So Gen Z is now on your right-hand side of your screen. But it's first of all important to look at the generations that you have within your teams and think about, what do they typically care about? What is it that you can know because of the period of time that they grew up in and the things that were going on in the world? What are they going to most look for in an employer and in a workplace? So if we look at the silent generation, which is only 2% of the workforce, but brings it a real valuable experience. It's people that are going to be loyal, they're going to be dependable, they have a natural respect for authority, and they're typically, as a generation, going to be responsible and conform. If you look at the baby boomers, they're likely to want to get involved in a lot of work. They are going to have a naturally optimistic outlook on life. They're going to be great team workers and want to make a difference. And then you get Generation X, which in most organizations will take up the current kind of the majority of the senior and executive positions in the organizations that we all work within. And they're much more likely to be self-reliant, will have grown up in the workplace being less impressed by authority. They'll be quite pragmatic, but may well be kind of more free agents and self-starters. And then you've got the millennials, who are really the bridge to the new kind of tech-led generation. And they're going to be more technologically savvy. There's going to be a sense of activism amongst them. They're going to be quite a competitive group. And then we've got the Gen Z, or as they're nicknamed here, the gamers. Now, this is the digital native group. They're real disruptors in the workforce, and they are going to be progressive and particularly driven. But they're also they've had bigger and different influences in their lives. So mental health has become a much bigger focus for this group, and it's important to use all of these things as an understanding and as you look at your workforce and think about them. There's excuse me. It's also worth saying that from the initial piece of research that the London School of Economics have done, is that they looked at what are the skills that each of these generations value most in their employers. And there were, overall across all generations, active listening was one that came across, that was applicable for all 5 generations. The ability to manage time was interestingly important for a number of the generations, and then the ability to use to have judgment and decision making was something that these different generations had in common. However, there was big variation across the group. So for Gen Z, for example, active listening was really, really important. So where you've got a younger workforce, it's important to really think about how you engage with them. They were also wanted active learning. But they weren't worried about time management, and they weren't worried about things that millennials, Gen X, the baby boomers, and the silent generation were interested in. Whereas for the millennials and Gen X, the top skill that they valued the most in their colleagues in their workplace was actually the ability to manage time. And then if you go to the baby boomers, they wanted their number one thing was judgment and decision making. So we have different preferences and different things that each group is looking for. So what can we do as employers, and we do in our workplaces, to proactively think about how do we design an inclusive workforce, an inclusive workplace? How do we make it inspiring? How do we also make sure that that's a productive workplace? So there's a few things on here that are tips that we have as Protiviti when we're talking to our clients that are based upon the research that the London School of Economics has done. And first is to think about optimizing the productivity of your team by looking at the age gap between line managers and their teams. So the reason we say this is one of the most interesting findings from my perspective of the London School of Economics study was that if there is more than a 12-year age gap between line managers and employees, and that's either way, so it could be younger or older, or line managers and their teams rather, then people will self-report a productivity drop-off. Now, that to me was quite an eye-opening moment. So if the reason for this was because if there was more than 12 years, people were struggling to have anything in common, struggling to connect, struggling to motivate their teams. And so one thing you can practically do is take a look across your organizational spans and think about, well, what are the age gaps we've got on average, and how can we do something to design into our structure a productive and inclusive workplace that is going to work for us and work for our team members. So that's one thing that's based on the research. Another thing that the Inclusion Initiative have taken a big look at is the time spent in meetings and the generational representation that there is in meetings, and then the link through to productivity. And you can reduce the cost of unproductive meetings by increasing the generational representation within them. So achieving generational representation in meetings, the LSE had a survey of 3,500 people for this year's report, and they worked out that if you could reduce the level of unproductive meetings in organizations by increasing the level of generational representation, and that could save up to $13 billion a year across the entire economy in the UK. And that was quite an eye-watering statistic. There was also productivity benefits from the way in which people felt as well in those meetings. So 86% of employees who reported their last meeting to be inclusive were happy with their job, but for only 56% of people who had non-inclusive meetings. So that then has an obvious impact on retention as well. So thinking, and another statistic that came out of the study was that the majority of employees who reported their last meeting as inclusive, so that's 60% of employees, were unlikely to look for a new job in the next year, versus 36% who said that if their last meeting was non-inclusive, generationally inclusive, then they were likely to look for a job. So again, you can start to look at each aspect of your working day and think about, do I have generational representation where I need it? Another thing which a number of people of you will be doing anyway in your organization is think about the investment you're making in DE&I and corporate social responsibility. But don't be afraid to link the employee network groups that you might set up, or the people groups, whatever name you give them, to the purpose of your organization. Because what we've found over the last few years is that lots of network groups were set up by our clients, and actually, because they weren't given an organizational purpose that was towards driving the organizational goal, they became a bit lost. So what we are really working with clients now is to say, set up these employee network groups, really think about the generational inclusion within them, but don't be frightened to in that context create an inclusive environment that is still held to account for helping the business perform. And that's been a subtle shift that we've seen be very effective in a number of areas. And then the final thing that we'd say is think about investing in the skills for the future across all generations. So as an example, most of our workplaces will be at least having conversations around AI, or whether it's theoretical or actually the organization that you work within is investing in it at the moment. But when we think about AI, I think most of us tend to then assume it's younger people that are going to be skilled in it, and younger people, so the Gen Zs, Gen Zs of the world, that are going to be those that are utilizing in the workforce. Well, actually, we'd have a different perspective. AI doesn't need to be the sole domain of Gen Z. It can be that across generations, we've seen people say that they would like to have, they would like to be upskilled in these areas. So think about your your workforce, think about where there's interest, and think about the skills that you're going to need for the future. And then don't just invest the time in upskilling the youngest generation. Think about the entire suite that you have across everywhere. And then the final thoughts I'd like to leave you with is then thinking about diversifying the recognition that you provide employees, and diversifying that according to the interests and needs and kind of professional desires of the different generations that you have. So there's a table on the screen here, and I'm not going to read all of it, but it sets out per generation what are they likely to be motivated by, and what are their organizational desires, what are rewards that might be appropriate for one generation that wouldn't be for another, and then what are the red flags that you have that you might have as well. So for example, if you can see here that the things to watch out for from a red flags perspective for traditionalists is that, yes, they want to have recognition and they want to be rewarded, but that doesn't want to be something that's public, and it doesn't want to be something that may be kind of where the spotlight is drawn towards them. Whereas if you think about Gen Z or Gen Z in the workforce, they're much more used to constant attention and wanting to be rewarded and recognized regularly and frequently, and that's important to them, important for their sense of identity, so the kind of more instantaneous communications. But don't underestimate the Gen Zs either. Listen to their ideas. They are the disruptors in the workforce, as I said earlier, and that's important. So that you can then look at the benefits you might provide each group. So traditionalists would be much more interested in the financial security now, and then the stability. You would have baby boomers who are going to be looking at sabbaticals and time off and really getting their work-life balance correct. Gen X might be more interested in looking at things where it might be tuition reimbursement. They'll have children that may be very expensive, or that it might be study they're doing themselves, and that could be something to think about. Gen Y and the millennials, they're going to want flexibility of schedule. They're going to want to think about what are the learning opportunities. I want to continue to grow and learn, and there's a thirst for it. And as I touched on earlier, then Generation Z comes along with a different set of things that they would like to see as benefits. So it's the ability to have online access to certifications and training and instantly accessible, but also a much bigger focus on mental health care, not just physical health care. So again, we can all as employers start to look at our employee groups through a slightly different lens to make sure that we create these workplaces for them. So I will leave it there and see if there are any questions or anything that I can answer.
Matt, thank you so much for sharing those insights. That's so interesting. The research is coming out, did you say, next week?
Tuesday, yes. So it'll be on our website, and there's an event that people can watch this streamed as well, should they wish to.
Great. Well, we'll make sure to tune into that, because there is so much wealth of knowledge within that. I think one thing that really stood out for me was this 12-year gap of productivity. And just, the kind of the disparity between having younger generations working with, your older generations. And is there any, how do you advise your clients on kind of bridging that gap? Do you just kind of, what sort of conversations are you having with clients around that?
Yeah, that I agree. I mean, that statistic for me was fascinating. It was not something I'd really expected, or if I'm honest, thought about before. And at one level, it's really obvious, like all of these things, when you think about it. But it was interesting because it was how people were self-reporting. So they were self-reporting; they were less productive if there was this age gap, and that could be if someone was 12 years younger than their line manager or 12 years older. But on average, from the set of respondents, people did self-report this productivity drop-off if there was the age gap. So we when we're talking to our clients, we don't just talk about this one thing in isolation, obviously, because it should be looked at in the whole around other initiatives that are taking place, etc., etc. But what we're really saying is, as well as the other aspects of diversity that you are probably likely to be looking at, and we hope that all employers are, think about the generational lens as well, because it's one that is talked about less. It's one that up until we started to have the sponsorship of the LSE, we weren't talking about too much. If I think back to 2022 or something like that, and that's interesting because it just gives you a different perspective. And so as you're setting up meetings, as you're thinking about the network groups you set up, as you think about how decisions are made in your organizations, go which generations are actually making those decisions, and is it just one generation that's making the decision? And therefore, is there something you can do around having a shadow board or something like that? So it doesn't mean that you're going to put a brand new person that's Gen Z straight into your executive team, but should they have a louder voice in there? I.e., should there be a shadow board or some mechanism for more formally inputting into decision making? So it's that type of thing that we're discussing, really, and it's interesting to see the responses that we're getting, because it's first of all the the kind of eyebrow raising. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that, and go, wow, actually that's quite powerful.
It really is. And I think your answer to that question is just kind of like looking at it from the inclusivity point of, we don't want to exclude anyone. We want to take probably what's the older generations have in terms of experience and wealth of knowledge that they're bringing to the workforce, and sharing that with the younger generations as well. So I think that kind of links with the previous generation we had from Jack when he was talking about all those aspects of age and work modes, etc. So I think it's a really, really interesting topic. Great. Well, thank you. If you have any other closing remarks you want to, just say about your presentation or give one point of advice, please do so right now. Yeah.
I think it's just think about generational inclusion in your workplace as well. And I dare say that for a lot of people, that might be a new angle when you're looking at your workforce. And just think about that, and then think about the team that you have around you and how you can create that generation inclusive work practice. And that is a great place to start.
Great. Well, thank you. That's really helpful. And thank you so much for your time today. We're probably going to have a short little break before we start our next presentation. But for now, thank you very much, Matt. Take care.
Thank you, Marta. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye. Right. Well, thank you. We'll be back in about approximately 6 minutes with our next presentation, which will be a case study from one of our Inspiring Workplaces award winners this year from the UK and Ireland. So stay tuned, and we'll be back soon. Welcome back. Our next session is a pre-recorded presentation by Adam Bassant, Logistics Director at Hovis, titled Empowering People, the Heart of Hovis Logistics. Adam will discuss how Hovis prioritizes employee development and well-being to create an inclusive, high-retention workplace. Let's roll the video from Hovis, one of our top inspired workplaces for this year. Enjoy.
Welcome and thanks for joining me as we take you through some of our stories from Hovis Logistics under the banner of Empowering People, the Heart of Hovis Logistics. Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Adam Bassant and I'm the Logistics Director for Hovis. I've been with Hovis for about 9 years now. However, I have a 31-year history of working within logistics environments. I started my logistics journey as a picker in a warehouse many years ago, giving me great insight and empathy in how to engage, understand, and also develop large teams of people across multiple locations. Thanks to Inspiring Workplaces for inviting us to attend the PeopleFirst Global Summit. So just to bring Hovis to life, for those of you who are not based in the UK, Hovis is a UK-based national bread and bakery business. This is one of our most staple products. This is our soft white. And across our network, we do about 10 million loaves of fresh bread and bakery products to our customers. It's a big business and it's a very complex business. We've got over 130 years history in the UK of baking and milling, and we're a well-established bread brand on our customer shelves. So Hovis has got two sides to it essentially. You've got the manufacturing side, that's where they make the bread. I call it they make it, and then you've got my side, the logistics side, and we move it. So I manufacture and make it, logistics, we move it. To bring Hovis Logistics to life, it's a large operation, very complex. We operate across 7 sites all across the UK. We're also supported by some third-party partners in our more regional areas. Our people, we got over 1,100 people, 600 of them are lorry drivers, and we operate 450 LGV vehicles, ranging from articulated vehicles all the way down to 7.5 tonne vans. On an average year, we do over 21,000 miles, and we have people working for us 24/7, 365 days a year. Hovis is a great business, got a great reputation, but I'm very passionate about everything we achieve, both in manufacturing, but also my area, logistics, is born out of our people. And now I'm going to take you through some of our ideas and thoughts of how we keep our 1,100 people motivated, inspired, to make the magic happen every single day. So now the bit you've all been waiting for. How do we engage our 1,100 people? So we've created 5 pillars that I believe create meaningful and also sustainable engagement across our workforce. We call this a road to engagement in Hovis Logistics. 5 simple principles. Firstly, smart leadership. Number 2, create the vision. Number 3, honesty and transparency. Number 4, people development. And number 5, and perhaps most importantly, remember engagement is more than just a survey. So out of our 5 pillars, let me take you through our first pillar. Pillar 1, call that smart leadership. Always choose your leaders to suit your audience. In logistics, we've got a mix of 1,100 people ranging from lorry drivers with 30, 40 years experience, right down to warehousemen that have been here 4 or 5 months. But the one common thing they've all got is their people. Our leadership team are all what I call experienced logistics managers. They've come from the floor up, and by that I mean they were warehousemen, a bit like I was many years ago. They've been lorry drivers, they've been stock clerks, they've even been union stewards, some of our managers. But by choosing the right people to lead your operation, you naturally create that empathy with like-minded people, and you've got a common view because we've done the job that our people are doing. I'm a firm believer that we should recruit attitude over academic ability, certainly within a logistics environment. We've got vast training budgets, we've got plenty of resources within Hovis, but one thing I can't do is teach our leaders to be good leaders. Attitude is everything. If they've got the right attitude, they want to improve, they've got a people first mindset, we can teach them all the other stuff. Academic people, fantastic, they've got a big part in logistics. I'm not so sure they play a big part in frontline people management. People relate to people, not positions. It goes back to my first point about choosing your leaders to suit your audience. Be humble. In logistics, our people do probably 12-hour days mainly. Our lorry drivers out doing miles, they do over 35, 40 drops per day. They come back, they're tired. They want someone who understands their challenges, who's got an ear to listen to them and can help them improve. They don't need someone that's got a manager badge saying you do as I say because I'm a manager. Big part of what we've built over the past 9 years in Hovis Logistics is let's not stand on parade. So even in my role as logistics director, you can often find me having a cup of tea and a chat with my colleagues across our 7 sites. I'm Adam first, I'm logistics director second. We have to ensure our leaders are credible. And by credible, I mean they have to be able to relate to our 1,100 people. They have to understand their frustrations. They have to understand the language that we talk a common language, speak to our people in the way that they speak to us. It builds attachment, it builds association, and it builds friendships and relationships that often endure outside of a working environment. So my last point, and I think it's something that you can all take something away from back to your respective jobs, is drive for a people first, manager second approach to leadership. People over position. If we get our people right, we're all human beings, we're all different, but people relate to people. People will always gravitate towards someone who treats them with respect, is humble, and is got lots and lots of humility. Make sure you go for people over position. So pillar number 2, I call create the vision. In Hovis Logistics, we have a very clear vision of where we want to go and how we're going to get there. Think about your people. They need something to believe in, be that you as a leader, be that the plan that you're going to share with them, or be that the business vision. People naturally want something to believe in. Creating a vision, create a plan, gives them an opportunity to support what you're trying to achieve. Think about the identity. We've got a very clear identity in Hovis because we've got a brand, as you see in the loaf that I showed you earlier. A brand, an identity, gives you purpose. It gives you a brand association, be that a business or a retail brand. And it gives you a uniform approach to how you approach the execution of your plan. I'm a big football fan. I support West Ham United. What makes 65,000 Londoners stand up, all sing the same song, all cheer the same team, all follow and chase the same ambition? That's the plan. That's the purpose. That's our identity. So think about your plan. Make sure you share your plan with everyone. Every colleague in your operation or organisation needs to understand the plan. Talk about your plan. Make sure your people know what you're trying to achieve. Share with what we need to do to achieve it. What part can they play in executing and achieving the plan? And finally, what happens when you win? What happens when you achieve your plan? How do you celebrate? Success becomes infectious. If we only talk to our people about the bad things, we'd always be in a negative mindset. Even if your win is small, talk about it. Make sure you sing when you win. So our third pillar is honesty and transparency. That must be a basic principle of being a people manager or people leader. Make sure you give your people an honest view of the world. They may not know how bad it is, they may not know how good it is. If we don't tell them the truth, they'll never be part of it. solution. Make sure you keep your messages very, very simple. People respect transparency, and even if it's bad news, make sure you look them in the eye, treat them with respect, and tell them how it is. In my experience, they'd absolutely respect you for doing that. In life, certainly in logistics, we get many problems on a day-to-day basis. That's the nature of what we do. It's a very fluid operation. Never sit on a problem. I encourage all my team, if there's a problem, run towards it. That way you can address it head on, you can approach it with transparency, take an honest approach to it, and it normally works out as you'd expect it to. In Hovis, we use a model that we call the 3E model. Quite simple, really. First one, educate. Make sure you educate your people. Number two, encourage. After the education, make sure that they understand it and make sure they apply it. Old habits are hard to break sometimes, and teaching new people new processes or new practices may be difficult. Make sure you encourage your people to achieve what you want them to achieve. Thirdly, if you have to, enforce the message. That can be taken many ways, but when you're having difficult conversations with your people, always be honest, never hide nothing, and treat them with respect at all times. So our fourth pillar is people development. Make sure you provide your people with an opportunity to progress. I'm hugely proud that 98 of our people have been promoted in their role over the past 3 years, and that varies across many jobs. We've taken radial drivers that drive a Class 2 rigid vehicle up to primary. We've taken warehouse staff who have been picking and packing. We pushed them on to be a team leader. We've even got transport managers that now are operation managers. One of our sites in London, I've got 2 of my senior managers at that site used to be lorry drivers and union stewards. We provided the path, we believed in them, we supported them, and then they're doing really good stuff for our business. When you do your promotion, never promote to incompetence. And what I mean by that is someone who's at the height of their current job will naturally go to the new job and be inexperienced and maybe a bit unsure what they're doing. When you promote, make sure you support them. That promotion is day one of their new journey, and as an employer, we need to make sure that we support our people to be the best they can be in that new role. I like to believe that people naturally want to be better. We should provide the pathway for them to improve, help them be the best version of themselves, and help generate that retention and that leadership talent pool that will take your business into the next generations. Look at me, as I said when we started, I'm living proof that logistics is a great place to grow. Make sure, as an employer and leaders, you provide your people with a pathway to be the best version of themselves. So our fifth and final pillar is engagement is more than a survey. Most of you watching today will do engagement surveys. Certainly at Hovis Logistics, we do 2 a year. We do a main survey and we do a mini pulse survey halfway through the year. But never forget, an engagement survey is a moment in time. It's a reflection of how people feel at the point they fill out that survey. I've had drivers that have got stuck in traffic in London for 4 hours. They come back, we give them a survey, and guess what? They've had a bad day. And anything that was positive could soon turn negative, and we get a distorted view of that driver's engagement levels within Hovis Logistics. I'm a great believer that whilst surveys are important, there's other metrics that we need to look at on a daily basis. I call these soft metrics of engagement. Think about your absence. What makes somebody get out of bed at 4:30 of a Monday morning in London in November when it's raining and it's cold? If you see a higher level of absence, potentially that person may be feeling a little bit disengaged with the workplace. He may not have the motivation to get out of bed at 4:30 and come into work. Productivity. Happy people are normally productive people, and we see that in our metrics as we go through our network warehousing operations. Make sure you keep close to people's productivity. Make sure you ask the question, are you okay? When productivity dips, make sure you ask a question. Make sure you understand what's driving that low productivity of that person. Speaking from a transport view, we've got 450 lorries. Damage. Do our drivers care? Do they drive their vehicle like they own it? Or do they knock wing mirrors off and have lots of low speed events? An engaged driver, one who feels part of the plan, feels part of the business, is more likely to drive his vehicle in a careful way. The idea generations from your managers, from your team leaders, from your colleagues, when that starts drying up, that's a big red flag to me. Engaged people want to improve, they want to feel part, they want to contribute. A disengaged employee may just sit there thinking, what's the point of this? Make sure you're proactive when you look at your soft metrics and keep close to the ones that are showing a decline. So now I've taken you through our 5 pillars of employee engagement that we deploy in Hovis Logistics. I want to share with you some key messages to take away. Firstly, ensure your managers are people focused and remain credible at all times. Give the people identity and purpose. Build it with them and build it for them. Be authentic. Clear adult conversations are much more effective than corporate buzzwords. Help your people be the very best version of themselves. Train and develop to retain talent for the future. Be proactive. Look for the warning signs outside of the annual survey. Remember, everything your business achieves is because of the people within. Thank you for listening today. I hope you found our session informative and you may have taken some ideas away that you can help generate more engagement within your own businesses. Thanks for Inspiring Workplaces for inviting me today to share my story of Hovis Logistics, and good luck in all you do with your people engagement.
Well, thank you so much to Adam for sharing his presentation and the 5 pillars of creating engagement at Hovis, and also bringing that very important message to the forefront of being people first in everything they do and the conversations and they're having with their employees. So that's a very important message. I think something that really stood out for me was the message about it's the attitude over aptitude, and the importance of staying human in leadership roles, and the importance of being relatable. And this is definitely something that we believe at Inspire Workplaces, and we want to shed a light on organizations that champion this approach as well. So thank you so much again, Adam, for sharing this inspiring story from one of our top Inspire Workplaces this year. We've got a little bit of time, so we're going to have a short break again. Go grab a water, get up, maybe do a couple of stretches. We've been on for quite a while now, and we will be back shortly in about 10 minutes or so. So see you all then. hello back to our People First Summit. Next, we have a pre-recorded talk from Kathy Donnelly, Chief People Officer at TextHelp. With over 25 years of experience in human resources, Kathy was inspired by TextHelp's strong purpose and values. As a global leader in inclusive technology, TextHelp has positively impacted the lives of over 250 million people with a vision to empower the literacy and learning of over 1 billion by 2030. Wow, what a purpose from one of our Inspiring Workplaces winners this year. In today's talk, Building an Inspiring Workplace, Empowering Employees with Inclusive Cultures, Kathy will share strategies for creating a people-first culture that fosters diversity, engagement, and innovation. Let's begin Kathy's presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here today representing TextHelp as one of the 2024 Global Top 100 Inspiring Workplaces, an achievement that means so much to our team. I'm here to share our journey to becoming an inspiring workplace and the steps we've taken to ensure we lead by example as a global inclusive technology company. First, I'd like to share a little about us as a company and our purpose-driven mission. As I mentioned, TextHelp is a global inclusive technology leader dedicated to empowering employees and businesses to reach their full potential by building truly inclusive cultures that not only accept differences, but celebrates and nurtures them. With a strong suite of inclusion tools, we've positively impacted the lives of over 250 million people, those with disabilities, neurodivergent profiles, or multilingual backgrounds in both education and the workplace. But we aren't stopping there. By 2030, we aim to support 1 billion people in reaching their full potential with inclusive technology. As we work with businesses to support them on their journey to building inclusive environments, we ensure we are practicing what we preach. In the last year alone, we've made significant efforts to enhance inclusion within our own organisation. I hope by sharing some of this with you today, you'll find inspiration and insights to take back to your own organisations to help foster a people-first culture where every individual can bring their whole self to work. For us, it's not just about building products that improve literacy, communication, and understanding. It's about creating an inclusive world where everyone, regardless of ability, can thrive. For example, 15 to 20% of people are neurodivergent, that's 1 in 5, with conditions such as dyslexia, autism, ADHD, dyspraxia, OCD, and Tourette's. When we think about our workplaces, many of which are global and diverse, you can imagine how many people this can affect. But the truth is, the real number is unknown, as 76% of those with hidden disabilities do not feel comfortable disclosing them in the workplace, largely due to the stigma that we are working to change. Inclusion isn't just a buzzword for us. To keep our text helpers passionate and driven on our mission to empower others, we must first empower them. We believe a key part of this is creating a culture that celebrates different minds and working styles. At TextHelp, we believe that truly embracing differences requires more than reactive measures. It demands a proactive approach that integrates inclusion into every aspect of our work environment from day one. One way we achieve this is through our inclusive technology for all, such as our Read and Write tool. From the very beginning of our relationship with new employees, we provide Read and Write, our flagship workplace toolbar, free of charge. This means that all candidates have access to this software from the interview stage, enabling them to work to their strengths without the need for disclosure or special requests. By embedding this technology into our onboarding process, we ensure that everyone can operate at their best, regardless of their background or their neurodiversity. Our commitment to inclusion extends beyond our team. We recognise that neurodiversity and disabilities are often hereditary. That's why we offer Read and Write not only to our employees, but also to their families at no cost. This innovative benefit allows our employees to support their loved ones as well, creating a ripple effect of inclusion and accessibility within and beyond the workplace. We're seeing more and more leading companies like EY, Coca-Cola, Euro-Pacific Partners, Lumen Technologies, and KPMG embracing similar approaches. By providing tools like Read and Write to all employees, they embrace proactive inclusion and support for their teams and surrounding communities through Read and Write Free for Families, while also tapping into a wealth of diverse perspectives and innovative thinkers. Creating an inspiring workplace starts with ensuring that every employee feels valued and heard. At TextHelp, we've worked hard to create an environment where people can bring their authentic selves to work. This begins with community building. We have 6 employee resource groups, ERGs, that cover areas like disabilities and neurodiversity, race and ethnicity, mental health and well-being, LGBTQ+, to name a few. These groups help foster a sense of belonging and community where employees feel seen and understood. They're action-driven, with every employee having the opportunity to use their voice for company-wide change, and they are sponsored by our executive team. Since implementing these ERGs, we've seen a significant impact on employee-driven changes that have made our business more inclusive as a whole. Some examples include providing free period products, supporting employees with hidden disabilities, and enhancing our sustainability efforts. Another key element of our success has been our focus on well-being, both mental and physical. We understand that supporting our people isn't just about their work, it's about making sure they feel supported as individuals. In the past year alone, we've made significant strides in embracing a people-first culture. We've introduced initiatives like Wellbeing Afternoons, where employees can take paid time off to recharge and spend time with family and friends. This, along with embracing a remote-first culture, flexible work schedules, and enhanced maternity and paternity policies, has transformed work-life balance, resulting in happier and healthy employees. We understand that leadership plays a critical role in building a strong culture. That's why we've prioritised leadership development, with our people managers undergoing tailored programmes and each of them completing inclusive leadership training. Our DEI Leadership Council, we've just changed the name, it's now our People and Planet Alliance, works closely with leadership to ensure we're not just talking about inclusion, but living it through daily actions and long-term strategies. As a company passionate about embracing and celebrating differences, we ensure all employees undergo mandatory neurodiversity and disability training, as well as anti-bullying training to reduce unconscious bias and stigma. We regularly request feedback from employees on what changes they'd like to see, and we make sure we act on that feedback. We aim to build a workplace that evolves with our dynamic and diverse employees' lives. I'd like to share some recent feedback from our team members about how they feel about working at TextHelp to reflect the impact of investing in our people and their well-being. As you can see, our team members consistently share how much they enjoy coming to work, how they feel empowered, trusted, and respected. They appreciate the fun, supportive work environment, along with the opportunities for personal and professional growth. Our focus on employee well-being, such as offering gym memberships, has made a meaningful difference in their lives, helping them stay healthy and motivated. Ultimately, investing in our people enables them to be their best and achieve both personal and collective success. As a result of our people-first practices, we've seen significant outcomes and measured a significant return on investment. I'd like to finish up with some measurable data so you can further see the impact. We've seen a reduction in our employee attrition rate from 17% in January 2023 to just 9% a year later. We also monitor our employee satisfaction through our eNPS survey, which has shown promising results with a 6% increase since last year. We've achieved a 99% employee recommendation rate on Glassdoor, and employee engagement has also increased with an engagement score of 88, up from 77 in March 2023. This feedback fuels our commitment to continuously improve and create a workplace that truly inspires our team. So before I close, I'd like to leave you with some actionable insights that have made a real difference for us at TextHelp and some key focus areas. Firstly, align your culture with a purpose. Create a purpose that serves both your customers and your employees. When everyone believes in the same mission, the collective energy is unstoppable. Secondly, make inclusion the backbone of your business. It's not enough to have a diverse workforce. Ensure your environment is truly inclusive. Create employee resource groups, offer training, embrace different styles of working, invite feedback, and most importantly, take action on that feedback to evolve with your people. Number 3, prioritize holistic well-being. Mental, physical, and financial well-being should be central to your people strategy. Small changes like well-being afternoons, flexible working hours, and remote or hybrid working options can make a world of difference. Number 4, focus on employees as people first. Support employees' lives outside of work and build trust by showing you care about their overall well-being. For example, we introduced self-development funds so our employees can explore non-work related interests or hobbies. Number 5, embrace different learning styles. Everyone thinks, learns, and communicates in their own unique way. By providing flexible working options, we allow individuals to reach their full potential while fostering autonomy and trust. And finally, leadership development is key. Invest in leadership training focused on inclusion and adaptability. Leaders set the tone for your culture, so equipping them with the right tools is essential. We're incredibly proud of what we've achieved at TextHelp, but we know the journey never ends. There's always more to learn, more to improve, and more people to help. So if you'd like to learn more about how we can work together to create inclusive environments where everyone can shine, please scan the QR code on the screen to arrange a chat. Thank you for your time, and I hope you found our story and our insights useful. Let's continue creating workplaces where everyone can thrive and succeed together.
Well, thank you to Kathy and TextHelp for sharing this insightful presentation. I think as we move on with using a lot of more technology in a workplace, it is very important to make sure that we stay proactive and promote proactivity and inclusion in using that technology for all our employees, especially with that statistic. So 76% of employees with hidden disabilities do not disclose this to their employers. So this is definitely an important factor to have in mind when we introduce technology in our workplace. I think Kathy included a lot of tips and examples of how they support their employees at TextHelp. So hopefully you will be able to take these and implement those at your organizations too. It's about 2:15. We've got about 15 minutes till our next speaker. It's going to be Scott McInnes, and he will be talking about strengthening the connection to drive performance. So we'll see you shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the PeopleFirst Global Summit. Next, I'm very excited to welcome our next speaker, Scott McInnes. He's a founder of Inspiring Change and host of the Building Better Cultures podcast. Do check it out. Scott is also our long-standing awards judge, and we are very grateful for his time, dedication, and the expertise he shared with us over the years. Scott will present Strengthening Connection to Drive Performance, where he will explore how organizations can strengthen the sense of connection with their employees in the evolving workplace. Please join me in welcoming Scott. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going well. It's been it's been a while now, but yeah.
There is nothing quite like a 30-second countdown timer to put you on edge, by the way, just so you know how that feels from a speaker perspective.
The pressure is rising with each count. That's definitely the case. Yes, but I'm glad that you're here, and we can't wait to hear all about what you've got to say and share with us today. So, without further ado, welcome.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Marta. Appreciate that. So as Marta said, my name is Scott McInnes. I am Dublin-based, and I run an organization called Inspiring Change. We are all about one thing and one thing only, and that is helping our clients to build brilliant cultures that people want to join and won't want to leave. We do that by focusing specifically on organizational culture change and employee communications and leadership. mandatory gratuitous credentials page. So we've worked with some big brands in Ireland and in the UK, some of the biggest being the Police Service of Northern Ireland, Enterprise Ireland, the Football Association of Ireland, VHI, who'd be the Irish equivalent of BUPA, and a number of other organizations too. And we love the work that we do because it makes a real difference in the organizations that we work with. I've been musing for ages about this thing buzzing around in my head, connection, this idea of connection and our connection to each other and our work and our colleagues. And I've got a theory that how we work today is eroding the sense of connection between our teams, our people, and our organizations. And I wanted to spend a little time maybe teasing that out, looking at what some of the issues are, what some of the impact is, and then bring you through a bit of a framework that we've created that might point you towards some practical things that you can do to start thinking about how you rebuild connection with people in your organization. I don't think the problem is new. And actually, like many challenges in the workplace, whether that be leadership, whether it be culture, whether it be engagement, I think what the pandemic did was really amplify the issue. And that was amplifying it. If you were good, it kind of got better. But if you were bad, it kind of really showed up your gaps. It really showed up the challenges in organizations where culture was poor, or engagement was poor, or leadership or communications was poor. It got worse because we weren't all in the same building together. When you think about the cost of that, it's not just the money cost. I was doing a bit of digging around and I've got some burning platform stats for you. Harvard Business Review did a piece of research, and loneliness in terms of turnover and productivity, when they did their research, was costing about 3.5 billion euros a year to UK companies. But it's not just the financial cost, of course, it's the people cost as well. And that same study found that lonely employees are more likely to quit their jobs. They're likely to have higher stress levels. They are 2 to 3 times more likely to miss work due to illness. Gallup went on in research of theirs to say that disconnected teams experience 59% more turnover and 41% more absenteeism, which of course is a huge contributor to that cost to businesses. Conversely, employees in environments where they feel connected are 2 to 3 times more likely to say their job inspires them to innovate and come up with new ideas. And of course, that's something that we look to our employees for all the time. The US Surgeon General Advisory in 2022 highlighted that a lack of connection can increase the risk of burnout and mental health issues. Gallup similarly reported that workers who lack connection with their teams are twice as likely to experience workplace stress and burnout. So it's not good for companies, and it's not good for the people that work in those companies. It's a huge challenge. And we mentioned a couple of the challenges there, the increasing loneliness and the impact on mental health. But of course, there's also the impact on the culture in an organization. From what we are seeing, many organizations are struggling with hybrid working and remote working because we still see culture as being a building, a place to come to, and we're just not very good at working out how do we build the culture that we want in our organization when people aren't necessarily in the business all the time, aren't in the building together all the time like we were pre-2020. Of course, there's a huge challenge with less collaboration happening because we're not actively making it happen. Challenges with team dynamics because we're not all in the same place at the same time. And of course, the ongoing stress of tech. And over the past few days, I've been doing lots of focus groups with a client, and everybody being late to everything appears to have become part of the long COVID pandemic, because we're back to back on Teams calls these days. You don't get time to pop to the loo, to have a cup of tea, to have a sit down, to breathe. And that's a huge challenge, a really, really big challenge for organizations. I ran in the Great Scottish Run about 3 weeks ago, which reminds me of a joke. How do you know that somebody ran a half marathon? Because they keep telling you. The palpable sense of energy that comes from being within a group of people with a single-minded purpose, all going the same direction, all supporting each other, there for each other, there with 30,000 stories and 30,000 reasons for being, is palpable. It's incredible the joy that you got from the sense of connection of being with those 30,000 people. And similarly, you know, when we were at concerts, that was the Killers in Dublin back in June, and then Noah Khan in Belfast in July with my 16-year-old daughter. I can attest to the fact that 16-year-old girls, there was about 47,000 of them in that field, can't sing. They shout the lyrics, or certainly the lyrics they think they know, but they're not great singers. But the energy there, the positivity, the friendliness was unbelievable. Everybody was just having a good time. And that sense of togetherness was incredibly, incredibly powerful. When I think about what connection means, there are hundreds of definitions of the word connection. And there was one that I particularly liked, which was the idea of recognizing and valuing the humanity in others, fostering a sense of community and building relationships built on trust, respect, and care. And for me, those things are incredibly powerful and incredibly potent, and often things that, whilst we talk about them in the context of work, trust, respect, and care, often aren't there. They aren't baked into our culture. And I know that, you know, we talk about values, and values being the epitome, the foundation stones of culture. And often we work with clients where they'll say to us, well, you know, we think that we should have trust in as one of our values. And my response to that is, but isn't trust something that's built up from you living your values? Isn't trust an output or an outcome of you living the values you have in your organization? So the idea of connection to me is incredibly strong. But for some people, the Zulu tribe in South Africa, they have a term which can be summarized as Ubuntu. And I'd never heard this before I had Dr. Jerry Gould on the podcast that Marta kindly mentioned earlier on, and we might stick a link to that in the chat. We chatted about Ubuntu. Jerry is based in South Africa. He is a doctor down there, and it roughly translates into "I am because we are." It's an idea or an old African philosophy that follows the idea that a person is a person through other people. We only exist because of the people around us, and together we are a community. And for the Zulu tribe, it's a building block of their society. That belief that togetherness is so powerful that we'll actually give it a name, that we actually talk about it in that way. So if you think about the power of connection and you think about the challenge of where we are perhaps today, not in all organizations, but in some, what do we have to start thinking about? Well, for me, if we can improve connection, what's that going to lead to? I think improved and increased employee engagement. I think improved employee experience, which of course leads directly to an improved customer experience, which continues to build performance of your organizations. So focusing on this idea of connection isn't a nice, fluffy thing, which often gets thrown to HR to look after. It's almost a business imperative that if we want to grow with the performance of our businesses, we have to look after our people better, and we have to get to a place where they start to feel connected as individuals to each other, to their work, and to the organizations that they work for. For me, it's absolutely critical. Question is, how do you do that? So we did a bit of soul searching, a bit of navel gazing, a bit of thinking, and came up with this idea, this framework of the 6 C's of connection. 6 things that as organizations you might want to start thinking about more if you're thinking about them already, or start thinking about them if you're not thinking about them already. That said, there's nothing here that's brand new, and often it's just a case of pulling that stuff back up again and showing it back to people and saying, it's still here. you've got to still keep thinking about this because it's not fixed. And even when you do think one element of this model is fixed, the context you're working in has changed. So actually, you've got to go back around the houses again and refocus. Let's look at each of the 6 C's. I'll go through them one at a time. The first one is cause. And for years, we've been talking about purpose and purpose-led organizations. And of course, Simon Sinek has the bag on that one with Start With Why. But yes, for us, cause, yes, it talks to purpose, the wider purpose of the organization. But it can be smaller than that. It can be a cause that your team is following, a project that you have to deliver, something you're working on together to get over the line, something that together you'll deliver to make a difference for the organization that you work for and the customers or clients that you work with. So that idea of, I guess, a bigger reason for being, as Simon Sinek might put it, is incredibly powerful. What's the second one? It's something that I believe organizations have really struggled with during the pandemic, and since then, as we've moved into hybrid working, and that's communication. So not just the day-to-day communication of what it is we're doing today, what it is we're doing next week, the avalanche of emails that you're getting, or perhaps the Teams messages or the messages on WorkVivo or Workplace or whatever your secret sauce in your organization is. But actually, bigger than that, being really clear about the organizational strategy is critical. Communicating that to people in a way that gets them not just here, but here as well. And actually, probably more importantly, gets them here, because we know that it's those messages that go to our hearts that are the ones that truly motivate us. Yes, we get the numbers and the KPIs and the pillars and all that stuff in our heads that makes sense, but actually it's our heart that motivates us. So being really clear about strategy and explaining that in a very, very human way can help make sure that we're very clearly aligned around where it is we're going as an organization. We feel connected to something bigger than just ourselves or our team. Of course, finding and sharing stories really helps to drive that sense of connection and really helps to bring communication up and really brings that heart to what it is we're talking to employees about. And we want to make sure that we share experiences. And of course, it's those experiences, that alignment to overall strategy that contributes to trust in organizations. I can see where we're going as an organization. I can see through the stories that my colleagues are all pulling that same direction. And therefore, I'm going to pull that same direction too, because I feel part and connected to that bigger idea, that bigger organization. The third one is collaboration. And we need to create opportunities for people to work together. And that's not just about projects, about helping Jim and John and Sally and Bob in their performance management say, well, you need to go and work with other departments in the organization. So go and do a 3-month secondment with HR, try and get together a cross-functional team to solve this problem. Yes, it's partly that, but it's also about how we work together. I don't think we've quite nailed how we work together. And I believe it's why there's such a backlash when it comes to hybrid working and organizations suggesting that they want to have people back in the office for a day or 2 or 3 a week, which, by the way, I don't think is a bad thing. I quite support the idea of anchor days. I also support the idea of hybrid working because I think they can both live side by side very comfortably. I think that what we're not very good at doing is setting a team rhythm. What are we going to do on those days when we come in? What's the work, therefore, that I'm going to do on the days when I'm not in the office? Because that's work that I can do on my own. That's quiet work like writing or making phone calls. Because if I'm not putting that level of thought into the work that I'm doing, then I'm going to end up in the office on an Anchor Wednesday, stuck in a booth for 7 hours doing phone calls, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, because I can do those at home. And what's that going to do? It's going to piss me off because I've had to come in on a Wednesday because it's an anchor day. And it's going to piss my colleagues off because they're saying, well, what was the point of you coming in when all you're doing is sitting in a booth, doing phone calls or doing quiet work? So we need to make sure that people spend a little more time thinking more widely about how we work together, because hybrid working isn't just, are you working in the office or working at home. It's also about what work you're doing, when you're doing it, and who you're doing it with. So if we can think more about how we work together, more about collaboration, what does that do? Well, it allows us to get the most from and give the most to each other, in turn strengthening that sense of connection, which can be very quickly eroded if all we ever do is come into the office and do the stuff, the one-to-one stuff that we need to get done. We need to start thinking differently. Fourth, a sense of community. We need to start creating more opportunities socially and work-wise to build relationships and shared experiences between our people. And it's those shared experiences in organizations that will create a really true sense of belonging. And those shared experiences that make me feel part of something bigger, that bring me the joy of being with people, the Great Scottish Run on a much smaller scale. So we have to think about that. Now that has to work for both parties, because we don't want employees having to travel into town just for a social engagement on a day when maybe we're working at home. And equally, we need to think about what people want in organizations when it comes to building that sense of community. Maybe it's things done during the working day, because it seems to me, in my experience since COVID, that there's less things happening in the evening. There are less social things happening in organizations, and the opportunity to have those connections with our colleagues are kind of diminishing, and they exist only in the world of work. So what can we do to start to think about how can we build that sense of community? Our fifth C is contribution, or recognition, if you like. Recognizing the success and, really importantly, the failures that we have in work. Because even when we fail at something, we're still contributing. We're still contributing, learning, and looking at different ways of doing things. So how can we help to really bring people's contributions to life? How can we help them to really bring those into the organization? How do we celebrate when people have done a really, really good job? Not only so that we can learn from what they've done, but so that they know the difference that they're making, so that they can feel that sense of connection to the work because they've been given a pat on the back, an award, a standing ovation in a team meeting, or whatever it might be. And the last one is care. And I remember that I was chatting to a colleague a few years ago, and he said to me, well, what are your values? And I said, well, I'm going to treat people the way I'd like to be treated, the golden rule. And he said, why would anybody want to be treated the way that you want to be treated? Surely they want to be treated the way they want to be treated, which actually is the platinum rule. Treat people the way they want to be treated, caring for them, looking out for them, empathizing, looking for opportunities to talk, making sure that they understand that they are cared for as part of your organizational fabric. And I think those 6 elements of cause, of communication, of collaboration, of community, contribution, and care, if you can focus on those areas, that will be a game changer in terms of building stronger connections with your people. Will it happen overnight? No. You might try some things and they won't work. So you backtrack, you learn, and you try something else. You go out and you speak to your people to ask them what they want. How are they feeling? Do they feel connected to the organization? Is it having an impact on their work? And you find out what they want to do to rebuild connection with work. Because we're in this place at the moment, I think, where there's a whole narrative, particularly in the media, particularly around hybrid working, and it's a pull, a tug of war between organizations and individuals. The organizations want people back, and the individuals are resisting. I don't think it's that at all. I think it's a conversation that needs to happen, and I think connection is at the very heart, or if it isn't, should be at the very heart of that conversation. I went on to ChatGPT and I got into DALL-E and I said, give me a picture of "It takes 3 to tango." And it came up with this, which isn't a bad effort. It has to be said. That was its first go. So it takes 3 to tango. I think that people will very quickly point a finger at organizations to say that, well, the responsibility for creating connection in the organization is the organization's responsibility. And actually, I don't believe that. I think there are actually 3 groups of people that we need to think about. There are 3 bodies There are the organization. Yes, absolutely. Because they set the tone, they set the direction, they set the guidelines, they set the policy and the procedures. And actually, they have a certain level of control over people within the organization. Yes, there's a role for people leaders, because effectively that level of connection, really, probably most of it happens at team level. Certainly, if you go back to some of the stats that Gallup throw around, they've said for years that 70% of engagement happens at team level. Only 30% happens at organizational level. And I suspect it's probably similar here, if not higher, actually, than 70% of connection happening at team level. So people leaders have a really, really important part to play in bringing that sense of connection to their teams. And the third group might be a surprising one, employees. It's really easy for people to say, I'm not going to bother going to that. I'm not going to bother getting involved. I'm going to just keep doing the work that I do wherever I am. It doesn't matter that I'm in the office. I'm going to still do my calls. I'm not going to control my diary. I'm not going to change how I work. There is an onus on employees as well to think about what they do, when they do it, and how they do it, so that we can build that sense of connection with our colleagues. Perhaps it is a pain in the neck to pop into town for a night out, and it's easy to stay at home on the couch, but is that the right thing to do? I don't know. I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm just wondering if more people actually said, you know what, sod it, I'm going to go in and meet my colleagues and have a bit of crack and have a bit of fun. Might that build a stronger sense of connection? I wanted to finish with this, which is a bit of a challenge back to you watching, I guess, which is this. Hand on heart, of those 6 C's of connection, how many can you tick today? How many can you tick and say, we're doing a really, really good job in that area? And if the answer is all of them, chapeau, well done. Great, keep going. If the answer is none of them, you've got a job to do. And if the answer is some of them, just keep going. And by the way, if you need help, give us a ring and we can give you a hand. But it is worthwhile thinking about and reflecting on that idea of how connected, I wonder, do our employees feel to their work, their teams, and their organizations. I guess the bottom line is this. If nothing changes, nothing changes. We can carry on doing what we're doing. We can carry on letting people do what they do. A little bit like culture, every organization has a sense of connection, a way that people feel connected. And we can either leave that to chance, a bit like our culture, we can leave that to chance, or we can choose to do something proactive about it, to be more deliberate around the idea that we need to create a stronger sense of connection with our people and start to think about a plan that will help us get from A to B. If nothing changes, nothing changes. We mentioned the podcast earlier on, Building Better Cultures. You'll find it wherever you listen to your podcasts. Have a look for Jerry Gould. He was a really, really good guest, and we had a great conversation, and he'll tell you a little bit more about Ubuntu. There are plenty of, all the podcasts are on our website, along with a bit more about what we do, and a lot of blogs, which explore lots of different areas of employee engagement, or organizational culture, of employee communications and leadership. And if you've got any questions, please do get in touch. But for now, with 3 minutes to go, I will say thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Scott. If you want to stay for a quick chat, that would be great. Well, great presentation. And I love how aligned we are, because we also had Dr. Jerry Gould joining us earlier, earlier this morning. Hours ago.
It feels like a year ago now.
Yes. And he's also been sharing some great, the Ubuntu and leadership with the heart. So that's some great message out there. So yeah, definitely alignment all the way there. One thing that really stood out from your presentation was about the finding the team's rhythm. And like lots of people out there need a bit of structure, like myself. I find that I work best at structure. I'm the most productive when it's there. So lots of people will struggle if that structure is not there, especially with like hybrid work. I think it's important for organizations to take that in account, not, for those people as well. What's your advice for the organizations to try and preserve that and strike the right balance between, connection, disconnection, and ensuring that those people are included in that as well?
I think you gave the answer in your question when you said included. And I think the answer is we get down, we speak to our teams and we say, let's try and work out how best we can use our time together, because it's an effort for us to get here. If you live in London, you might be 2 hours traveling to get to the office on one of your anchor days. So let's realize that we've made a real investment in getting to the office for these 2 anchor days of 8 hours combined travel time. How can we best use those hours? What's the kind of stuff that we can be doing when we're all together that we don't need to be doing when we are apart? So, my one-to-one calls, my quiet time, my writing, all of that type of kind of quiet work, that can be done on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. But our Wednesday, Thursday days in the office, that's much more about getting together, running focus groups, having our team lunch, doing our one-to-ones, having our team meeting other colleagues in the business. And I think sitting down with a team, and actually I was only out with Meta this morning talking about change, and we were talking about team charters. So organizations, why don't you just have a team charter? Give your leaders a bit of a few slides of a deck and a team charter to sit down with their people, with their 10 people on their team, to agree their ways of working. What's going to work for our team? Because what works for one team will not be the same as what works for another team. So it can't be mandated from the top of the organization. It needs to be a discussion at team level so that each team can find the place that works for them.
What a great piece of advice to finish this insightful talk. Thank you so much, Scott, for today and for your time. And we're going to go straight to the next speaker. So thank you so much again for sharing your knowledge.
Great stuff. Thanks, Marta. Thanks, everyone. Take care and have a good afternoon.
Thank you. So next, well, that was a great insightful presentation from Scott there. And next, it's all about music and using music to amplify company culture and engage teams. Stay tuned for this next session, as we'll be having some live music in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. Right, it's 3 o'clock and I think it's time for some energy. To bring some fun, music, but also learning into our event, we have Sam McNeil and Tom Billington from Song Division. They will lead Inspiring Workplaces That Rock. Get ready for 30 minutes of high energy engagement as well, to create an original song about the PeopleFirst Global Summit live. Don't worry, I've been told no musical experience is required, just your participation in the comments section when prompted. So let's rock.
Why am I soft in the middle now? Why am I soft in the middle when the rest of my life is so hard? Adding to photo opportunity. I want a shot of redemption. Don't want to end up a cartoon. you'll be my bodyguard, I could be your lost pal. I could call you Betty, Betty when you call me, you can call me Hal. All right. Man walks down the street, it's a street in a strange world. Right my turn, the rest of my life is so hard. Where's my wife and family? What if I die here? Who'll be my role model? Now that my role model is gone, get back up down the alley with some roly-poly little back-faced girl. She looks around. There were incidents and accidents. There were hints and allegations. If you'll be my bodyguard, I could be your lost pal. I could call you Betty, Betty when you call me, you can call me out, call me out. All right.
All right. Can you all hear me out there now? Give me a...
All right. Man walks down the street, it's a street
All right.
in a strange world.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a third
Billington.
world.
Keep that piano, keep that guitar part coming for me, Tommy.
Doesn't speak the language, holds no currency. He's a foreign man.
All right, welcome everyone. Now, while we just wait for a few more people to join, keep that instrumental going, Tommy. We're going to give it one more minute while we're waiting for some people to join us. Let me know you're in the chat box. You can hear me now. There we go. Let me know where you are in the world. Your name, where you are. You might even want to share your LinkedIn profile so we can connect. I'll go first. My name's Sam. I'm in London. And here's my LinkedIn. We'd love to hear where you are in the world. Now, if you want to chat on YouTube, all you need to do is log into your Google account, or you can create a channel. It literally will take you just a couple of minutes. Not even 30 seconds. Please let us know where you are in the chat. Hello, Karen Kitty. Pumped to get rid of the Thursday afternoon lull. Please feel free to share your LinkedIns. Hey, Amy. Hey, Amber. Rich in Bristol. Loving the vibes. Hey, Rich. Matt's in the UK. Feel free to share your LinkedIns if you like. Hey, Duncan. Good to see you, mate. Should we give it another 15 seconds, Tommy?
If you'll be my bodyguard, I can call you Betty.
Bring it home, Tommy.
I can call you Betty. Here we go.
Love it. Hey, Tom, give yourself a round of applause, buddy.
I've got one of those. Hang on. It goes a little something like that. Oh.
Ah, thank you. I'm going to introduce Tom very, very shortly. But for now, it's my absolute pleasure to say hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name's Sam McNeil. I'm the General Manager for Song Division in the UK and Europe, and I'm extremely excited to be here for the next 20 minutes or so. I'll talk about why we're here in just a moment. At Song Division, we believe culture is everything. And for the past 20 years, we've worked in over 38 countries and 15 different languages to help organizations just like yours to do all kinds of things like amplify and enrich their culture, connect and unite their people, reinforce their values, and communicate their internal goals and strategy. We do this via completely original songwriting experiences for groups of 10 through to 100,000 people. And today you'll be getting a very short little taste of how we do it, because we are going to be creating a completely original song, a People First Summit anthem. A song that encapsulates everything around inspiring workplaces, what it means to be people first, and all the key takeaways from the sessions that hopefully you've been enjoying. Now, no one needs to worry. No one needs to sing. No one needs any musical ability. We're obviously in webinar mode here, so no one will be seen or heard. We will do all the heavy lifting. In fact, I've got one of the great musicians joining us today, one of my favorite people in the world, uber talented singer, songwriter, frontman, absolute ball of energy. This guy's toured, recorded and performed with everyone from The Killers to Depeche Mode to Razorlight, Sophie Ellis-Bextor, Tony Hadley from Spandau Ballet. He's done 16 Glastonburys and he's performed karaoke with Sir Paul McCartney. Give it up for the one and only Mr. Tom Billington.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you for joining us, Tom. Tom is one of our dozens of musicians we have around the world, session musicians who tour and record with the biggest acts on the planet. That's what we do at Song Division, and we're very excited to have you here. Now, Tommy, like I said, it's about 10 past 3 in the UK. It's 4 p.m. in Europe. It's morning over in the US, and it's very late if you're in Asia, Pacific, or Australia. So no matter where you are in the world, you're probably feeling a little bit tired and lethargic, or you've been sat down for a long time. So we're going to do another quick musical energizer. Now, I want you up out of your seats, everyone, and I want you to follow me. I'm the only one who's going to feel silly because no one else can see you. So it's all on me. What do you reckon, Tommy? A bit of happy or something? We'll just get people up and moving.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised how much better you feel.
I completely agree.
It's a tried and tested thing, and
All
this
right.
is if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Brought into the 21st century.
Yep, and I think of this as a bit of a boxing warm up. So we're going to firstly just going to get up out of our seats. We're going to stand up and we're going to jiggle. Just going to loosen up. We're limbering up for a fight almost.
I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space.
Pop the old arm out that way.
In the air,
get the shoulders rolled.
By the way, all together now.
Same one, other side. A quick clap. Call this a round of applause. And a little bit of a boxing dance. I call this the boxer dance. All right, I think that'll do it, Tommy. Oh, beautiful. All right, well done, everyone. Now, if you did that, I know it probably felt a bit silly, but I can guarantee you have a smile on your face and you're feeling better than you were 45 seconds ago. Tom's definitely got a smile on his face.
I feel great, yeah. I'm always like this.
So we know music makes us feel good. Everyone knows that, but a lot of people don't know why. So before we get started today, we're going to talk very quickly about the science behind music and what music does to us on an individual level and what it does to groups and communities, because it's very, very cool. And I'm not going to get too in depth here, but there's a few things I want to touch on. When we listen to music, when we go to concerts, when we sing in choirs or in the shower, we release something in our brain called oxytocin. Oxytocin is responsible for activating the prefrontal cortex of the brain. That's the part of the brain where all the fun stuff happens. That's where we're creatively problem solving. That's where we are thinking outside the box. That's where we're collaborating with others. That's where we're having fun. That's where we're playing. And so much more. The quickest way to activate that prefrontal cortex is by music is one of the quickest tools to do that. It's very cool. That's what's happening on an individual level to the brain. But what about on a larger group level? We also know that oxytocin is the chemical responsible for and associated with bonds, strengthening social bonds within communities and groups. We know that when chimpanzees even groom each other and pick bugs off each other, they're releasing oxytocin, and that's part of their process to strengthen bonds within their community. So very, very cool stuff. We also know that music and memory and learning are very linked, and memory, actually. We know that when we're children, that's why we learn the alphabet. We learn it to a melody. And it's also why all those huge brands in the world who might be watching right now have let's call them memorable those memorable jingles that you, when you hear them, you think of that organization straight away. Music has the power to do all of that. I'm going to show you what I mean right now. Before we even start playing any more music, we're going to talk about music, and that's going to get the oxytocin pumping as well. So I want you back in your chat, everyone, if you can. Again, remember, it will be more enjoyable if you can log in via Google or YouTube, or quickly set up a channel so that you can interact with us in the chat. But if not, that's fine. But please let us know in the chat, what was the first ever musical experience you went to, or first live concert you attended? First gig, first festival. I will tell you, mine was Billy Joel and Elton John together, touring together at the Sydney Cricket Ground back in 1996, I believe. I think I was 11 years old. So that's my first ever concert experience. Tommy, you've got a good one.
Yeah, well, mine was Queen in '86. At Wembley, so that ages me somewhat.
It does age you a little bit. I was 1 year old, but you somehow you and I look the same age. I don't know.
Yeah. If anything, the other way.
Yeah. Okay, they're coming in the chat box now. Oh, Amy, Calvin Harris, age 14. What? Yeah, a big fan of Calvin Harris. Fun fact: the only person in the world to have an album that every track was a #1 hit. The reason being he released the album after he put the singles out. So they all went to #1, and then he turned that into an album and called it #1. So there's a bit of a fun fact. What have we got here? Steph. Not again, Tom. You can't. Can you see the chat? Guess Steph's first concert. Just guess.
Was it New Kids on the Block?
It's New Kids on the every session Tom and I do, someone says New Kids on the Block. Steph, thank you for being that person. Oh, Matt, Oasis 96. Obviously, Oasis. Were you at that, Tom?
I went to the Nebworth one. Yeah.
You went to the Nebworth one. Oasis very much back in the picture at the moment, aren't they? Yeah. Karen, Kitty, Small, Peter, Andre, Australia, represent.
Oh yeah.
And E17, aged 11. Peter Andre, opening for E17, maybe. Love it. Oh, who's SR Plays? You'll have to let us know your name unless you'd prefer not to, because that's a good one. Rolling Stones at Ashton Gate in Bristol. I think it was 1980 when he was 15 years old. Thank you, SR Plays 909. Duncan Barrow. Oh, that's cool. Run DMC and the Beastie Boys joint concert at the Brixton Academy. Oh my gosh. What I would give to have been at that gig. At the Brixton Academy too. Can you imagine it? You gotta fight. Yeah. Matt loves Duncan's answer. Great answer, Duncan. For me, that wins today. Personally, not that it's a competition, but if I could go to any of those, I'd probably pick that at Brixton Academy or Queen at Wembley for sure. Oh my gosh, Rich is saying the Rolling Stones tickets were £8.
I mean, my goodness. Well, that does age us.
That does age us. That was 1980. There you go. Hey, thank you, everyone. Hey, the reason I asked that question is, it's a great question, and I love it, and almost everyone has an answer to it. But what I find really interesting is not even listening to music, just talking about music activates the prefrontal cortex and releases oxytocin when we link it to a memory. I just think that's really cool. So great conversation starter at the dinner table as well. Hey, we need to probably get our skates on here. We're creating a completely original song from scratch. We've got some questions for you. We're going to pop them in the chat for you. What's the first thing that comes to your mind or that you think of when you think about your company and the people that you work with? I'm going to give us some time here. Now, we sent out a pre-event survey, or the good people at Inspiring Workplaces emailed a pre-event survey. And we got another one from Gregory quickly. Prince and the Revolution. Okay, that does win.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Yes, sorry, got distracted there. Yes, so first thing, now the survey responses were amazing. Someone said we are a people-focused organization that believes in valuing our employees to keep them motivated and providing the flexibility to collaborate and innovate and be successful. Love that.
That's a song in itself.
That's a song in itself. That could be the opening, spoken word. Bureaucratic was said. 3 different people said supportive team or supportive, and a purpose-driven passion and pride. What have we got in the chat box here?
Purpose, passion, and pride is great.
Purpose-driven passion, pride, even better. That could be a lyric right there. Okay, so we got some answers in the chat box. Amy says supportive. Another one, supportive. I love that. Close relationships. Gregory, thank you so much. That's great. Anyone else want to add anything? What do they think of when they, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of your team, your people, the people you work with? Inspiring, Matt. I love that. Steph says our people are amazing. Get that down now. We'll get that in there too. We're copy pasting all these words and we're going to use them in a moment to write lyrics. So I got another question for everyone. We'll put it in the chat. What makes an inspiring workplace? In your own words, what makes an inspiring workplace? Now, the responses from the pre-event survey were kind, creative, generous, caring, autonomy, alignment. Oh, I like this one. A drive to continually improve, adapt, and listen. Somewhere where you feel able to be your best, to be inspired by the people around you, and to be able to ask for support when others need it. To support and help when you need it. Sorry, I should say. Opportunities to be heard and develop. That's a big one. People want to feel heard. And when colleagues care about each other, they act like a team and they help each other when needed. Okay, this is great. So what have we got in the chat here? We've got inspiring. We are family. Thank you, Rich. Respect. What makes you inspire? Yes, a place where colleagues respect each other, of course. Trust. Thank you, Rich. We definitely need trust. Feeling like you belong. A sense of belonging. I love that. Duncan says somewhere you can be yourself. How good's that? I agree. I was going to say authenticity, or you can be authentic. And Amy says a great team that trusts and supports each other. Amazing, amazing, amazing. One more question for you. We'll pop it in the chat. Why is healthy organizational culture so important? Why is healthy organizational culture so important? Now, the answers I got in the pre-event survey were a positive and healthy organizational culture fosters a sense of belonging and engagement where employees feel valued, motivated, willing to collaborate and innovate to provide better service and make the organization more successful. What a great answer.
You're not mucking around.
Yeah, that person probably doesn't need to be on this. It sounds like they know exactly what they're doing.
Exactly what
they're fine. You can go. You tick pass. Someone else said delivers service excellence. Yep. This is good. Your culture is the environment where your strategy will thrive or die. With no organization will ever achieve their goals, commercial or otherwise, without the right environment. Because you spend so much time at work, it has a huge impact on your well-being, negatively or positively. Yep, we all agree that we spend so much time at work that you need to love it and you need to feel valued and heard. If you feel your best, you can be your best. I love that. That was a pre-event answer. And one more, because it allows us to be honest about what we need to perform at our best and make you care about the work you're doing. Beautiful. Okay, what have we got in the chat? Somewhere you can be yourself. So we had that one. A great team that trusts and supports each other. Steph says better employee engagement. 100%, Steph. Interested to know what that looks like in your words. How do we engage our employees? I think, again, it's about listening and making sure people feel heard is a big one, and empowered. Matt, you spend so much time at work, it impacts your life outside. I completely agree, whether you like it or not. So you need a positive, healthy culture. I completely agree. I don't know anyone who can just finish work and switch off and not take it home with them. So I completely agree that you do need that culture there as well. Okay. We've got 8 minutes. We haven't even really got into it yet. We have a lot of keywords, so that's great. Tom, we need some chords. I'm thinking that we just get the very first letter we see in the chat box live between A and G. A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. Someone give me a letter. Someone give me a letter out there. A, B, C, D, E, F, or G. And that will become the chords of the song. Amy, thank you, Tommy. We got a G.
Okay.
We've got a G. We've got another G and a C. We've got a C from Stephanie. Can we work a G and a C? Yeah.
Yep.
What goes well with G and C? I'm thinking either a D, an A minor, an
B
F.
minor's nice. A minor. Yeah, any of those are good.
It all works.
Let's sort of see what comes up when we...
Amber likes an F. C, G, F. It all works. 4 chords. C, G, A minor, F. There you go. Thank you all. That'll work. That'll work. Now, we did a pre-event poll on what is the style of this song going to be? What's the genre? And we asked people what genre of music do they enjoy to be to when they work, or to feel inspired at work? What's their go-to genre? The top 2 responses, we gave them 4 options. It was rock, funk, electro, or reggae. The top 2 responses were rock and electro. So Tom, he's going to give you Tom's going to play a little snippet of both genres, and you're all going to tell me in the chat which one you want more, because you're here live with us. So you get the final say. Tom, very quick, give me some rock.
Okay, this is just going to be a standard rock kind of...
And I'm going to start writing some lyrics. Perfect. Great. And let's do EDM real quick. Greg's already said EDM. He hasn't even heard it yet. I like it.
Well, if you want EDM, I have got an EDM that because the other one I've got is a bit more poppy.
Bit more. This is a bit more summer festival electro. I'm thinking a bit more Dua Lipa. That's good.
Okay, maybe something more like this then. Bit more kind of like, come on, get those hands in the air. Hill. And then it'd be something like...
Okay, let's hear what you guys want in the chat there. We like that first option,
Something
which was
like
had your classic rock, or that second option, which we're calling electro, but it's almost electro pop, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Kitty says that one's more fun. Greg says nice. Matt says nice shout on EDM. Rich says rock. Steph likes the second one. Kitty says electro. I think it's electro. It's that second
more
one.
the electro, something a bit more fun.
Fun.
I've got harder hitting electro beats, but
I like that. That to me,
it feels a little bit more.
Yeah, that had a bit of an almost like an electro Dua Lipa pop rock. Electro.
We haven't got a lot of time.
So we don't. We got 5 minutes, so I need some help with some lyrics. So I'm typing up some lyrics here, and I would love your help in the chat, at least to help me write the chorus. So let's just go with that. Super easy. People First Summit 2024. I need a line that rhymes with that. 2024. People First Summit 2024. Something and more.
We were talking a lot about being supportive.
What about like positivity at the core, or being supportive is at our core? Does anyone have a
or so much more?
4. People First Summit 2024. Ooh. Something about open door. I like that, Kitty. Where something is an open door, where colleagues have an open door. I'm thinking, like the boss has the open door policy. Something about it's the law. Keep them coming. What about this one? I like this one. Something.
I like the purpose passion one.
Okay.
Something with pride.
Partnerships have an open door. Oh yeah.
Purpose-driven passion and pride.
Yep.
What can we run with that?
Purpose-driven passion and pride. Yep.
Yeah, that feels like a good chorus.
Oh, I like Matt's got there for the culture one. Culture, and more. What about culture, support, and so much more? Matt, I'm going to change yours. Culture, support, and so much more.
Yeah, that works. I can do that.
Oh, you got it? Sorry. Okay. Yep. Something that rhymes with pride. Exactly right. Purpose-driven passion, pride. Let's do one more from the verses. This is a nice one that rhymes with care. When we show our colleagues that we care. When we show colleagues we care, something. Oh, inviting you along for the ride. Thank you, Gregory.
Nice. I got that. Yeah.
Yep, pride, inviting you on the ride. And then I liked also one more real quick. When we show colleagues that we care, something that rhymes with care would be really helpful. And then I think we're going to bang into it. We've got 3 minutes to go. It's a mini song today. It's a chorus and it's a little double chorus and a verse. Something about dare. Yeah, I like that. Anyone got something else? When we show colleagues that we care. What about something like we'll always be there? And we open up so much more and share. I like that. Oh, Tommy, do you want to put that in? When we show colleagues that we care, we open up. Oh, they'll know we'll always be there. We open up. We care.
And okay, I can make that work.
We open up. I also like Gregory's. Okay, well, this has been fast and furious. Normally, we would spend an hour creating this song, but I'm super happy with this. This has been really fun. I hope you've all had enjoyed a little chance to get a taste of what we do at Song Division and what we can do for your own organization. So, Tommy, we're just going to go straight into it.
Yeah, I'm just going to have to make it up as I go along.
You're going to make it up as we go along. That's what we do.
Fine.
Greg,
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. Greg, you might have a job with us. I'm loving your input. Thank you, mate. Yeah, let's rock it.
All right.
I'm going to put them in the...
Are you ready now?
I'll put it in the chat.
So, People First Summit 2024, culture support and so much more. Purpose-driven passion, passion and pride, running you along for the ride. We'll see you in 25. Okay, so feeling heard and that we belong, a trusting culture that's healthy and strong. It starts and ends with authenticity, with empathy and honesty, because we are People First Summit 2024. Culture support, you know there's so much more. Purpose-driven passion, passion and pride, inviting you along for the ride. We'll see you in 25. 2025. So, when we show colleagues that we care, you know that we will always be there, and we are inspired, and you can be your best. It's the key to national success. Come on, People First Summit in 2024. Culture support, you know there's so much more. People-driven purpose, passion and pride, inviting you along for the ride, because we'll see you in 2025.
There you go.
2025.
That, my friends, is how you write a song in about 18 minutes. It's a catchy banger. Tom, give yourself a round of applause, big man.
I'm going to give myself one of those.
That's it from us, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that fast and furious taste of what we do at Song Division. We'd love to chat about your own organizational needs, objectives, and how we might be able to support them. Until we meet again, stay safe, look after one another, and remember, life is better with music. Thank you, Tommy, one more time, buddy. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much,
I'm not
guys.
sure am
See
I
you
jumping
later.
off or if Marta wants to have a chat. And you can get out of here, brother.
Dan and Tom, thank you so much. That was pure magic. You've created just something really great there in a very short time. So well done to you both. Oxytocins are flowing. I'm glad. I actually did appear on the camera there for a while, but I'm glad it wasn't during the time when I was up and dancing, and feeling energized. So that was really a much needed injection of energy at this time of the day. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Yeah, we'll do a quick recording of that and we'll get it over to you guys if you want to use it for any post-event collateral or for the highlights video that you're going to create. And we're looking forward to working more with Inspired Workplaces over the next, 12 months and beyond.
Absolutely, and we are looking forward to that too. Yeah, we've got smiles on our faces, so
Yeah,
that's
I'm glad.
a perfect way to finish off the session. Thank you so much again.
Thank you so much. And to everyone in the chat for getting involved, shout out to you, Steph, Rich, Duncan. You're all legends. I really appreciate it. And shout out to Gregory too. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Bye. Wow, that was great. And that brings us to the last session with me. Obviously, we're not finished with our People First Summit yet. I just wanted to say thank you to all of our speakers and you, the audience. We hope you're feeling inspired with actionable insights to bring back to your organization. We are going to have an hour-long break now. You can head over to our community forum to network and chat. But do come back for 4:30 p.m. British Standard Time for more from the People First Summit. We will be moving over to Latin America with our new hosts, Gustavo Tavares and Caio Infante, with more guests and case studies. But now it's bye from me and thank you.